4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Welcome in, everybody. We're going to get ourselves into the day. It is going to be NaVi versus Team Spirit to start off the day. And Harry, we've seen a little bit of NaVi, we've seen a little bit of Spirit during the Christmas Cup. Excuse me, but looking into the DPC, you know, like you say, every win is going to matter here. And how do you think these teams are going to start off? Because we saw Spirit go all the way through, but looking at the DPC now, they've both had time to prepare. Have you seen any scrims that either the teams are playing? You know, any heroes that they're picking up? Any little nuggets of wisdom that you want to reveal here before we get into the draft?
Well, considering that even if I would have info on the scrims, which I do not, I wouldn't be allowed to share it. I'm not, because as I mentioned, I don't have any info on those. But yesterday, or sorry, 2 days before, when NaVi did play their first game, we saw something interesting from them, a mid lane Dazzle, which was pretty cool to see. That's the only game that they won against DarkSide. The other 2 games, they didn't look as convincing. So I'm kind of hoping that they're going to pull something out, because in my mind, that's what they need against Team Spirit. Yeah, and NaVi does have some big players, you know, Malady, V-Tune. That would be the best one, you know, their safe lane. Both of them, Malady and V-Tune, very well established players. Malady probably the highest MMR position 5 in Europe, if I'm not mistaken. He was top 1 for a long time, him and Watson there. So I'm hoping that's gonna be kind of the powerhouse of NaVi, because you and me already talked about it, you know, last year, about to beat Team Spirit, you need to deal with collapse in lane, because if he has a good lane, which he usually does, he creates way too much space for Yatoro, who wins the game then with ease, basically. So I'm kind of hoping that safe lane of NaVi or off lane of Team Spirit is going to be a somewhat of a deciding factor. Of course, not going to be the only deciding factor, but it should be something if NaVi are focusing on. So I'm kind of hoping that they're going to pull something out, because Team Spirit, in my mind, they are coming in as the favorites, and heavy ones as well.
Yeah, and last year, you make it sound so long ago, as if it wasn't, you know, just 2 weeks ago. But yeah, we've talked about it before, that Collapse, I don't think we ever saw him lose a lane. At best, the lane went equal. Even in the games that they eventually ended up losing, you know, it was still Collapse had a really good game. And at the minute, it does feel like whoever has not the better offlaner, but it seems like the offlaners at the minute are the ones that are starting to enable the rest of the team, you know, get that good start, shut down the opposing carries in the lane, mount the pressure, the force rotations into that offlane, like you say, create space for the carries, and make it just hard for the other team to get going. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how NaVi try and deal with that. We'll see, you know, like you say, if they've got any tricks up the sleeve, if they've got any ideas to pull out the bag. That Dazzle, mid-Dazzle, it's something that gets played every so often. You know, is that something that you think Team Spirit might respect ban here, or is that just, you know, something that was, you know, just a nice idea from NaVi, but Spirit not really too concerned with it, do you think?
I don't know. I think it's very hard to say, because we've only seen it for 1 game. Later on wasn't the case. I think it's a certain type of lineup that NaVi are gonna pull it out of, and I think Team Spirit are smart enough to not have to ban it every single time, but rather maybe recognize when it might be coming out. I think that's probably the best approach that they can take, because if you just respect ban it, you're gonna be wasting a ban most of the times, right?
Yeah.
But if you kind of see, okay, this would be a game where if they pulled it out, it would actually pose a problem for us, and then you ban it.
Okay, and it's actually going to be the Lina ban here from NaVi. So you know, this Lina, and I've been watching Western Europe as well in between, obviously, because we alternate days, so it does give me time to just binge Dota 24/7. Lina has looked like an absolute menace. And not just one of those menaces that you think, oh yeah, okay, it's hard, but it's dealable with. Like, an absolute menace. I think yesterday, during the Gaming Gladiators versus Entity best of 3, it went to the full 3 games, and every time Lina was on the winning side. And teams are letting through the treants, you know, they're letting through. In fact, yesterday, in Gaming Gladiators versus Entity, they'd rather let through the Broodmother than the Lina. They're obviously entity, they ban out the sniper, they ban out the Shrek as well. We know how good Quinn are on those heroes, so they prefer to let through the Broodmother there. And
Yep. I mean, it's, I think in Eastern Europe, Lina might not be as powerful. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see as time progresses. But I feel like there is something in the region, specifically, right, where they play Dota in a certain way. Sometimes both teams play super slow. Sometimes both teams play super fast. And for Alina, you do want to farm at some point in the game. Your lane is good, but the offlaners in Eastern Europe tend to do well in the lane. You pick the lane winning combination just so that you can play faster on the map, and you don't care much about the first hours, even when you're going into the enemy jungle. So maybe that's a reason why I haven't seen Lina be as successful in Eastern Europe as other regions. I'm not sure if that's gonna change. Right now, everyone is respecting it because they're seeing the Lina just be completely overwhelming in other regions. But if you remember, our first series of the DPC, the Lina was untouched, unbanned, maybe banned in the second or the third phase. Wasn't really first phase material, or at least the teams didn't deem it that way.
Yeah, I think though, we did see, again, going back to recent days, going back to the Christmas show, that up against Gaming Gladiators, when Team Spirit did get it both on Yutaro and LoL, the Lina just ran over them. So
that is true.
NaVi maybe taking some, look back at the VODs and just thinking, what, we don't even want to try and deal with this. But the Mirana, the Doom do come through here for Team Spirit. NaVi pick up the Riki, which means that the Trinity to get banned out with the Rubik as well as the Lina, the Brood there as well. Does mean that the Lesh and the Sniper got through. Crystal Maiden's through here as well. Pangolier as well as the Bloodseeker, all still in this draft.
NaVi, when they played against DarkSide, Riki was their pick when they played the Dazzle strat. They picked up a Visage and a Drow, so that might be something that they're gunning for. Drow here wouldn't seem too bad. When you see a Doom, he wants to run into you, but you're not that afraid of him overall, at least not in the early stages of the game. You're going to get towards your level 6. He's not that big of a threat to you in lane, unless he gets some big creep, of course. So, I wouldn't mind it, but they will go for the Visage. They will go for the Visage first, and it seems to be the opening that NaVi gun for. So the Riki Visage, even though Visage has been somewhat forgotten, people learn how to play against it. The rate back got nerfed. I mean, multiple reasons for this hero not to be picked up in the first phase. But NaVi, they still value it quite a lot, which was kind of shown in the DarkSide series, where with this hero, of course, with all of that draft all together, they won a game in 28 minutes, which for now is the fastest win that we have seen in the EEU DPC.
Yeah, and Team Spirit, they just straight up take out the Dazzle. They see this open and they go, hang on a second. Yep. And they're going to remove it. The Pango gets taken away here from NaVi. So Naga's gone as well. Team Spirit looking for their next ban. And I want to, obviously, because we only have a small sample size of for the DPC to see what everyone's been playing. Is there anything that you would just like to see come out? Drow goes as well, so they are looking back now, thinking Team Spirit here, just taking out the heroes that looked impressive on NaVi in that first series that they played. So is there any heroes you'd like to see? Is there anything that you've maybe seen again in pubs or the just high level games that you think maybe a bit of a sleeper hero that you wouldn't mind seeing being drafted here in the DPC?
I think currently there aren't really that many sleepy heroes that have been figured out. Teams have to think fast, right? So yeah. I don't see a single hero like, oh, that one is gonna be OP, but no one is playing it currently. Dota is so fast right now that everything kind of moves super fast from the pub to a competitive game. So I think currently there are a few heroes that are considered strong, and then everyone else is kind of in the same basket, apart from maybe a Meepo, who no one plays. Everything else can be picked up, something a little bit more, something a bit less often. But I think what Team Spirit are doing right now in the draft is actually really smart. When you look at NaVi and their players, I mean, all these players have been in the scene couple of them for quite some time, but you're still looking at them as young, inexperienced players compared to some of the other ones. You know, when you have Miposhka on the team, no one with that kind of experience on the side of NaVi. I can also, you know, Team Spirit also having a coach who's quite experienced as well. So when you look at NaVi, they probably don't really have just yet the replacements for these heroes that are gonna be just as good or like 90% as good as the Dazzle Drow in this kind of strat. So I like what they're banning. We saw your strat, we saw your best heroes with it. We're gonna take it out and we're gonna weaken you significantly. I think that's what they're gunning for, and I think it's the right approach for now.
Yeah, and Bloodseeker's going to go. Faceless Void taken out there as well. So some of the more popular Eastern Europeans being taken away here. You know, Nagasaran. We've seen it being played to varying success, and both teams here now not going to be able to pull that one out of the bag. So if you're looking at NaVi, would you potentially look to shift? You know, because the mid dazzle's been taken away. So is this Visage just going to be, is it a guaranteed offlaner, do you think, or do you think there is a chance that it does get put in the mid lane?
No chance for a mid lane. But safe lane, maybe, but no. But mid lane, for sure not. Like, there is no reason to play a mid lane Visage right now. There's just no way we're going to be seeing that one. In Spirit, they go for Hoodwink, so this is good setup for the arrow. This is good burst damage. The Bushwhack actually burns through the Gravekeeper's Cloak quite nicely. You can build into a 4-staff, which is going to be very important against the Riki and the Visage. Visage is though pretty solid at hunting down the Hoodwink. Both Mirana and the Hoodwink are quite low HP, and they kind of benefit from being hidden. So if the Visage does find them with a couple of soul assumptions, maybe even one, they'll die. So Team Spirit, I like that they have a Mirana, but I would like to see a Vision hero on their side, maybe to assist them a little bit. Slark comes to mind, you know, maybe a sniper, something that's gonna help them see a bit more.
Yeah, and
use.
We will keep an eye out. I mean, looking through the last draft, when they couldn't pick up the Primal Beast. So is that a... No, we've seen a couple of mid-Primal Beasts already. Not in the Eastern European region, I don't think, but...
I think we did.
Was it?
He cool played it.
He did, yeah, second game. Okay, yeah, no, okay, that's fair enough, yeah. So... when they went for something similar, it was so that second game, Mirana, Primal Beast, Undying, Visage, and the Lifestealer. So they're gonna go for a Silencer now. I assume that's gonna be the Riki Silencer support combo with the Primal Beast in mid, then Visage in the offlane.
Yep.
Just looking for a carry here for NaVi. Is there somebody you'd like to see? Because going to be coming up against the Doom. So, you know, would you like to see something like the Lifestealer that can go, like, fairly even one-on-one trading with the Doom in lane?
Lifestealer would be great for NaVi, but considering that it's VTune's best hero, I'm kind of certain that Team Spirit are not going to let it through. Even when Lifestealer wasn't being played at all, VTune was making the hero work. They go for the DK. I have to say I was expecting something like Zeus, given that that's something that Laurel does like. But the DK actually makes a ton of sense. None of these heroes do overwhelming amount of damage. Once you get the BKB, you just do not die. So that is actually a pretty nice pick. It's good initiation. It's something that takes down towers, so you don't directly give vision, but indirectly by opening up the map. That's actually quite nice. You know, NaVi, they're gonna have to bring multiple heroes to kill this guy. There is some damage on NaVi. You know, these heroes can be deceptive, but they are slow. You know, you see the Visage on one side of the map, you know that he's not gonna be there. He's very slow to rotate. Silencer as well. They're gonna have to be using their TP. So that kind of gives Laurel the ability to read the map and understand how to stay alive. And if this DK stays alive for a long period of time until he gets the BKB, NaVi are just gonna be in so much trouble.
Yeah, and I would expect as well, I mean, the Silencer, even when the Silencer pops that Global Silence, if the Dragon Knight has that Dragon form off, you know, it's still going to be a lot of damage output, a lot of just splash damage that comes out from the Dragon Knight. If the Primal Beast rotates off the lane around level 6 to look to gank the side lanes as well, the Dragon Knight is going to be able to take that tier 1 tower in the mid lane. So...
It's a nice instant stun also to stop the trample, so
yeah,
that helps as well, because you yourself are not going to be dying.
Yeah, and it's just, yeah, so a really nice pickup. And like I say, not a lot of heavy burst damage here on the side of Na'Vi to get through the Dragon Knight, even to get through the Doom. You know, the Doom is going to start to tank up a little bit later on. So Na'Vi, yeah, maybe the lifesteal, because again, the lifesteal is single target focused damage, doesn't have a lot of burst damage to come out, you know, doesn't really explode heroes. Would you look to something like, I'm just trying to think, because even something like the Morphlin here, I don't know how well that would fit in.
I think it would be okay. Anything that can build the Lincolns as a first item and not suffer in terms of damage output is great. Morphling is the best hero in that regard. Here, I mean, there are a couple of heroes that you can ban, but I personally, if I would be making a choice, it'd be the Lifestealer. Even though with just 4 staffs, you're basically countering the entire team of Na'Vi. The thing is that VTune is very comfortable on that one, and they'll be able to at least hold him in the safe lane for a long time, and then you can bring more heroes to the mid lane to deal with the DK. But they go for the Wraith King. That's another VTune hero. So this is the other way. If they rotate to one lane, I'm gonna rotate as well, and I'm gonna take the tower down. So I actually like it. Plus, it's another hero that can kind of murder the Mirana and the Hoodwink in just a hit or two.
Yeah, nice push potential as well with the skeletons coming out when he gets the space to push. You know, they help accelerate the farm as well. The stun, just looking at the lineup from Na'Vi as well, I didn't realize how little stun potential Na'Vi have here. So being able to, you know, you get the Wraith Fire Blast out as well in the team fights, that's going to be some good control. Sets up for the drops coming through from Lays and his familiars. Helps out the, you know, to set up for maybe the Primal Beast to be able to get himself in with just diving himself in and then get the ultimate off there as well. Meanwhile, Team Spirit, everybody on the side of Spirit has some form of control. And even if it's just the Infernal Blade that comes out from the Doom for, what, 1.25 seconds, something like that, there is still going to be ways to try and deal with and slow down Na'Vi in these fights. So, I mean, looking at these two lineups, do you have a preference between the two?
I have a personal preference in what Team Spirit are doing. I don't want to say that their lineup is straight up that many times better, but this is kind of the lineup that I like in Dota. You have tower push, you have pick-off potential, you have a frontliner with the Monkey King. Personally, I like that approach to the Monkey King as well, because you put the Dragon Knight in front, and you don't ever have to initiate. He is just poking the tower, Monkey King is off the map. If you go for the DK, there's the Wukong's command to protect him. Plus, you have the ability to hunt with Monkey King Mirana, Hoodwink Mirana, DK Hoodwink. Basically, anyone can work out. So it gives you the ability to play the map fast, and I think that kind of puts Spirit a little bit ahead here. Of course, on the other side, you have everything that you would need to kind of counter it, but it's not as easy and straightforward to do, right? Because your heroes are not as fast to move around the map, and you're gonna have to be relying a lot on this Ricky vision and him kind of showing you where you want to fight on the map. So it's not the easiest lineup to pull off for Na'Vi. That's why I'm gonna be leaning Spirit, but Na'Vi have all of the tools necessary to play this game. It just has to be Sweden strong, giving all the info in the world without getting caught way too many times.
Yeah, and I mean, myself, I'm looking at the Na'Vi lineup. There's not a massive amount of control coming out. The mobility of the heroes as well. So if they do get caught in a Wukong command, you know, they are going to have to rely on things like maybe Malady and Sweden Strong building 4 staffs to get them out of that. Watching out for the control coming out from Team Spirit, building BKBs, you know. Spirit, they don't have something like a Mars or a Puck that's going to provide that anchor point, you know, for the Wukong's command to be completely effective, but I think they have enough control that they're still going to benefit from that coming through into the mid-game, into the late game, into these fights. So yeah, I'm really interested to see how Na'Vi are going to try and deal with Team Spirit in these fights, and whether it's just going to be for the first, you know, once they start to roam around, look for those pickoffs in the, you know, 15, 16 minutes in. If it is just going to be pick off and back off, pick off and back off, you know, hit them, get a kill, back yourselves away. Don't get embroiled in like an elongated team fight and get caught out, because I think in a war of attrition, a fight of attrition, Team Spirit, they definitely have the advantage in this game.
Yep. It's Sweden strong for me is the key one in this draft. And considering that they're first picking this Riki, he probably knows what he's doing. But the thing is, you need to scout people, you need to force out some TPs, you need to stop some TPs. That's kind of your job in this game. And try to, if you can, be close to the silencer somewhat, because people tend to forget any effect of a silence doubles the damage of the Arcanker, so it doesn't matter if it's a silence coming out from the last word or the global silence. It could be the smoke screen as well. So silencer and the Riki together can actually do massive amounts of damage if you're not careful on the side of Spirit.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that combo coming into the fights here. Mid lane, we can see that Lyle, Nicky Cool coming up against each other. Lyle, never mind. Sweden strong. Actually, they pick up the first blood. Okay, crack out the Titors in chat. We're just warming up. You know, we're still waking up. We're still warming up. We're getting into it. But yeah, Sweden strong. Taking down the Mirana. And the Mirana, well, again, usually you see the Miranas here. They did build into level 1. Picked up that Starstorm. So no leap to come out. No arrow to try and stop the aggression coming out. And Ricky was just able to pick up that kill.
That was very weird. I was looking at it, and Miposhka was just fighting Swedenstrog while Lace was close, right? Ideally, in this lane, you want them attacking the Monkey King. He has a ton of armor, so he's not going to be in any kind of trouble taking the right-click damage, and when it comes to the Soul Assumption, he can just dodge it. We can expect Yatoro to be able to do it. It's not that hard, really. So I'm very surprised that Miposhka allowed himself to be bullied that much and just stood his ground against Sweden Strong, because it ended up really badly for him.
Yeah, and again, you can see Lay's level 2 now, but he is going to be putting out the Soul Assumptions, you know, the damage that comes out from that as well. And like I say, Miposhka sitting on 620 health, Monkey King on the same health there as well, so it's not the deepest health pools there from the side of Team Spirit. The arrow will connect though, Miposhka level 2, so he's going to be going for that arrow at level 2. Starstorm comes out, Miposhka though, again, the Soul Assumption, the right click, Sweden Strong, the silences, is he going to be able to get himself on top of him? He's not. Is it going to be enough? It is, and Lays picks up the kill. Again, in this lane. Okay, this is a good start here for NaVi, the start that they really wanted here.
They are getting kills, but they're not getting too much CS. Should change now with the creeps going towards Lays, but as they are, Yatoro got his Jingu stack. So, you know, not the worst thing in the world for Team Spirit, but we already talked about it, you know, previous casts and everything. Visage, people have learned how to play against them. The minute 3 comes out, you get the raindrops, and suddenly there are no kills. Visage is way too slow down. He doesn't last hit all that well, and you're kind of in trouble. But with him getting a kill and an assist already in this game, I think Lace is gonna be quite fine. So, you know, uncharacteristic approach from Miposhka, but at least he's securing the CS for Yatoro.
Okay. And checking in with the top lane now as well, we can see it again, V-Tune versus Collapse. Collapse, he's looking at level 2. How's he looking in the last hits? He's only a couple behind the Wraith King here, coming into the 3rd minute of the game, so, you know, not too far behind at all. There is going to be the Wraith Fire Blast coming out into Collapse, though, as well as the Curse. Collapse going to be taking a lot of damage here. Is he going to be able to get himself away from this? Because V-Tune, he's looking to cut him off through the trees, the skeletons. He's trying to eat himself through this with the Quelling Blade, but V-Tune still going to be able to get the kill. Lays on the bottom lane once again. He takes down this time. It is going to be Yatoro that goes down.
Usually you are like Monkey King, a dangerous target to go for, but he was very deep there, and you have the smoke screen to prevent him from kind of dodging the Soul Assumption. One of the reasons that they picked the Monkey King, other than it being really good with their heroes, is because he can dodge the Soul Assumption in lane.
Oh, the Wraith Fire Blast comes out now as well. Hoodwink, is he going to be able to get himself out? The Curse does wear off, and Mira, he's going to be losing a lot of health, but I mean, Collapse has the regen, you know, he's got the health amplification aura coming through with the heal, you know, he eating the Troll Hill Priest, or is it the, V-Tune though? Does V-Tune get himself away from this? One more right click, it'll be enough from anybody. Mira's going to be getting low to the Curse, he might still go down. One more right click, it's still not going to be enough.
He was baiting. There was a heal coming out from the Doom, and also he had the Fairy Fire, so he wanted that silencer to go forward a little bit just to get him low as well, because they don't really have any regen on the side of NaVi. It's being some of it is that's not really regen, just a raindrop for Malady, so they are gonna be in a little bit of trouble now until they get their HP back.
Yeah, and you say, oh, mid lane now, Nicky Cool coming all the way through. How is he looking in terms of skill build? So he's got 3 points into the trample. You know, he's coming through just 1 into the onslaught here now as well for that charge. And He's even going to be going into J. He's just trying to take these stacks. I like that as well. Just pulling it into the neutrals. Getting some extra farm through resetting the equilibrium in the mid lane now as well. As Lal has to deal with these creeps underneath the tier 1 tower. So the creep wave does get pushed back a little bit. But now with a fresh creep wave pushing in, especially with the catapult being here now as well, this should push towards back to the river. And Nicky Cool should be fine. You know, you don't really want to be putting the creeps right underneath your own tower. So having this, you know, just on the Radiant side, it's going to be good for Nicky Cool to pull them back into the rhythm when he needs them as well. Lal, level 6, so he does have that dragon form. Trying to push back here onto Nicky Cool, but Nicky Cool, how far away? Not too far away from the level 6 himself, so that Pulverize will be coming out fairly shortly.
That was a bad move, actually, from Nicky Cool there.
Do you think?
I mean, it's great, yeah, because the creeps got into the Tower of Laurel when the catapult wave was there. So his catapult died, and look at Laurel now, he has his. So he can easily put the tower.
Okay. Oh, there's going to be the Bushwhack coming out now as well. The arrow flies through, connects onto the Ricky. Nicky Cool, is he going to be able to get himself away from this one? The Fairy Fire comes out as well. He's going to be ticking down to the Dragon Knight, but I don't think it's going to be... It might be enough damage, actually. No. Barely survives through that, and Lal onto that tier 1 tower. Going to be doing a lot of damage here. Maposhka Sweden strong. He picks up the illusion rune. And can they go even further onto this now as well? Lal, the dragon form will be wearing off. But again, Nicky Cool has to back himself away. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, it looks like Yataro, he was getting a little bit aggressive there onto the Visage, but does just eventually back himself away. Yeah, that's going to be the dragon form over here now for Lal. But he did do it. Look at the tier 1 tower on the dire side. Look at that, down to 544 health.
Collapse is very dead, though. With the, look at the... So many fat heroes in this game. Oh, Collapse. Gone. He's definitely gone. And Mira is in trouble as well. Even with the Fairy Fire, I'm not sure. Okay, he's getting out alive. He's fine. Yeah, he's going to be fine there. Close to taking down, but like you say, with the Fairy Fire, able to get himself that extra health, get himself right back to the fountain and heal up. This is the thing. The side lanes for Na'Vi, if their heroes are alone, they don't farm as fast as the side laners of Team Spirit, and the DK did well in the lane against the Primal Beast. So now you pull, even if you pull the supports towards the mid lane and stop the DK from pushing the tower, it still kind of opens up the side lanes.
They're going to try and make a move onto Lal now as well. Lal with the Dragon Tail. There's going to be the TP in from Maposhka. But Na'Vi, yeah, don't overcommit onto this. You know, Nicky Cool, he didn't throw out the Pulverize as well. And with the TP in from the Mirana, an arrow would have been able to, you know, to stop that in its tracks. Nicky Cool, how is he building? He's already got himself the Phase Boots. What's coming in on his courier here now as well? It's just going to be the Magic Wand.
Now you're probably gonna start working towards the BKB. That's just what the hero does. You need to have that BKB early, so it's your item. And Nicky Cool is really trying to move around the map. I mean, this is just gonna make sure the mid lane tower falls.
Yeah, it looks like it was going to go down anyway. Lal here with that dragon form. He's going to be able to take the tier 1 towers. Nicky Cool does take down Mira in the river here. And Lal, well, he does have that tier 1 tower in the mid lane now. So would you expect the Dragon Knight, he wants that Blink Dagger to come out sometime soon. Would you expect him to start rotating, putting pressure onto other lanes?
Top lane would be a good one to go for.
Well, speaking of top lane, Collapse is going to get really darn low. The arrow flies through as well from the Mirana. Starstorm with a leap in now as well. Mally's going to get low. Lolly's got that TP up. The Dragon Flames come through with that Breathe Fire, and he gets the kill onto Malady.
That's ideal. You get the kill, and Na'Vi fighting on the top lane constantly. Again, not easy. Laze doesn't want to go there, whereas Yatoro can go there anytime. So this is, you know, it's not ideal for Na'Vi. They got those early kills, but it is because the mid lane went so badly for them, it is just such a problem to fight the top.
Oh, the arrow connects now from the Mirana. After that Dragon Tail, the Doom comes through. They're going to be able to take down Nicky Cool. Can even take down V-Tune. V-Tune's level 6, so he does have that reincarnation if he needs it. Gets the revenge kill onto Collapse, but that's going to be his ultimate down now. And with Maldy up here, Yataro, though, yeah, he's going to try and dive himself in onto the Wraith King, and there can only be one King, it looks like here. V-Tune, is it going to be him that goes down? The chase comes on as well. There is going to be the curse coming through. So Yataro, the aggression turns onto him. Maldy trying to do his best, but Lal, he gets the kill onto V-Tune, and now Lal chasing down onto Maldy. Maldy can get himself away. The Dragon Tail comes out, connects with the arrow, and he might still tick down to the Dragon Poison. No, he's got the wand, he survives, and Lal, he doesn't confirm the kill.
The only reason that VTune died there is because Spirit got a ward, or had a ward. It got immediately taken down, but I still want to fight.
Yeah, Lal, he's going to be underneath this tier 1 tower. The bushwhack, the double bushwhack onto the Ricky as well. Starstorm comes out. It's going to be a quick double kill here from Team Spirit. Maldi, the arrow, he's going to be able to dodge that one off. Trying to break some ankles, but he's not going to be quick enough. Maldi, he tries to throw the curse, but he's still going to be taken down. And Mira claims that kill.
Very dangerous that you go for a slower lineup against a team that is considered the heavy favorite, not only for this series but for the entire region as well. You know, this is a tough one for Na'Vi. Luckily for them, they got those early kills, but pretty much Team Spirit are getting everything they need. And with this constant fight on the top lane, and you saw it, Toro rotating and Lace couldn't do it, you immediately have the advantage. Now there's going to be 2 towers down, and Lara will get his Blink Dagger. You have a Mirana, you have a Hoodwink. People are just going to be dying. So you kind of have 500 gold that's separating Na'Vi from complete disaster.
Yeah, and just looking as well, I mean, the score was 0-5 about 3 or 4 minutes ago. And now Team Spirit, they've started to come on. Like you say, Yataro, he's not scared of looking for that rotate to look for the team fight. Moves himself up onto the top lane, and they got some decent kills here. Lays, he's moving through the jungle. They already know Collapse is here. They've got this ward down. The Ricky scouted him out as well. So Collapse is trying to do his best to, while farming, play it as safe as possible, pulling these creeps out and towards the tier 2, just in case he needs TPs, just in case he needs to pull the ripcord, get himself out of danger here. And yeah, you can see Collapse. I mean, the Ricky is still hunting, and Visage just looking to push down onto this tier 2, so he's trying to trade out some of this aggression on the top to putting pressure onto this bottom now. But Collapse, he does have the Doom up, has that ultimate.
The thing for Team Spirit right now, they don't have to be searching for specific kills. You just want the kills, right? You wait for that Blink Dagger on Laurel. You can see that they're playing together with the Monkey King. Once you get the Blink Dagger on Laurel, with the presence of the DK on the map, you will be protecting the Monkey King, and that's gonna last at least until the Ricky has his shard. So good 2-3 minutes. It's gonna be a very tough spot for Na'Vi. Hopefully, they only give away their supports and farm nicely through that period, because if they make a mistake, they're gonna get ran over and lose a couple of more heroes, and you really need to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, Lol now, he's got himself a double damage rune. He's looking like he's just looking for a bit more farm. How far is he off the... Does he actually want to complete the BKB? Because he could go for a quick blink here.
It seems he bought the Ogre Axe, so yeah, he's going for a BKB. So they're not really going to be going for this hunting idea. That's interesting. I don't know. I'm looking at objectives that they can get with this BKB. Actually, they have a Dragonite. Maybe they could take the top tier 2 and look towards Roche, even though their lineup isn't the best at it. That's actually pretty interesting. I wasn't expecting that, especially from Laurel, who kind of likes to be in the face of his opponents.
And, I mean, the double damage rune coming out there, just a little bit weird. I mean, they were looking for a rotation, but the Visage, you know, read it. The Spidey senses were tingling. He got that TP away.
Yeah, they'll be fine on Na'Vi. Now there's not such a narrow timing. He is going for a blink, for a BKB. I think Team Spirit feels like they're gonna be overwhelmingly strong with this BKB, that they're not gonna be touched. And that might actually be the case. The tier 2 towers are gonna be in trouble. Na'Vi, at least, once that BKB is out, what they have to do is respond to every move of that one. Get the BKB charges down. It is of the utmost importance. And I think, okay, so this kind of changes how I thought the game was gonna go. It's gonna be revolving around the BKB of the DK getting brought lower, and also of the Primal Beast. So very important for both teams to gun those down.
Yeah, and we'll see here now. I mean, looking through, Yataro, he's just finding the farm. If we take a look at the net worth as well, he is going to be top of that. And like I say, he's just having all of the space in the world here for him. As Lal in the jungle again, continuing to farm. How is the Wraith King doing? Because he's got it's not a massive amount of catching up to do, but it looks like he wants he already picked up the armor. He's going towards the phase boots into the Radiance.
Yep. To say, I was expecting a Blink Deso from him. Just because I look at the Mirana, I look at the Hoodwink, and they're great targets to just delete. So I'm very surprised that the Radiance is something that he wants to go for. Of course, VTune has a billion games in this hero. But I'm looking at really Wukong's command. Radiant doesn't really help you. There's gonna be BKBs on all 3 of the cores of Team Spirit. I have to say I'm surprised about the item choice for the V2 Raid King.
Sweden strong. I mean, the ward goes down. Okay, he's going to be able to get a D ward, so maybe a little bit of warning here for Mira and Yutaro that something was maybe looking to happen here. Yutaro, he's still hiding himself in the trees. There's another sentry down, so if the Riki gets close, Riki could actually be in trouble, but not going to be in range of this now as well. As the D ward does come out, Sweden strong. Does he want to actually push up into this? It wouldn't be the greatest ideas, as you can see that V-Tune on the bottom lane just looks like he's going to continue again, trading off with the Visage. The Visage looking to apply the pressure or take away the pressure from Team Spirit on the top lane. V-Tune just find the extra farm. He is going to be seen underneath a ward there as he walks past, but it looks like Spirit just content at the minute not to look for a gank. You know, they're not looking for a kill here onto the Wraith King. They're just looking for their own thing. They're looking to farm. There is going to be a double smoke out from Maposhka and Lal, who... yeah, it looks like he's completed the... where's his courier? Yeah, he's completed the BKB now as well for Lal. So this is going to be a really big item to come out now from the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, they want to go for the top lane. No Radiance just yet. No there's going to be a BKB on the Primal Beast. Not ideal scenario for Team Spirit, to be honest.
Yeah, they're going to try and get themselves on top of the Visage here now as well. Visage, can he get himself away? The Sleep Dart comes out. Lay's still going to be taking a lot of damage, but it looks like the Riki going to stop the gank in its tracks. Do they want to carry on going onto Sweden strong? Sweden, he's looking for that jump, potentially just waiting for the rest of his team to catch up. Nicky Cool's going to be close. Has himself a double damage rune now as well, if you want to try and go. But again, Lal, he still has that BKB, so it looks like Nicky Cool just going to try and trample his way away from this.
If I am Navi, I'm actually quite happy. I would assume that around 10 minutes into the game, they were scared that they're gonna get ran down, but then they decide not to get the blink on the DK. I'm really surprised now kind of looking forward to seeing if they can make something happen with it, or if Team Spirit are just so confident in the later stages of the game that they're fine just farming and keeping the gold lead like slightly in their favor, 2-3k gold.
Yeah, and Maposhka, I mean, Sweden strong, he's playing on the edge. He obviously doesn't know, but there is a sentry ward down that he's just playing on the edge of. So Maposhka, Sleeping Dart comes out. Are they going to try and make a move onto this Mirana? Visage is close now as well. The silence comes out, so he's not going to be able to get the leaps away. The stats up, Nicky Cool will be able to come in. Gets the dive in and gets that kill.
Sweden Strong has the dart. Now it's that time of the game where he needs to be performing around the maps, giving vision to his team, setting up kills, canceling TPs, maybe forcing out TPs. Now when the Mirana died, when a core gets left, there could be multiple TPs coming out from Team Spirit, and that is gonna allow Navi to kind of help them with their lineup not being as mobile as they would like.
Yeah. Oh, do they want to try and make a move here? I mean, the familiars are here. They're going to be able to get the Dragon Tail into the bushwhack. Global Silence comes out, though. Sweden strong. Stone onto the Dragon Knight. Looks like they found out the Monkey King. Monkey King is going to go down, even with the Moonlight Shadow. Now they get the dive onto the Dragon Knight. Do they have that reveal? He's dusted, so they're going to know where he is. Collapse coming out onto the back lines to BKB, but the Doom immediately onto Nicky Cool. Can they go even further onto this now? So Nicky Cool going to be taking a lot of damage. Maposka with the dust for that reveal. V-Tune comes in, though. They might be able to turn this one around, and V-Tune, he's just going to be dominating this. Nicky Cool will eventually go down, though. Collapse gets that kill with the Doom, but the Dragon Knight, he's going to be the next one to fall. 2 cores. Is he going to be 3? It's Collapse. He's just looking to run himself away from this one. He has no TP. He's got no blink. Sweden strong. He's going to be able to see him. He's hiding behind that one tree. He's pretending he's a happy little tree, but this happy little tree is going to be cut down in its prime. Collapse. 3 heroes around him, and they're going to be able to get this kill.
That's the Monkey King didn't have a BKB. He was close to it, but Team Spirit, they were trying to force out a fight. Navi, they got to all of their item timings, the Radiance, the BKB on the Primal Beast, the Dart on Riki. Of course, they were guarding Greaves on the Visage for quite some time, and they were baiting that fight for a very long time, just staying with Lays a little bit back. And then when they saw, okay guys, we can actually take this one quite heavily, they came in with so many heroes, and that's 2 9-second BKBs that are just down the drain, and you lose the fight and you lose it heavily. So Team Spirit, I have to say, the way that they started, I thought they were gonna start rolling over Navi, but they missed their timing. And now, I mean, even with those 2 towers taken, they didn't really establish any rule of the map. It's actually all Navi right now.
Yeah, and you can see that, I mean, V-Tune, even before the BKB comes out, he went back, he got that Radiance And now he was even stealing the stacks away from the side of Team Spirit. There's going to be the diving now as well. The stun comes out onto the Primal Beast, but Hoodwink with the sharpshooter, just trying to get a little bit of distance, but there will be the sleeping dart now as well. So Nicky Cool, he comes in with a trample. He doesn't have that pulverized just yet. They're still going to be able to get the kill onto Mira, and Sweden Strong will be the one to pick this one up. And now all of a sudden, there's tier 2 tower in the mid lane being pushed right up to it with the creeps, and NaVi, they might be able to go... Oh no, okay, V-Tune's going to be TPing himself away. I thought they might have maybe looked towards the Roche pit here.
They understand the importance of pushing out the lanes. Team Spirit can't go for the Roche themselves as fast. So if you push in the lanes, Team Spirit, they're gonna have to use their mobility to go towards the lanes, and that's where you get the advantage from the Riki giving you vision. So NaVi, they're playing this really smart, and Team Spirit, man, they lost the timing so much. They need these 4 staffs, they really do. And Hoodwink and Morana, they are getting closer to them. Actually, Meposhka, he bought a gem. He's like, nope, we are gonna go with the vision game. Okay, that's actually smart, considering that he didn't have the money for the 4 staff just yet. That's actually smarter, just to make sure that you're farming more. But again, it means Team Spirit are confident in their late game, and I'm not saying they don't have good late game, but I wouldn't have the confidence that they're winning at 100%.
Yeah, and you can see now, like you say, Meposhka with this gem, he's rotating around. Excuse me, he's looking to get as many D-wards as he can. You know, these key ward points here that Spirit might want to play around bottom lane, though. There is going to be the TPs in. Dragon Tail comes out onto V-Tune. Wraith King, though, has that reincarnation, so maybe they're not the target you want to go to as the Global Silence does come through here. Collapse, it took so long for that TP because everybody on the side of Spirit TP towards this tier 2.
Tower dead. Now I have to smoke just to get out of here. Do they even have one? Yeah, they do, but they're unsure. They're unsure if they can do it and go up the high ground. We're seeing that NaVi has no intention of fighting there, but Team Spirit, they're gonna have to waste the smoke just to get out of this situation. That was just beautifully played from NaVi. They saw that the Wraith King can't die, and he just ran out. You know, Global Silence, you don't use any of your BKBs. Global Silence is fine, considering that you yourself probably aren't gonna be initiating. It's gonna be Riki giving vision and giving all the info that you need.
Yeah, and we can see them, Team Spirit, like I say, in the smoke. They're marching up, but smoke's going to break. Sweden Strong in the trees, so the smoke is going to break here on a couple of heroes, and the Ricky's just going to be able to get himself away. Creeps get the reveal as well. So Spirit, looking towards the Roche pit. Lol. The D-Ward, it's going to come out again, but again, it's just a sentry, so it wasn't actually a vision giver. But the scan from NaVi, it's going to see them in the river. Maybe they start to make a move here. No. Okay, NaVi just keeping themselves together, keeping themselves back, and they can see that the scan, it did fade to green, so they know there's no one in the Roche pit at the minute. And V-Tune, he just goes back to farming. He's not too far away from this BKB, and I think he really wants this BKB before NaVi, they make another move, they make another fight happen.
And now we're doing such a cool thing. They are smoking out just to get out on the map undetected. You pretty much know where they're gonna go, but they're not really looking for a fight. They're looking to establish themselves on the map a little bit deeper into enemy territory. And also one thing we haven't talked about is the Veil of Discord on the Silencer. This is very, very important because the supports of Team Spirit, they have no way to remove this, and even the DK or the Doom are gonna be taking massive amounts of damage, so you might just force out the BKBs.
Nicky Cool just moves himself back behind the creep waves, and he's all of a sudden fine after the Dragon Tail comes in. The arrow doesn't connect, and now he's going to carry on going as well. Can they get Lol out? I mean, Lol's still taking a lot of damage. Mira is going to be the one that goes down first. Collapse, he's in that BKB, gets the TP away, so it looks like Lol, he's still ticking, but he's going to be fine eventually. Yeah, he's going to be fine. 200 health, just has to get himself back behind the tier 2, gets the blink away, but they did lose the Hoodwink, and now NaVi, are they going to look towards the pit? I mean, Nicky Cool is already in there, so they are going to start onto this, and Roche, this is going to be a really nice target because the Dragon Knight, he has to go back to base, he has to heal up. Team Spirit, they're going to be on the back foot, even if they want to try and contest this. It's going to take so long to get there that NaVi, it's looking like a free Roche.
Yeah, no BKB on the Doom, no Dragon Form on the DK. That's enough of a kind of security for NaVi to walk in, and they're gonna give the Aegis to Nicky Cool. So now they have 2 heroes with extra lives. Lays, very hard to kill. It is a Visage with the Guardian Greaves. Seems like he's gonna be going for a Hex. Currently, you know, he doesn't look as tanky, but with the Guardian Greaves and the Gravekeeper's Cloak, he's actually quite okay to survive, given the fact that no one is gonna be able to go through the front line, especially not now when Navi feels so confident. So Navi now, they can do whatever they want. They can establish themselves close to the enemy base in the triangle even, and that allows Sweden Strong to do his job with the catching, with the TP canceling and stuff like that. Look at how he's just waiting for Yatoro, who until he sees the Riki or understands that he's somewhere there, he's not gonna be getting on top of these creeps because it's so close to the tower. He gets slept, you might actually die.
Yeah, and we saw that Yatoro, he used the, or at least the side of Spirit, used the scan here on the last creep wave for Yatoro to just be able to find the farm, be able to find those last hits without being, oh, bottom lane, there is going to be the Pulverize coming through. Collapse, he has to use that BKB, he's going to be going for the TP now as well. It looks like they might still lose the Hoodwink. Hoodwink trying to get himself out with the Force Staff here. Mira running through the trees, so he will be able to get himself out. Meanwhile, the top lane, Sweden Strong does go on to the Monkey King here. Yatoro trying to do his best, but there isn't, while he knows that the contestant goes on, the fighting on the bottom lane, Yatoro, he's not immediately in retreat mode. He knows he's got a little bit of time before those TPs potentially do come in. So he was able to just get himself out safe without having to panic.
Very nice patience. You're waiting there on the top lane. You're just waiting to see something happen on the map before you jump in that close to the tower. Yeah. So as soon as he did, the Riki was there, but obviously no one was there from Navi to help the Riki get the kill or even forced out the BKB on the Monkey King.
Oh, Vichun, he's going to blink forward. The Wraith Blast comes in, and Nicky Cool, look who's waiting. He's got the trample off. He's got the kill onto Maposhka, and now they might even be able to go onto Collapse and Doom. He doesn't have that BKB for 35 seconds, yeah, and with 3 heroes around and the Pulverize comes out, they're going to be able to take down the Doom. Oh, a little bit of tipping coming out here from the side of Navi as well, so they're feeling it. They've got the confidence. They're happy with how this game is going.
I'm not sure what happened to Team Spirit in this one. I think that after the Christmas show tournament before the New Year's Eve, that they probably told Larl, yo, maybe you're just a bit overly aggressive, and then he went a little bit overly defensive in this one. Overly aggression was working for Team Spirit, but this kind of approach definitely isn't something that has been working out for them thus far in this game, and they're going to be losing the lane of Rax most likely.
Yeah, the arrow is going to connect onto the Primal Beast, but Primal Beast, he has that Aegis, he has the BKB, so the Rax are still going to go down, and Nicky Cool not in a great panic to get himself away here. The Bushwhack not going to connect, and yeah, Navi, they don't overcommit. They know they still have a power spike with that Aegis, with the Reincarnate, but they don't want to overcommit, so they just take that Rax and then just back themselves away.
No reason to. Team Spirit's lineup, it works well when it is ahead, when the Dragonite can stand his ground and push a tower. Not the case any longer, so it's very tough.
They're going to be able to try and get this dive in. Ricky, the Global Silence does come through, but Ricky's still going to be taking a lot of damage from that Fireball. He's going to be caught in it. Going to go down, and Mira does get the kill with the Sharpshooter, but the chase is on. They've already lost Lyle. Collapse, though, this time. I mean, he used the BKB to initiate on the fight, so can he get himself back into this? Looks like V-Tune, Collapse, Force Staff comes forward, and Malady, he has the gem. They're going to have the reveal, but going to be a really nice Wukong command after the Balance Strike coming through from the Monkey King. So Monkey King, is he going to be able to clean up here? Lay's going to get really down low, but they do still lose Collapse here on the Doom. And they only take down the Visage. Buyback comes through from Sweden Strong now as well. Forced after away. Mira, can he get himself away from this one? Nicky Cool again chasing with the Trample, with the Wraith Fire Blast. They might lose the Hoodwink once again. Mira's going to be dead. He's going to be down. Yatoro trying to clean up on the back lines. Gets that silencer. The BKB comes out. And he's just going to immediately go for the TP away. No Basher to cancel that. And Maposhka, he has to go for the leaps. But look who's chasing Nicky Cool. He's close. Not going to have that pulverized for the next 10 seconds. But it doesn't matter. The Wraith Fire Blast comes out. And Maposhka goes back in the box.
The only reason that fight isn't an absolute disaster is because of Yatoro's beautiful moves around that fight. So he got 2 kills that, I don't... Maybe, Wukong's command for a Visage, that's fine. But getting that silencer kill, definitely not something that you would expect to happen, especially because he was under enemy vision this whole time.
Oh, they're going to see the Sweden Strong. The Sweden Strong, he bought back in that last one. Yeah, the sentry here, just up onto the high ground, combined with this Observer Ward. So it does give Yatoro what he needs to see the Ricky, and that is going to be the death of the Ricky. He did buy back in that last fight, so he's going to be down for 73 seconds altogether without a buyback.
Mind you, all of the time where Yatoro was moving there, he was under the guise of the Moonlight Shadow, but he showed himself a couple of times, so Navi knew that they were close, and still, they got, at some point, you are gonna make a mistake in a team fight where you get heroes close. He was ready, in a good angle, gets the Boundless Strike, and that gets him a big Wukong's command. So Yatoro salvaging the the fight for his team, maybe even the game. You know, if NaVi are completely clean out of that fight, they take the tier 2, they take down all of this vision the Team Spirit has established in their triangle, and suddenly for the next 3-4 minutes you are blind, and that can just lose you the game because it's gonna be Roche time and you won't have anything established on the map to fight from. So I'm impressed by Yotaro. He's keeping Team Spirit in this game, but NaVi definitely holding the reins still.
Yeah, and you can see now, like you say, he's got that Scud, he's going towards the Silver Edge as well, so he's going to have the crit and the break coming out. Just continues to farm. Net worth not too far behind the Wraith King. Wants that bash afterwards. In fact, the Wraith King going to go for the basher because it looks like it's going to be the overwhelming blink. I was just thinking because it's been more than once where the start of Spirit, you know, they've been able to BKB TP out, so I thought they might have tried to pick something up to deal with that, but it looks for now, Bichun, he just wants that overwhelming blink. Oh, they might be able to go though. Yotaro's going to be able to come in. Really nice boundless strike now into the Wukong's command. Bichun though, going to be able to walk himself away. They take down the Riki again, but this is going to be Lal's BKB.
Ideally, you wouldn't want to use those BKBs. Team Spirit, they have been pretty conservative on the BKB usages and small skirmishes, but when it comes to fights, they immediately pop them. There, it was okay if VTune dies inside of the Wukong's command that you can kill him again. Considering that you pop them right now and you don't have the Wukong's command and the BKBs, you haven't accomplished much. At least Team Spirit have to hold that ward there on the top part of the map, because that is their access points to the Roche pit. So you can see Miposhka is staying close to it, and the rest of the team, they are probably looking towards it. If we see anyone moving closely to it, we are gonna start running towards there with numbers. But before that, first they need to deal with the lanes.
Yeah, and we'll see here. I mean, Miposhka, he's got that 4 staff, so he is able to deal with, well, not the sleeping dart, but when the cloud comes out for the Riki as well, you know, gets him out. Lal now, he's got the shard, so he's going to be dropping the fireballs. We saw him take the Riki down in the last fight in mid with that fireball as well. The Riki was just stunned up by an arrow, got caught out and killed off in that. Monkey King not too far away from the full Silver Edge here as well, so that is going to be another good key item to come out for the side of Team Spirit that might help them turn these fights. But we can see that 30 seconds at least on the Roche clock before the big man's back up. NaVi, they're grouping up, they're looking for a fight, you know, they're smoking, they're looking for maybe, because I mean, if they take the Monkey King down, this could be a really nice opening. He's not going to have buyback, so Yotaro just needs to play it so carefully.
That was close. That was close to him being caught, actually. Nice read from Yotaro, not seeing anyone on the map. You are seeing that the lanes are being pushed in, you're not seeing anyone, and you're afraid maybe just from the Riki, but that was a big rotation from NaVi, and considering they have a dart into a Hex, there is no reaction to that, you just die. Yeah.
And we'll see now. I mean, Nicky Cool, he's got that Blink Dagger as well. He's the one that looks like he's trying to close the gap. Roche, it is going to be a long one, just over 2.5 minutes before he's back up here. So that's going to be... Did he have the recipe as well here on the Monkey King? I think... Yeah, on the courier, yeah. So that's going to be the Silver Edge here for the Monkey King. How impactful will this actually be in the fights, you know, because they are looking to smoke up, they're looking for a fight. And who does he actually want to target here with the Silver Edge?
Positioning wise, you need to get into a good position so you then have to BKB immediately and that you can get a good boundless into a Wukong's command. So it's all about positioning here that Yotaro is looking towards, and some split pushing later on down the line.
Well, Collapse is going to be able to get himself in. The Doom comes out, but there's going to be the Global Silence as well. They're still going to be able to get the kill onto the Visage now as well. Nicky Cool has to get himself away with the BKB. There is going to be the buyback now as well coming through from the Visage, and they're trying to fight around the pit. Collapse, he's getting really darn low. They might be able to, yeah, the Pulverize comes out. They're going to be able to take down the Dragon Knight. Lol, he's dead. He's got no buyback. And now the chase is on from the side of NaVi. They're looking to close down Miposhka with the leaps now as well. He just has to leave himself out, TP away from the danger. Monkey King as well. Yotaro, you cannot be here, man. There's 3 heroes around. If you get revealed, you're going to be taken down.
Oh man, that was just beautifully played from the Silencer. What Malady did, he saw his buddy being caught and he stayed in the pit. He got hit by the sharpshooter and Spirit are like, we can kill him, but he has a force that he gets out and now you're trapped in the pit. All of your BKBs are gonna go down, and that is when VTune with the double damage jumps in and the fight is just immediately over.
Yeah, and Nicky Cool here, you can see him trampling through onto the front lines as well. Just immediately cleaning off these creeps. The skeletons come back up. VTune, he's looking to take down this tier 3 sleeping dart. Oh, Mira is away. So, what can they do here now on the side of Team Spirit? I mean, they are 2 cores down here with a full 5-man roster from the side. The Pulverizer comes out. They've caught out Mira. Mira, he has to be forced out. It doesn't matter. Sweden Strong, he gets the kill. There's going to be a Wukong's command being dropped here now as well, but you can see that NaVi are already on the outside of it. The Hex onto the Monkey King. The Monkey King, no BKB for 10 seconds, and that's going to be another lane of racks going down as the creeps on the bottom lane, they take down the range racks as well. So only 1 lane of racks stands between Team Spirit and being megged, but there is still a tier 2 tower here in the mid lane.
And that's Roche as well. There is no Wukong's command. Right now, you just stay in the pit and you're waiting for it. And as soon as it comes up, you're going for it. Without the Wukong's command, Spirit should not have enough damage to win a fight. Plus, there are some buybacks on the side of NaVi, and they have an outpost. So there is no winning of a fight there. So very unfortunate. They almost killed Nikki Cool, but what ended up happening is that Meposhka arrowed the creep that went towards him because there was a boundless strike and an arrow flying through, and he had a creep right in front of him. So if that arrow connects, at least you kill the primal beast, so you can go a bit more aggressively.
Yeah, you see the Dragon Knight now as well, using the illusion runes just with the dragon form. He's got the Aghanim Scepter up as well, so he does have the black dragon form here, which is going to be another good power spike for the Dragon Knight. But like you say, at the minute, it's just NaVi. They know the big man's back up. They know Roshan's here, and they're just looking to get themselves in.
They expect Spirit to come over. They're not seeing Spirit anywhere, so they're gonna go for a smoke and play around their own vision in the outpost. They know Team Spirit will have to go back to their base, so NaVi, they're not in a hurry whatsoever.
Yeah, and this dragon form, it's about 2/3 of the way through as well, so that is going to be wearing off in this fight if the fight breaks out here and now. Nikki Cool, collapse, smoke does break Meposhka, backing him up, but it looks like the DK gonna go for the massive wraparound. No, it doesn't matter. They're gonna be able to get the jump in. Immediately deletes the Mirana. The Mirana has to buy back into this now as well. Collapse. He's trying to hold that BKB for when he gets into the fights. He doesn't get the Doom off there either, and it looks like both sides, well, they force a buyback out from the Mirana, and both sides just here happy to just back themselves away.
We're constantly looking at this gold lead, and it's so misleading because it's the Doom with his inflated net worth that really isn't doing gold that much in a fight. And even if you Doom someone, there might be a buyback and them coming back in, especially playing against the Raid King. The Doom is just not that big of a spell. So I'm scared for Team Spirit, and they should be scared as well because this is not looking good for them. Look at the bottom lane, look at the top lane. Top lane you can maybe deal with, but the bottom lane will get to your base, and that is going to give NaVi another opportunity to go in. As you can see, still not in any kind of a hurry to go for a play.
Yeah, and by the time this next creep wave on the bottom lane catches up as well, you're going to be looking at, what, 3 range creeps here, double catapult creeps, and a full just melee creep wave as well to push in a melee creep wave and a half, it looks like, as this other wave does catch up. So, like you say, the longer they're out of the base here, potentially losing buildings, they might even take a little bit of pressure onto the tier 4, and they have to react. Lal, he's going to go for the BKB just to get the D-ward? Really? That's a big deal here from the side of Team Spirit, you know, in this fight now. I mean, Lal wants to be the one on the front lines, getting these dragon tails off, doing the damage with the dragon form, but he's popped it now as well. He's popped that BKB. If he gets caught out here, Malady's going to see him. He has to go for the blink away immediately, but he's going to be slapped. Where's that? Sweden Strong, he just goes with a really nice Wukong's command into a balance strike. No, because it's going to be the global sound, so it's only going to be the balance strike that comes out, and they take down Yatoro, and now they can even go into Lal. Yeah, no buyback onto the Monkey King. Dragon Knight does, but it looks like they're going to be able to take down Collapse as well. So the balance strike, good bushwhack, but it only does so much, and with no Monkey King, no Doom here. Yeah, the balance strike, it didn't follow up after the... Excuse me, the Wukong's command didn't follow up after the balance strike, and NaVi can just move into the pit.
Yeah, Monkey King didn't get anything off there. And this game now it's over. You know, after that last fight, it looked like it was over. NaVi were playing everything well. But Team Spirit, you know, you always have this potential of a big Wukong's command, big boundless strike that might change things around, maybe follow it up with the bushwhack and win a fight. With 1-1 fight, you can get back into the game and maybe establish some map control. Now, there's no more chance for it, because even if you would win a fight, there is no Roche to take, there is no big objective, and NaVi have just taken everything away from the map.
Yeah, you can see here Sweden Strong, he's even just coming into the base as the rest of NaVi, they look towards this last set of racks, and this is going to be megas, and 30 seconds before the Monkey King comes back up. I don't think their base is still going to be here when this Monkey King respawns. In fact, I don't think the Monkey King is even going to be respawning. Look at the pressure that NaVi's putting on. It's just going to be looking like they're going to be able to end the game here and now. Lal's going to be able to come in with his BKB. So what's he going to be able to do here? It's only a 6-second BKB as well onto the Dragon Knight. So that will be over now. And you can see him even inside the Ancient. Nikki Cool just comes in. He's going to be able to disrupt onto the Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight gets taken down as well. And this Ancient, even with the fortification coming out, Wukong, trying to come back into this now. Utaro with the global stance comes out. Utaro though with the BKB. They might be able to take down the Wraith King once. Can they do it twice with so low health onto the Ancient? You can see Visage and his familiars. They're just going to end the game here and now.
Team Spirit getting into the game a little bit too leisurely here. I'd say a NaVi. I mean, they played their lineup quite nicely. There were times where you could see that they're like, okay, our lineup doesn't do much right now. Let's just try to slow them down as much as we can. And they lost a couple of heroes for it. They lost a couple of towers. But Team Spirit, with them not using that one bit, NaVi, they went through that what should have been a tough period for them. And after like 15 minutes, after like the sleeping dart came out, it was just so easy for them to play the map. So good item choices, good movements around the map, not really being pressured by Team Spirit. I mean, it was a walk in the park for NaVi. This looked like a very easy game.
Yeah, and we've said it before, and I'll say it again. On the day, anyone in the Eastern European region, it's such a close region. Anyone's going to be able to beat anyone. And NaVi, we saw, they take game number 1. Maybe repeat against DarkSide, where they took the first game, and then all of a sudden DarkSide woke up. Maybe Team Spirit, that's the wake-up call they need here in the DPC to get themselves going. But at the minute, NaVi, like you say, they just looked like they controlled the tempo, the pace of that game from the after they got over that initial hump that Team Spirit were offering. I mean, even saying that, NaVi, they got the first 5 kills in the game. Team Spirit did come back. I think it got to 6-7, and then all of a sudden, NaVi, they said, all right, okay, we need to get serious. They got themselves in this game, and they just absolutely turned it on here, and you can see looking at the net worth, the Wraith King right at the top there, still about 7,000 gold ahead of the Monkey King, and the Monkey King never really got going after those initial fights, but that is only game number 1. We're going to take a quick break, and we're back with game number 2 right after this.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back, everybody. Getting ourselves into the draft. Last game we saw NaVi just absolutely handle Team Spirit. And this time round, you know, Team Spirit trying to come back with a vengeance. But Hurry, how are you expecting to play? How are you expecting them to play? Because NaVi in that last game, they just seem to hit every single time. And what can Spirit do here in the second game to disrupt that here for NaVi?
First of all, I just have to say I'm happy that the game is starting, so I don't have to listen to Rob smacking all the time. Like, he's eating here and he gets a burp here and there. Just kidding, guys. Of course, he has some lovely table side manners. But yeah, I
had my mic muted.
No, I disagree. Anyways, though, I don't think it's a drafting issue for Team Spirit. I think it's I would say Laurel needs to be allowed to do his own thing. I can only assume that they were thinking he was maybe being overly aggressive when they scrimmed or played the Christmas show before the New Year. But I think the key difference between Spirit there that was dominating everyone and Spirit now, which lost one game, doesn't matter, right? But has been Laurel's aggression. So even if he would be dying, even if he would not have the biggest score, biggest net worth, he would still be kind of gathering hate towards him and forcing out TPs. Not the case in the previous game. In the previous game, the Dragon Knight was, other than taking down the mid lane and the top lane tower, completely useless. And the reason he took down the mid lane tower was because Nicky Cool made a mistake. So it wasn't Laurel really making those moves. So I'm kind of hoping that Laurel is allowed to play a bit more aggressively, or that he relaxes. You know, he shouldn't be too stiff because this guy has some top tier experience. So I'm kind of hoping that it's not that, but he just wasn't looking like the Laurel that I'm used to. At least not the one that played in Team Spirit.
Oh, the Brood gets through. The ban out the Magnus, the Rubik's gone there as well, Ricky as well as the Lena, so Team Spirit here, respect banning that Ricky, but it leaves the Treant, the Tusk, I mean, we didn't even talk about the Tusk in that first draft.
They don't go for it. They actually don't go for it. I think Spirit will, because NaVi, it was shown that they like to pick their Visage, though mostly with the Ricky in the pool. Now it's not there. So if you pick up the Brood, it is kind of the same hero as the Visage, is slightly better, right? Because you overtake the map better than the Visage. You can rotate to fights a little bit earlier, which the Visage can, but it's very hard to make it happen. Yeah. So I think there's no reason not to pick it up. I know that Collapse knows what he's doing with the hero. Pretty much like everyone right now, every single offlaner. If you can't play the Brood, that means that you've lost 2,000 MMR because everyone else is doing it.
So the Snapfire pick comes out here from the side of Team Spirit. This is going to be, you know, it's a nice call that we saw run for a long time. You know, it is coming back into, or it is in the meta, you know, being able to just take the Armor of Heroes down. If it is going to be the Brood, potentially for NaVi, you know, if Team Spirit don't want it. Snapfire with a Scatterblast does deal with the Spiderlands quite well. Follow up with something like the... In fact, yesterday, going back to the Game of Gladiators versus Entity series, we saw there was a position 5 Legion commander that came out, basically to deal with the Broodmother, you know, drop the overwhelming odds on the Spiderlands whenever they showed, try and clear them up that way, and then the Pangolier with a Swashbuckle was able to just swashbuckle any Spiderlands down that survived. Spirit, though, go for the Clockwork, so it's going to be the Snap Clockwork, and unless Lal wants to play that Snapfire mid, which I'm not ruling out, but I'm going to assume this is going to be the support duo here for Team Spirit.
Yep. Solid lanes, ability to kill people when they're together, gives vision, ton of damage. I mean, these two have everything. So kind of with these two, you can build any way you like around the draft. Team Spirit, one of the big strengths of their team is that they're very flexible on, I would say, all of their positions, right? So they can play every single lineup, every single hero at a decent enough level, and they can tactically approach their opponents even when doing something like that. So I'm okay with this. But the Brood comes out, and Snap, as you mentioned, can clear now the Spiralings. Clockwork can catch out the Brood and spot her. But do you really want to be playing against the Broodmother? That is my question, especially when you're one game down. It's a bit risky coming up from Team Spirit, but then again, they did win TI by countering the strongest hero at the time being the Tiny. If they find a way to play against the Lina, if they find a way to play against the Brood, which is kind of the two heroes that are marking the current meta, maybe that's the approach they are going to take.
Yeah, and like you say, already with these two supports, they are set up in a nice position to deal with the Broodmother. Silencer is going to be taken out here now as well, so Team Spirit, they're always, or I say always, but, that's a Silencer coming out, and NaVi seem to like the Silencer as well. That is a big gap when the global silence does come through, that the Broodmother would just be able to run rampant before the BKBs for Team Spirit come out. Even when they're looking at supports who don't really go for those BKBs, it would be curtains for them here. So NaVi not going to have access to the silencer. The Slark gets taken out as well. Slark is probably, in my eyes, the most popular pick at the minute, or the most popular carry at the minute. So teams are just like, well, we don't want to be seeing it in the game. We saw again over the Christmas show, it combined with a Lich in lane. The Lich being able to get the Sinister Gaze dragged back into the pounce. It was just a farming paradise for the Slark in any lane that stepped up to them. So teams at the minute a little bit worried maybe that the scrim meta hasn't caught up to deal with the Slark. So teams are just more than happy to ban it out than rather see it get through the draft.
They ban it out when they don't have a Centaur or they picked up their offlaner. Considering that the meta is kind of reliant on some of these fatter offlaners, that like to stand in lane. They're strong in lane. Slark deals well with those. But in this game in particular, they're protecting the Brood with the Naga and the Slark ban, because those are two heroes. People, yeah, not really people, I guess. But they can remove the Silken Bola, which is kind of the spell that the Broodmother uses to win the lane. Because when you use it on someone, they can't hit. They're missing a lot of the times, and you're in trouble. But Dark Pact Mirror Image kind of allows you to go through that. So it doesn't really benefit the Broodmother all that much. So in my mind, these three bans are definitely oriented, like meta heroes, but definitely oriented at protecting the Brood at all cost.
Yeah, and the Pangolier goes here as well, so again, just another way to deal with those Spylons. The Zeus gets taken out by Team Spirit. Crystal Maiden, so mid Snapfire?
Yes, looks like it, unless they want to play it in the offlane. But I would assume it's gonna be Laurel's hero, because I don't remember Collapse playing it, unless they want to do something weird like a core Clockwork, an offlane Clockwork, which is something I've been hoping for ever since they added the Deep Battery Assault does double damage to the creeps. But
yeah.
No, yeah, I guess I haven't seen it, and I would be very surprised if that would be the case. So I'm gonna assume this is gonna be a mid Snapfire, possibly a offlane Snapfire, but Clockwork and the Crystal Maiden are most likely supports.
Would you like to see, for Team Spirit, would you like to see Yutaro pick up the Kunkka up against this Broodmother? Again, just being able to, we've talked about the Kunkka Broodmother matchup in the past, that the Kunkka doesn't have to leave the lane against the Broodmother. He has good cleanup with the Tidebringer when the Spylons do start to come out, but when in the actual lane, the damage that you put out against the Broodmother, you have a decent amount of control. And you can even roam around to contest when the Broodmother decides that, okay, this lane's a little bit too strong for me to play into the Kunkka. You move over to maybe into the safe lane to try and push down a tower, and the Kunkka just follows and keeps applying pressure to the Brood and not letting the other team use that Broodmother to apply any map control. Is that something that you'd like to see Team Spirit maybe look towards picking up?
And after a long list of reasons why you should pick a Kunkka, I'm gonna say no. The main reason that I'm gonna say no is that if Team Spirit pick a Kunkka, you have a Snapfire mid and you have a Kunkka carry, how are you ever gonna take down a tower? Crystal Maiden and the Clockwork and the Snapfire as well. Even the Kunkka, they benefit so much from towers being down, and now with the Treant Protector, that's completely out of the question. You need something that is gonna help you either dive super deep, not follow the Broodmother, but dive the enemies, or take down the towers. So that's kind of the approach that you have to take. Also, beating the Broodmother in the lane might not be good enough. I was thinking maybe Monkey King before I saw the bat. Now, definitely not. Treant Protector coming out. You need something more to take the towers down. We saw a Wraith King in the previous game on VTune. I wouldn't mind it for Team Spirit. I haven't seen Yutaro play it too many times, but a hero like that does have the ability to push down a lane. That would be... it would be on my top priority list if I was Yutaro now.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see what they want to be going towards. I mean, they've still got a decent amount of reserve time here as well to look through this pick. And yeah, NaVi, again, it looks like they do want to be...
Lifestealer.
Like, yeah, and... maybe, yeah, maybe. I'm just
That's a good one.
looking as well, yeah, with the Snapfire, you know, having that little shredder, so the lifesteal would just be able to literally shred through heroes with his right click as well. Crystal Maiden with the control. We don't see the Juggernauts that often anymore as well. I think we saw a couple over the Christmas show, but that was just down to being a niche pick in that particular instance. We did, yeah.
Toro Jugger, yeah, and then didn't do too well. Ursa, pretty good as well. Kind of the same thing. You have a spell that's going to be removing the overgrowth. You kind of would rather build into a BKB than a Lifestealer would, and it's kind of more beneficial to you, even though it's good on the Lifestealer, and it gives you a bit more burst potential and roach taking potential. So you don't really have that many options to stay in the lane as you would with the Lifestealer, but with you missing off the map, the enemies always kind of have to be checking on the roach. Bad thing is though, you are actually it's fine. DarkSide Brood doesn't really control the roach pit all that well. You're the Radiant side. Radiant in the early stages of the game is better at sneaking roach, not really controlling the roach area. So I'm kind of liking this Ursa pick. I think it's the right one. None of these heroes are particularly good against the Ursa.
Yeah, and you've already got the Crystal Maiden and the Snapfire with the Crystal Nova and the, like I say, the Scatterblast that's going to be able to deal with the Spiralin. So having an Ursa that would you expect the Ursa actually to go for more of a Battle Fury build, or do you think it's going to be a Diffusal Blade build here for Yatoro?
Battle Fury. You go for Battle Fury. When you look at all of your other heroes, no one really is going to be taking any of your farm. These heroes are going to be fighting. They're going to be engaging all the time. So you're going to have all the creeps yourself. Even if the map gets small, you are the ones that's killing the creeps. So no diffusal build here. I'm pretty much sure about it.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking that, the Ursa, maybe with the Diffusal, with the Snap and Crystal Maiden be able to deal with the Spiralins, the Ursa be able to deal with the Broodmother itself, get that slow. But I suppose you do still have the Clockwork with the Hookshot, the Battery Assault there, the Frostbite coming out from the Crystal Maiden, as well as the Cookie as well, that if you can Cookie the Ursa, close that gap off onto the Broodmother, that Ursa should be able to swipe the Broodmother down before she gets away.
Oh, okay. That's a hero that you don't see too often.
Or ever. Like, literally ever.
You see it from time to time. With the Lash coming out, it's going to be... Okay, it's going to be a collapsed Snapfire. Yeah, that's interesting. The thing about the Troll, I don't like it in this game because you don't have a ton of lockdown. I like Troll when you have a ton of lockdown on your side. A Troll in this kind of a game... What you want to do with it is you want to get into unkillable territory, right? Where you have Satanic, S and Y, like a couple of items, and then you just stand your ground, and everyone else is there if they go for you while they're split pushing, and you always know if the entire team is going to go for you. So I'm not the biggest fan of the Troll pick here. I think you really need to be an expert not only on the hero, like as a player, but also the entire team needs to know how to play against around the Troll. And I just don't have that much faith that they can do it. For me, Team Spirit's lineup again easier to execute. Even though last time I thought their lineup was easier to execute, they didn't do it. But I think this time around, it's gonna be very tough for NaVi to secure the victory.
Yeah. And when you were saying you don't like this hero in this instance, you could have just stopped with I don't like this hero. The Troll Warlord, he's not picked up for a reason. To me, he's... Like, if we're doing tiers of carries, he's right down in that basement. He's in the F tier. He's in the...
I disagree. I disagree there. I think I like the Troll. I just think that it's hard to implement him into a game, and a lot of it depends on your team, right? I think it can work. The thing is that in my mind, it's much easier to make it work when every single one of your heroes has a stun, and it's not like a ultimate like for the Chain Protector or a Batrider. But everyone kind of have Avenge, you have Tiny, you have an offlane Mars and stuff like that. With the Broodmother on your side, you need to play the hero completely different, and everyone on the team needs to understand it. So I'm kind of scared for them. Good thing is they have a Chain Protector and Team Spirit. If you bring their Lesh down. If you can't really control the map in terms of taking down towers, the troll can't get so big with the Battle Fury that he can come to that unkillable territory, and later on down the line he is a direct counter to the Ursa.
Yeah, and I suppose as well that at some point you're going to see the Broodmother pick up the Aghanim Scepter as well. So those Spinner's Snares are going to start to come out, get the lockdown on the map. That way that in the fights, you know, you are going to be able to keep heroes locked down for longer and longer as the game goes on. And yeah, if the game goes 35-40 minutes, you know, Na'Vi, especially with how they controlled that last game, you know, how well they looked at knowing when they peaked in power, when they were a little bit behind, and how to play the map. I have more confidence in Na'Vi playing the troll than I would just a troll being played after seeing that first game.
I know, I still think this last pick of the Lesh being able to take down towers is big, but Mira, speaking about taking down, he's almost dead, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, he walks himself away, he gets himself out mostly unharmed, and the mostly unharmed is the most important part there. He is going to burn through a little bit of regen to get himself back into lane-worthy health, but you were talking about you've never really seen Collapse play this Snapfire, with the Clockwork coming in as well, up against the Troll. You know, in this particular matchup, how do you expect this lane to go? Because they've already, you can see they've already eaten away all the trees as well, with the Tree and Protector being here. You know, the Quelling Blade coming out from the Snapfire, so they are trying to get as much out of this lane as possible.
I'm thinking Collapse farms well in this lane. That's it. He probably doesn't die. There are going to be some shenanigans being pulled off by Mira, you know, pulling creeps and stuff like that, like what he's doing right now.
Yeah.
But I don't really see them getting kills unless Malady gets a little bit out of himself. So it's mostly going to be Collapse farming, and we rarely see the Snapfire just struggle away too much. The Scatter Blast is a very nice spell to secure the creeps.
Okay, and what is the core Snapfire build? You know, do you want to be going straight for the Shard, you know, Guardian's Greaves as well, you know, or maybe a pipe in there somewhere?
Guardians in this game in particular, you're gonna go for the Greaves, and then you get a Shard, and then you kind of go for situational items. I'm looking at the Lotus Orb being a pretty big one here, considering Spinner Snare is going to be a problem, Batrider is going to be a problem, the Overgrowth is going to be a problem. So I think it's mostly going to be utility for Collapse.
Okay, looking in the mid lane now as well, you can see that the lightning into the Split Earth already coming out. Lesh and Nicky Cool is being punished for that. Not really missing out on too many last hits with that Split Earth coming up for him, but he's still going to be using a lot of regen coming through. You can see that he's down to 1 charge on his bottle. Lol, just going to be going for the, it looks like the wand, is it the... No, it was the boots coming out, yeah, so it's just going to be the stick for now, but he's still looking towards the, you know, the river, looking for those the bottle to come out towards the water runes, just to make sure he gets the regen. And I suppose, I mean, the bat isn't going to have as hard a time as something like an Ember Spirit here, maybe the Tiny up against the Leshrac, but it's still not an easy lane here for the Batrider. You know, you still got to watch out. As soon as that lightning comes out, you've got to be running yourself away, because the Split Earth won't be too far behind, and it's going to be really hard then, if Lol can get the timing down, to maybe try to look for... And he caught me monologuing once again. But yeah, it's going to be hard for the bat, just in terms of the harass that comes out for the Lesh on this lane.
Yeah, especially because Lesh bought the boots, so when the bat hits level 4, that is danger territory for the Lesh. But very nice item choices coming out from the Lesh, going for the stick and then for the boots, because he knows he's gonna have enough mana and HP if he has the sticks, and he just needs to outrun the Batrider, so that's quite nice. Even with the Flame Break, it's not 100% certain that you're gonna be bringing down Laurel.
Yeah, would you, if you're Nicky Cool here, because we do see the Batriders go for, is it more of a drums build, you know, a 4-staff build in here before you go for the Boots of Travel and the Blink Dagger and the BKB?
No, the drums build is for an offlane bat. In a mid lane scenario, you go Travels BKB. It's like the ideal item choice, but sometimes you're not doing so well, so maybe you're gonna go Travels Blink, or you're gonna go Boots BKB. It depends, but a movement speed item is pretty much a necessity. So I think Boots of Travel is like it's more than likely that we're gonna be seeing that one. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Meanwhile, top lane Mira, again, Malady's getting some harass off here. They're just trying to trade damage wherever they can find it on the side of Spirit, and they already picked up the first blood, so it is going to go well for them in this lane already. We take a look at the last hits. Collapse, he isn't doing too bad. He's not doing awful at all here up against the Troll. The Troll is about 5 or 6 last hits above, but Collapse again with that first blood, so that's going to even out somewhat here, and you can see that the harass coming through from the Scatter Blast. The cookie's available as well, and if Mira can close that gap into her cogs, into the Battery Assault, it's no wonder they got taken down first blood. The bottom lane as well, Yutaro, how's he doing? 24 last hits on the Ursa, so he's keeping up with the Troll. So it is going all right for both of these carries in the lane.
Yep, it is the case. You know, Ursa is an annoying hero against the Brood. Tiny also has 0 armor, so can't really get too close to the Ursa, especially when you have a Crystal Maiden. That's the idea. The aggressive position 5 with a kill potential is something that you want to have against the Brood. Otherwise, the Brood is just going to be doing whatever she wants, because even if you get low, you use the Insatiable Hunger and you're fine. Against the Ursa and the CM, that doesn't really work out that well. So Laze is just keeping himself a little bit safer, and that's why you see that big of a difference in terms of CS.
Yeah, top lane, there is going to be some harass coming out onto Malady once again. Mira, he got cookied in. He was able to drop the cogs as well as the Battery Assault, but this time Malady going to be able to survive through it. Does have that salve as well if he got too low. The raindrops even coming through. Mid lane, though, there's going to be the chase down. Nicky Cool, he wants to try and burn him down with the Firefly, the Tree Toss, but Lol will still survive through this, even with the 2 points into the Diabolic Edict. Nicky Cool taking a lot of damage, but he was able to trade it off bottom lane. Laze, does he want to try and get aggressive onto Yutaro? I mean, Yatoro might try and stack up the right clicks here onto Laze, so Laze does need to be careful about the Fury swipes. And yeah, action all over the map, but doesn't result in any kills just yet.
40% miss chance. Yatoro missed only 1 hit on the on the Brood. So there you saw there's gonna be an overpower, and you're gonna be taking massive amounts of damage. So nice done from Laze to pull back. But he likes to be 1 versus 1. He doesn't want the CM to be there. That's why Sweden Strong is just focusing on the mid lane right now, because that's where they have the most kill potential, and that is where Spirit need to react.
Yeah, and you can see that obviously Leshrac, you know, he knows up against the Bat Rider, so he did want to go, oh, Split Earth's going to be there, but it's actually going to be the rune on the bottom, so it's going to be going the way, or the bounties coming through as well on the map. Is Sweden Strong going to get this before Miposhka? It's going to be a double. No, the Frostbite comes out, but there's going to be the Avalanche as well, so Sweden Strong going to be able to pick up both of them.
Nice money into the pockets of Sweden Strong. He just wants to keep the CM away from the bottom lane. And look at how much space it's actually given to Laze. You know, this is the gold lead that the Ursa established in the first 2 minutes of the lane. So as soon as Sweden Strong started moving around, it actually opened up quite nicely there for the Brood.
Top lane, they want to get themselves on top of V-Tune. V-Tune, the cogs are going to be dropped as well, but Mira, he needs to get himself out of this, because the danger is actually going to be V-Tune. He's turning around with the right clicks. Do they have enough damage? The Battery Assault's going, and Mira, he will be able to walk himself out of this one. V-Tune, happily trapped in there with the Clockwork, just saying, okay, that free kill for me, I'll take that all day long.
I'm surprised V-Tune didn't get a stick in this lane. That's kind of weird to me, because there are going to be some spells being spammed by Spirit, and Troll Warlord is naturally a hero that kind of struggles in terms of mana. So he has the raindrop, that's nice, but the stick would have been quite nice for him for sure.
Well, this time Malady's going to get caught out. Mira, though, inside the cogs. It's going to be the rotation. Nicky Cool, they're going to try and make a move. What's he got here on the Bat Rider to try and close that gap? It's only going to be the Windlace. Anything to slow down onto Collapse. He's not going to be able to get himself away from this one. Nicky Cool, he doesn't even need to use a lasso. He's just going to tick down to the Firefly, and Nicky Cool, he gets to the kill. Didn't have the mana for the Firefly, for the lasso after the Firefly. So, good job he could get the kill without it.
Nicky Cool really isn't putting any emphasis on his mid lane tower. Last time you were against the Dragon Knight and you just completely abandoned the lane. This time, at least you're gonna have the Tree and Protector, but one more move like that, and Laurel, once he gets level 8, he'll get Diabolic Edict, another point as well. The tower is just gone, so Nicky Cool will have to be a little bit more careful, though. For now, it's okay, because NaVi, they brought the Tiny into the mid lane, they used the Living Armor, and the tower is gonna be in healthy territory, at least for now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, like, up against a train, if you don't take that tower down, as long as, you know, there's no major aggression on the map, the train is just going to be able to regen it up, and look at it, it's already back to about 3/4 healthier as Laze on the bottom lane. How is he looking in terms of net worth? He's actually not too far behind the Ursa itself, and now he's level 6, so he has the spawn spiralings up. He's going to be able to take over this jungle, and the Ursa's already moving himself away. You see here, Yutaro, he's in the jungle. He's going to be going towards that Battle Fury, but we're 8.5 minutes in here, and he's only just getting towards the goal to pick up one of the items, and is this now just going to be Yatoro? Does he just need to move himself through the jungle? Does he give up the lane here to Lays?
You cannot stay in the bottom lane that safely anymore with Ursa. If you're going there, people need to be ready with TPs. You need to have an organized defense there. So I think Lays, if he sees the Ursa on the bottom lane, he's gonna know something is up. That's why Ursa is in the woods, and Larl and Poshka are the ones rotating.
Yeah, and Lal here is no worse to see that bounty rune pick up as well. Lays, his spidey sense has got a big tingling, you know, there's nobody showing in the mid lane. You can see, yeah, he's running himself into the trees. He's just hiding himself away. He's waiting for that inevitable reveal to come through so he can maybe move into the trees a little bit further. Lal's going to be here now as well. Lays moving himself around. He actually sees Maposhka, so he needs to drop another web, but the frostbite's going to come out, and now Lal, he didn't move himself too far away. Lays is in the trees.
Okay.
He's got another spider web out. Yeah, he's going to be able to go for the TP and Lal. He didn't have that the Earth Splitter for another second or two as well. So only the 1 point into the Split Earth. So it wouldn't have been a lot of damage anyway, and there wouldn't really have been another follow-up from that. Unless, I guess, the Ursa, you know, tries to Quelling Blade through the trees or something.
Oh, very bad situation here for Spirit. They need to make something happen on the map, and they're trying with the Mortimer's Kisses, but that's not going to be giving anything to them.
Yeah, Nikakul's fine. In fact, he's going to be about 10 gold away from the... So by the time he gets back to the fountain, he's going to have those boots of travel as well. Prime him for a gank because he has the lasso up. They could look for a rotation. And yeah, again, NaVi, they've kind of weathered the early storm in that offlane. They only lost 1 kill, you know, and they've slowed this aggression down from Team Spirit in this offlane, you know, because Collapse with the Snapfire, the Clockwork coming out as well, that's a fairly decent kill lane, and they've just avoided most... I'm not going to say all, obviously, they still got First Blood, Team Spirit, but they've avoided most of the aggression of this lane, and VTune, he's now looking towards rotating around, getting his own Battle Fury out as well, it looks like, and all of a sudden, Team Spirit, they can't really apply any pressure on the map.
Yep, they can't do anything. NaVi are making this game as boring as possible, and yeah, they're enjoying it. We are not enjoying it that much, but they most definitely are, because Team Spirit, they can't get to a tower. They have a Clockwork, Crystal Maiden, Snapfire lineup that really likes to murder people and you have 1 kill. What does that mean? Once the BKBs come out, you're going to be completely useless. And NaVi are making this happen by offering their supports and the Broodmother in lane. Maybe they bring a core into the mid lane, but that's the hardest lane to gank. And suddenly, Team Spirit don't have a play. So Team Spirit are gonna have to start being a little bit more divey. You know, try to get a little bit more personal with the enemies. At least force the TPs, because there has to be chaos if NaVi are to be forced into a mistake.
Yeah, you can see there's going to be 3 heroes here from the side of Team Spirit trying to put the pressure onto this tier 1 tower. While that's happening, though, you can see that the Broodmother, he's trying his best to apply pressure to a tier 2 in the bottom lane. Mira, he's teasing the hookshot. He's going to be able to get it on top of the tree. And where's this follow-up going to come from now, though? Collapse, does he want to go for the cookie into the cogs? He does, and Lal's going to be there. So, dive does happen, but they only really get a treant for it, which... on the face of things, okay, they got a kill, great, but it's only a position 5 Treant, and at 12 minutes into the game, he's happy to play that sacrificial, get that information, lose his life to create space for the rest of his team.
The tower is the important thing. You need the top part of the map so that you have 1, more farm, 2, greater access to the mid lane.
Yeah.
That mid lane tower has to fall. If your Clockwork and CM are to be useful in this game, it has to come in the next 5 to 7 minutes for Team Spirit. And for that, the mid lane tower needs to fall. So that's why NaVi are putting so much emphasis into it, because if it doesn't, it's going to be the same thing as the last game. Team Spirit, they don't hit their timings, they don't start killing people. Sweden Strong gets his big item. Last time it was the Sleeping Dart or the Shard on the Ricky. Now it's going to be the Blink Dagger, and then everything turns around. So this is dangerous for Team Spirit. I'm expecting them to be a bit more aggressive, and it's important that they have the hook shot, which right now misses.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Spirlin's got I want to say a magic resist nerf.
They got a nerf in terms of vision. I don't know if it was... If their magic is, yeah, the vision radius was decreased from 700 to 400. That's the nerf that they got.
Yeah, it might have been a couple of patches ago, but I'm just looking because the Broodmother going for, especially up against the Crystal Maiden, a Leshrac, a Snapfire here as well. So the Brood, once instead of the Guardian's Greaves, is going to be going towards a pipe for that first big item. You're not going towards an Orchid, not going towards what I usually see coming out from a Bruno. It is going to be that pipe to come out here just to offer the protection for the rest of the team as well. Not just for the Spiderlings, but for the rest of the team as well, once these fights do start to break out. But like I say, up against a Lesh and a Crystal Maiden, you know, that pipe is going to be immensely valuable here coming into this mid game for the Brood and the rest of NaVi.
Currently it's for Spiderlings, but later on it's for the Troll, right? You
Yeah.
want the utility items for the Troll. Look at VTune. He's gonna go Yasha, BKB into probably an SNY. You know, it's all about Troll being very hard to kill. Eventually he will do the damage if he's not dying, if he's standing his ground. If Team Spirit, once they commit, that is when he turns around. When he knows that they're deep enough that they cannot escape. So that is kind of what NaVi are gunning for. There is gonna be a time in this game where they don't have enough damage, but that is where the bat comes in. If he gets a couple of kills, you're fine. Man, this is like the most exciting game I've watched so far in the DPC. 3 kills, 15 minutes in. I feel like we're watching that other game that we must not name. But yeah, it's kind of what Eastern Europe sometimes brings.
Yeah, sometimes we do get the straight dive Dota. Speaking about dive, Mira's going to be able to get himself onto Sweden Strong, and the Mortimer kisses are going to start to come through as well onto the Tiny, so Sweden Strong will go down. Do they get anything from this now as well, though? Mira's going to be able to come in, Flame Break with that Firefly into the lasso, so they're going to trade support for support. It looks like Mira, can he get himself away from this one? He's still taking a lot of damage, but the Overgrowth is going to be used, and Crystal Maiden, that's not going to save his life here. Even with the freezing field, the damage comes out, and the Troll pops the ultimate. One more right click. No, he's going to be stunned up. They do still get the kill into the Crystal Maiden. VTune trying to do his best to keep himself alive, but he was surrounded by 3 heroes, so he will be taking down a 3-for-2 trade here. Team Spirit coming out on top in the Batrider. He's going to be going towards the lane just to get a little bit more farm, but he has to be careful. No, he doesn't actually have to be careful because Loyal collapse. They move themselves into the mid lane. They finally want this mid lane tier 1 tower with the Leshrac having the 4 points now into Diabolic Edict. Even with the fortification, they should still have a decent amount of damage, but then, again, Trinity Protector's going to be back alive. Living Armor gets popped once again onto the tower, so this tower is still going to be looking fairly healthy.
Team Spirit need a billion of those fights. They need to continue forcing these things out. NaVi, you know, this is what happens. You get forced into a fight that you know, ideally, when you talked about your strategy, you don't want to take it. But Team Spirit are going to force you and force you. One time you're going to take the bait and you're going to die. And Team Spirit, they want that to happen multiple times in this game. So, as we mentioned, their supports actually have the impact needed, and with the mid lane tower being down, now the Roche is open, and this is kind of the objective taking potential of DRSide that we're talking about. Not good at taking towers, but he can join the fights early, especially because all of the heroes of NaVi not great against the Enrage, but also then he's great at taking the Roche, and Larl is gonna have more tools to just run into the enemy phase, create space for his supports to do the job.
Yeah, and you can see there as well that Leshrac, he picked up the Aegis, he's already got himself the Bloodstone, so if the fights start breaking out, he's got a lot of survivability, he's got that second life to offer there as well, so Lesh should be able to put out a massive amount of impact in these fights here. Broodmother going to be going towards a Hex, it looks like. Mira, ooh, well, I mean, the Spiderlings were in the middle of him, so he wasn't able to get off that hook shot, and Lays just going to be able to skitter his way away here, it looks like.
Yesterday in the Western European DPC, Ace went for a straight up Aghanims on a Brood. I actually wouldn't mind it here, just to know where Team Spirit are, because I think what NaVi are gunning for is the late game with the Troll, right? So you need some time for that to happen. Even once VTune gets a BKB, he is still kiteable. Right, you need to be strong enough that you don't have to pop your BKB. So I was kind of expecting the Brood to be more annoying, but yeah, Team Spirit have opened up the game right now. It's open season on hunting on NaVi, and NaVi, we're seeing them, they just want to dodge because they saw what happened in the previous one, at least until they get their BKBs, and Nicky Cool is gonna have his in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, that's going to be coming out. He just needs the recipe for it now as well. Lal going to be able to clean up these spiders, and we'll see. I mean, Nicky Cool's away, so yeah, like you say, he is still farming up onto that BKB, so they don't want to fight just yet here. But the Ursa Sillery, he's still farming up in the mid lane, moving towards the bottom lane now, but actually waiting for the rune. It's going to be a double damage rune here for Yatoro here as well. So really nice pickup just to accelerate the farm even more after this Battle Fury for the Ursa.
Interesting build from the Ursa. He doesn't want a BKB. He wants to have status resistance, and it seems like he wants to have the Aghanim Scepter, from what I'm seeing. And that's actually quite interesting, especially against the Troll, against the Treant, and against the Batrider. It means that he doesn't want a long fight. He wants to go in and out of fights many times, so just to play around his vision and hunt. I'm kind of curious to see if he'll go through with it, but it is a nice build to go for, especially in this kind of scenario against the Troll, especially because you don't want to stay long in a fight and fight the Troll. You're gonna lose.
Yeah.
But if you're going in and out and just murdering people and the Troll gets left alone, is not going to be an issue for you. So this is actually quite cool coming out from Yatoro.
Okay, and we've seen here Lyle as well. I mean, the Troll just continues to farm, and Yatoro 2-0-0. So he's having, he's been involved in nearly all of the fights for Team Spirit. Half of the kills. But what do you think then? It is, I know, 5 kills in. So he does actually want that Blink Dagger after the Sanjin Yasha into the Basha, like you say, the Aghanim Scepter's there as well. At what point do NaVi, do they want to try and contest now before he gets that Blink Dagger, before he gets the Basha, or are they going to be content to wait for extra BKBs to come up, extra items to come up as well? Because both teams in this game haven't really been the most aggressive, as we can see in the kill scoreboard.
I think that's a good way to put it. I think what NaVi are waiting for right now is the Broodmother Hex, because they are feeling like the Blink Dagger on the Tiny isn't giving them enough. I think that might not be the case.
Yeah.
I think Blink on the Tiny was good enough, but they just fought without it, and they felt like they were super weak. So now they're up against the Aegis, and they're getting pulled into this category, let's wait. But I think this is not going to work out for them, because they are kind of tossing away their timings. Then once you get the Hex on the Broodmother, maybe if you lose a fight before that on with the Hex, you go, oh, the Hex isn't enough, and blah, blah, blah. You get to a point where you're too far behind, you can never get back into the game. So I think every item timing needs to be used, and I'm actually surprised that NaVi aren't pushing it a little bit forward, at least to force out things to happen around the map, to force out some TPs and not allow Spirit to get everything they want.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, Troll Warlord as well. He's got himself the... What does he complete first? Because he's got himself a Mithril Hammer, but it looks like he wants the Yasha first before the BKB? No.
The BKB. He has 2 points of the BKB, and he's missing 200 gold. I think VTune expects Team Spirit to go a little bit more aggressive. He's seeing that his towers are falling, and you cannot allow another tier 2 to drop. It's just going to be way too much map control. If the tier 2 in the mid drops, you have no access points for the Roshan whatsoever. With the tier 2, at least you have somewhat. It's not ideal, but it's still close to the outpost that you can reclaim that and have the territory. But if it's down, it's a problem. And Team Spirit would punish if he would go for a Yasha or maybe even a full SNY before the BKB. Now he has the BKB, so VTune is somewhat battle ready if it does come to it.
I love this as well from Team Spirit. They're not even... Well, as I say what I was about to say. I was about to say they're not smoking up. They're so confident that they're just roaming around the map as 3-4 heroes. And they're inviting NaVi on. But they do come with a smoke now. So they're going to look for the wraparound. They're going to be able to get the hookshot Treant. But the Avalanche comes out. Malady, he's still going to be taking a lot of damage. He's still going to go down. And it's actually going to be the Ursa that gets that kill inside the cogs. Thrown in by the Cookie. While this is happening though, the Broodmother, he's just trying his best to take down this 2-2 tower on the bottom lane. But Yatoro, he rotates down. Cleans up these Spylines again. That Battle Fury paying dividends here, and this tier 2 tower, I think it's still going to be a bit of a trap, but the freezing field comes out. Miposhka, though, nothing's going to be able to get towards him because of those cogs. They might still be able to take down Lal. Lal's going to go down, and now can they take down Miposhka? Mira might be the next target as well, taking a lot of damage. Nicky Cole trying to do what he can with the Firefly that just whirs off. They get the kill onto the 2 supports, and NaVi, well... What else can they do? Because Collapse is going for those point-blank Mortimer Kisses here now as well. As Ursa, Yatoro, he's moved himself right back up. He gets the kill onto the Troll, and Nicky Cool's going to be the next target. So even though Yatoro, he was on the other side of the map, he still gets himself back into group up with the rest of his team. And Rage, Yatoro, though, can he survive through this? It looks like they might not be able to take him down here. NaVi, Nicky Cool, trying his best, chases on now as well with the Silken Bowler. They do get the kill. The Spawn Spiderlings comes out. And Broodmother just be able to push down onto that tier 2 tower, baits Yatoro down after the fight breaks out and immediately TPs into the mid lane. And NaVi, what was the trade on that? A 2 versus 4. They did lose the Troll, but they got pretty much everyone on the side of Team Spirit.
That's the reason you got the BKB. Troll Warlord doesn't have a BKB there. He cannot commit onto the Lesh. You lose that fight, you lose the tower, you probably lose the game. He gets the BKB, and Team Spirit, they get a little bit greedy and you can punish it. That was kind of the point. NaVi are made a situation where with that BKB, they are either trading the tier 2s or they're winning the fight. And in the end, they ended up winning the fight without the tier 2s falling, and now they can go aggressively.
Yeah, look at this. They're going to be able to take down Collapse. Malady, the tossback came out from Sweden Strong. The Blink Dagger on the Tiny, and immediately NaVi just collapse onto Collapse. As the tier 1 tower now going to get aggressed on here from the side of NaVi, and nothing to stop this as well. The Ursa is still down. Really nice timing here from the side of NaVi to find that pickoff.
Yep, and they are gonna have a lasso in 30, so that's pretty much when Collapse comes back to life. You take the outpost, and now you have a chance, making Team Spirit kind of scared, to get the kill and walk into the Roche pit. The second Roche is very important for the Ursa, especially because of the shard. So you would ideally want for that. Team Spirit are gonna fight it for sure. And NaVi, they can use that knowledge that their enemies are gonna be somewhere in the vicinity to surprise them, get the kill, and walk into the pit, or maybe force a buyback or something. You know, you never know what Team Spirit actually have. So very, very solid position now for NaVi, considering where they were at just before the troll bought that BKB.
Yeah, and Yatoro, he drops, you know, the battle lines on the map as well. He says they're somewhere in this dire jungle. They're grouping up. You can see even Lol. He's rotating around to group up with the rest of his team. Broodmother, he's got the Hex Gold. Is his courier? He's got the items as well. Yeah, so this is going to be the Hex. Yep. So this next fight, this is going to be the reveal of the Hex. And do you want to be who do you want to target with this? Is it the Ursa, or do you want to be dropping this onto the Leshrac?
It's about toss back someone with the Tiny, hex them, and kill them. Or at least get them low enough that they can't fight.
The hookshot, it comes in point blank. Sweden Strong, he tried to get the blink in, but it's only going to put him in the middle of the Mortimer Kisses now as well. Mira tries to get himself out, but you can see Lal. Can he keep him alive? He's trying to move himself away. The cogs, though. The cookie comes out once again. Lasso onto the Ursa. It's immediately going to fade as V-Tune. They just want to fight into this, but the Ursa bird is going to be forced out away. And now V-Tune, he's got no target. It's going to be 4 heroes dead. Only Nicky Cool getting out alive.
That hookshot is game-winning spell usage. After that, the fight was just immediately over. Like NaVi, you have a hex that you're about to reveal, and you don't click it as fast as the Clockwork uses the hookshot. That's it. The fight is just immediately lost. Double stun. Lesh goes in. The troll cannot go onto the Lesh because the cogs are protecting him, and suddenly the fight is over. Yotaro goes in, goes out of the fight barely, but they do pull him out, and that's kind of the idea that Team Spirit are gunning for. Kill a hero, get out. Even if the troll remains alone, he's gonna beat someone up, so you have to be careful of that. But that's why you have Force Staff. That's why Yotaro is gonna be having the Aghanim Scepter. That's why he's gonna have a Basher, just to have those couple of more seconds to get away from the troll if you need to do that, like he needed there, despite the fight going great. But yeah, after the first spell was used in that fight, it was 100% certain who's gonna win, and I'm surprised that NaVi just didn't start yelling to themselves, bail, 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 because the fight was over.
I don't think they could bail, because I mean the hookshot connects onto the Broodmother as the Tiny blinks in front, so they both get stunned, the cogs get dropped, and everybody was just trapped in there. You saw that, you know, even Lyle just moved himself into the cookie came out. He was inside the cogs, and there was no way for NaVi to back themselves away, because by the time they know what's going on, 3 heroes are pretty much dead. And now that's going to be the Ursa taking the Aegis. He's got the shard there as well. Like you say, that Ags isn't going to be... He's got half the goal he needs to be able to pick that one up. And now this is going to be Team Spirit's map. They've got all this momentum in their favor. They're setting the tempo on the map. And they've got some great anchor points in the fights with the Clockwork, you know, with the Crystal Maiden, with the Frostbite coming out, Laws with the Split Earth. So the amount of control they have here, NaVi just can't fight around it at the minute.
Yeah, they have such great items on the side of Team Spirit, and the troll is itemizing in a way where the items that Team Spirit already have are going to be countering him. So NaVi, I don't really see their next set of items changing anything. If troll wants to go for this build, I'm going to murder you, I'd rather see a Silver Edge Daedalus item, like a damage item, than a Basher, because I mean your Ensnare is already going through BKB. You don't necessarily need a Basher.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, how is he looking in terms of goals getting towards that? He's still going to be a ways away from it if he wants to go towards it. And by that time, the Tier 2 tower gets taken away by Team Spirit. They might be able to move themselves down to take this last Tier 2 tower on the bottom lane as well. You can see that Malady as well as Nicky Cool, they're trying to do the best to push this lane out. And this Tier 2 tower for the Radiant still stands after all the pressure that Broodmother was putting on. After all the pressure, you know, even the Treant rotating down to put the pressure on, help these creeps push out like this with the Nature's Grasp. It's just, they still haven't been able to take this Tier 2 tower on the bottom lane.
Another way of both initiation and save is the Ags and the Snapfire. That's also something nice.
Radiant's top tower's taking a hit. How about that?
And they
It's not
get
bad.
Nicky Cool. Okay.
Radiant's top tower's
Just-
hurting.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at Navi and I'm thinking, what the hell do you do? They are split pushing the side lanes, that's what they should be doing, but Team Spirit are smart enough to understand that they can just poke the high ground. They can jump in and kill a hero and get out with all the 4 stabs they have.
Look at this mirror. It's going to be thrown in by the... Oh, it might cost him his life. No, the cookie comes out. V-Tune trying to do what he can. He has to use the hookshot defensively. But yeah, that's going to be the Aghanims coming out for the Snapfire now as well. So he does have the Gobble Up and the Spit out to send someone like the Clockwork in. Doesn't even need the hookshot. Can just use that, drop the cogs on anyone he gets close to. And this is going to be another avenue here for Team Spirit to close the gap and start the fight. And NaVi, they can't even fight underneath the tier 3 tower. You see them pulling back. The Living Arm is only going to do so much for this tower before it gets taken down. And they don't want to fight into this Aegis, it doesn't seem.
And that's a tier 3 that falls in the mid lane and you have a Tiny. Usually teams are gonna not want to push the mid lane when they're up against the Tiny, because they know that the toss back into tier 4s is going to be detrimental, but with so many ways to reposition themselves, Spirit are quite okay, and they're staying here to protect the triangle.
Yeah, Yatoro blinks in, the hookshot comes through now as well into Sweden Strong. Nicky Cool, he's already used that BKB. Yatoro, what's he going to be able to do here? Because Mira's going to be getting down low, but the cogs comes out, they take down Sweden Strong, a 1-for-1 trade, but Yatoro, he wants to carry on going, the overgrowth's going to be used, but Yatoro, he's going to be cleaning up, takes down Malady.
You just don't care if you're Team Spirit right now. There's Larl is fast enough that he can TP to the bottom lane. You know that Navi have to go through the triangle. You're protecting him, and Larl will be there fast. It's not gonna take as long as it did for Yatoro to come back into the fight. If you remember the mid lane fight, the triangle is closer to the bottom lane, and Larl was already pushing out a little bit further, so it was so easy for him to connect. Now when he's on top, Navi could go for a play, or they should go for a play. The problem is they are missing some of the key abilities, BKB and the lasso being the main one.
Yeah, and that lasso is still about a minute away. V-Tune, he's got his own BKB. About 500 gold from getting the Basher as well. It looks like he does want to be going towards the Basher. You know, that is going to be the next big item if he can get to it. And Yatoro, how's he looking? He's already got himself the Abyssal Blade. So the difference between the two carries here, you're looking at nearly over 8,000 gold difference between the two carries. That's going to be half of the net worth difference between the two teams themselves. And when the hookshot comes in, Nicky Cool gets caught out. Split Earth's going to be there now as a Yatoro gets gobbled up, spit out, and claims the kill on Nicky Cool.
They saw Larl be on the top lane. They thought they couldn't fight, and probably wasn't it was the case because you're going into an Aegis with some of your spells missing. So they're like, okay, we can outpush the bottom lane. The thing is that it takes so long. In your mind, it might not be that much, but it takes so long that Larl gets his Boots of Travels back. He rotates to the bottom lane where his team is waiting. It's just way too easy to catch out the Battle Rider. One thing about the Spirit lineup is they do have a Clockwork, so division game is always going to be on their side.
Yeah, and Yatoro as well, he's started onto it. In fact, I think he's, if we look at his courier, that's his axe completed. He wants that Swift Blink to come out next, but Yatoro, he's going to have the extra cooldown on the Enrage, and you can use it while disabled. So, what can NaVi can't fight into this?
No. He is just gonna go forward. He jumps in, whoever he wants, and even if you lasso him, you're not gonna be able to kill him. Hex is something that can be a problem for Yatoro.
Look at this. Malady right in the corner. They do get the toss back though. They might be able to get themselves onto the Ursa, but the Ursa just turns around with the Abyssal Blade with that a massive amount of damage here on the Ursa. Lotus is being used as well. Mira turns around with the... I mean, he's still going to be trapped in for a little bit. So it's a decent defense. The lasso, the drawback now as well. Do they have enough to take down the Ursa? No. The lasso, they've already got the enrage off on Yatoro, and Yataro's going to be able to take down V-Tune, or is he? He's still going to be able to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Doesn't matter, 3 heroes go down. Spirit overrunning this game, and GG is going to be called. NaVi, they give up the second game, 32 minutes in, 19-9, and after a great start, they just could not keep up with the Ursa.
I was saying, yeah, Hex might be a problem for him, but the thing is, he had the Titan Sliver and the SNY, so that's 36% status resistance, so you're always going to be getting your ulti off, and we saw there with the overwhelming difference in gold, there was just no chance for NaVi. I think the second they didn't use the Blink Dagger of the Tiny, it was the problem. They had a lineup that's good at slowing things down, that they could get a troll to that point where he's actually not going to die, and that jump in run out from Team Spirit just isn't going to be working against him. But VTune got slowed down. You didn't create any space for him. You got pulled into 1 or 2 fights that you didn't want to, and it was enough for Team Spirit's victory.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go back to it. I'm not 100% convinced. In fact, I'm 100% convinced now that that troll was not the pick in the draft after seeing that game. 0 kills, 4 deaths, 9 assists, so he got some impact in the fights, but it just didn't seem like VTune had the... I mean, it's hard to have the amount of impact that something like an Ursa has in the fights anyway, but VTune... And I'm not putting it down to play skill, I don't think it was the right hero for this draft.
Yeah, you're very good at applying logic. I think you should move to science. You know, yeah, but yeah, the troll definitely didn't work out, and I agree with you 100% on that one. It's just, as I mentioned, you don't have a lot of lockdown. Troll is very hard to make work, and when I saw him going for the basher, even if you give him a basher and you give him a satanic at that point, it's not going to work out. He needed to be on top of items, at least on par with Yersa in terms of net worth. Maybe not ahead, maybe slightly behind, but get those items that he can't die.
Yeah.
But the second that they started falling in terms of damage, the game was just impossible for them.
Yeah, but guys, that does mean that we go to a game number 3, so we're going to go all the way in this first series here between NaVi and Team Spirit. We're going to be taking a quick break before that happens though, so stick around and we'll be back with the third and final game of NaVi versus Team Spirit right after this.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back into the third and final game of NaVi versus Team Spirit to start the day. And Hurry, I think it's safe to say that Spirit might not need to worry about the Brood ban up against NaVi here after that last game.
I don't think I would say it's safe to say that way, because Brood can still be a problematic hero. The Brood in itself in the previous game did do its job. It did well in the lane. It got the first set of items. It was creating space on the bottom lane. I mean, the main move that Navi made for the entire game was Brood forcing out the Ursa towards the bottom lane and winning the fight on the back of that. So, you know, it's a hero that you could say, at least in the mid game, had the most impact. Though not really a action-packed game overall. So even one move like that can make a big difference.
10 seconds
So
to go.
I would say Team Spirit can deal with the Broods, but the thing is, are you confident enough to let it go twice? But I think that this Riki ban is the Achilles heel for Navi. It seems like without the Riki, they just seem super lost.
Yeah, and I mean, Navi are going to have first pick as well, so if they do want to pick up that Brood, I mean, do you ban something like the Leshia and force Team Spirit to ban out like the Lina so you can open up that Brood pick? Because we last game, you know, Team Spirit, they did deal with it, so they ban out the Magnus. More worried about the collapsed Magnus, which has looked really impressive prior to the DPC. So yeah, no wonder that Navi want to be taking that away from Team Spirit. So Spirit, you have a choice here. You know, the Treant is still there, Brood's still in the pool, Lina's still there, Leshrak's still there, Tusk is still there. In fact, I'm surprised that we've not even seen the Tusk touch today.
5 seconds.
Tusk is a hero that is very good for some teams, and then the other teams would much rather pick it than play against it, right?
Yeah.
And they're not sure if they were going to be using it as a ban. So in this kind of scenario, it's not... Larl is a good Tusk, right? But it's not his first go-to hero. Navi, as far as I know about Nicky Cool, I haven't seen him play Tusk. I haven't seen him play a lot of competitive games either. So, you know, immediately the Tusk is not that important of a hero. And they ban out the Lina. I like it. There's no reason to risk it. Team Spirit... I think if they are going to be playing against the Lina, it's going to be in the first game of the series. This is the thing about DPC. There is no lower bracket. You lose one series and you could be in a lot of trouble. It's not like you get eliminated, but you might not go to the major. So you can't really risk it. So that's why, you know, this format, it kind of puts you in a pretty stiff position. Like, maybe we know how to counter Lina, but do we have the guts to actually try it out in a competitive game? Team Spirit, currently, they do not.
Yeah, and every single game, like you say, every single game does count here coming into the DPC, because that could be the difference between going to the major and sitting mid-table, or sitting mid-table and even being forced down to Division 2. So every team, they need to be performing in every single match, and the Lina at the minute just seems like that auto-win hero. You know, teams haven't figured out how to deal with it just yet. And it's just easy first phase ban, so that isn't going to be in the draft once again, being taken away here from Team Spirit as they pick up the IO and the Primal Beast. So we've already seen one Primal Beast today, you know, run it in the mid by Nicky Cool. Do you think this is going to be Lol on the Primal Beast in the mid lane, or is he one of these flex heroes that can be run in a few positions?
10 seconds to go.
Not sure. I'd be okay with the collapsed Primal Beast as well. It kind of fits his style. A tanky offlaner who can last hit quite nicely and can dive and have kill potential later on. Either way, I like the IO Primal Beast against the Treant in particular, because against the Treant you either get overwhelming tower damage, which can sometimes backfire because that overwhelming tower damage dealing hero can be bursted down. But the better thing is to dive him. Just dive him. And IO plus Primal Beast, IO plus Legion Commander, things like that are very good at diving. Primal Beast even better, because with the trample, you're just going through the trees. So that is actually quite a nice approach of Team Spirit. I like it. They've been thinking about some of these key picks and what to pick against them, especially because I think the first pick has been something the teams have been going for in the current meta. The first pick phase is the most important one. The first pick and the last pick of that phase are so big, and I think Team Spirit were in particular thinking about, okay, if they pick the Treant, what is the best approach? If they pick the Lina, what is the best approach? If they pick the Rubik, what is the best approach? Because that's how you're gonna be getting better in drafting, and then you can always choose the decide and just let the enemy have the first pick, because you have ways of dealing with the first picks of the meta.
Yeah, and with the IO coming out now from Team Spirit, we know that the global presence comes out. Are you expecting Team Spirit to maybe look towards something like a Spectre or a Nature's Prophet in that position 1 role? Because those two heroes have started to gain, well, I mean, I can't even say gain for the Nature's Prophet, because the Nature's Prophet, it being played in that 1 role, has been quite meta for a while, but the Spectre is starting to come back into the meta. So would you like Spirit to go for more of a fighty draft, pick up more of that global presence in their lineup?
I would like the global presence, but I fear that if you pick a Spectre, that you're gonna be lacking in the damage department, and your lane. Imagine a double melee lane against the Primal Beast. I mean, you're gonna get trampled literally. So I'd even the Nature's Prophet. I think because of the Primal Beast, there's just no chance that we get any of those two heroes. Just don't do well against the Io and the Primal Beast in particular. You would like the global presence to counter it, but the trees, the Sprout, don't help you against the Io. He can just break him. Primal Beast as well. They go to you. They don't care about the treants. They don't even need the phase boots, even though Primal Beast sometimes gets them to deal with the treants. I'm kind of all against those two in particular. I'd rather see some damage dealing position 1, like straight up Ursa Slark type of stuff against the Primal Beast.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see. I mean, they've already banned out the Slark, the Faceless Void. They banned out the Slark themselves. Faceless Void is gone. Team Spirit do have that next pick. Enigma and the Beastmaster. So, Spirit looking to take out those heavy offlane push heroes here from the side of NaVi. Make sure that, they can, especially with the Treant Protector, that NaVi can't take down the towers while protecting their own efficiently. So, Spirit all in there, it seems, with those two bans to making sure that the towers don't fall in the first 5 or so minutes. And
Exactly. You're on point with that one. What NaVi has been doing good in this series is taking the enemy tier 1 and protecting their own. And considering they have a Treant, you don't want that to happen. You don't want your part of the map overtaken.
Yeah, and Crystal Maiden comes out for Team Spirit. So we did see the Spirit in that last game. Crystal Maiden was quite effective. Would you expect here? I mean, the Treant Protector's already out, so that's looking more likely that the position 5. But I was thinking, NaVi, if they wanted to, never mind. Clock's ban. I've been seeing teams pick up the Clockwork as an answer to the Crystal Maiden more and more. Because obviously the freezing field, if you get yourselves in and around your team, drop that freezing field at a distance, the damage that it does. So the Clockwork being able to come in from a distance with the hookshot into then the battle shot on the Crystal Maiden stops the freezing field in its tracks, and then you get yourself in and around the fight with the battle shot, the cogs being dropped as well. So obviously you don't really want to be dropping a lot to counter, especially a position 5 Crystal Maiden, but the Clockwork does seem like a really nice answer that fits in with the rest of the team around it, and Spirit just decided to take that one out of the draft. As Pangolier comes out, but okay, we're in the next ban phase. Tiny, Visage, Bite Rider, and Treant Protector. So I'm assuming Tiny is going to be Sweden Strong again. Treant Protector on the position 5. Bloodseeker is still there for NaVi if you want to use it up against the Pangolier coming into the mid game. But is there anything you think NaVi should be? I mean, Lifesteal, you've talked about it. V2 really likes that hero. The Wraith King was impressive. Is there anything you think NaVi should be angling towards to complete their draft?
Morphling is not bad. Usually people would like to lane the Morphling against the Primal Beast. You would have some burst damage potential from your position 1, which is something that you need in this game in particular. This is actually a very scary game for NaVi already, because CM can't stay in the lane for a long time. She wants to stay in the lane for a long time, get her levels. Pango, in my mind, is just going to be bullying this Visage, and he should be, because there's nothing that the Batrider can do against the Rolling Thunder. So I'm very scared here for NaVi. They can defend the towers, but the Treant won't really be helping the Visage deal with the CM Pango. It is a very tough situation. You need to have a carry on the side of NaVi that can rotate and do damage once Pango is bullying the Visage. Something that is going to help you there. Or at least you're going to need to be so good at dodging all of those moves. But it's really not that big of a problem for Team Spirit to catch you. And Visage is going to be completely destroyed. And in the end, it is going to be NaVi that ban out the Morphling. So they don't want to be playing against it.
Yeah, Spirit, they know about VTune and the lifesteal, so they are going to be removing this here as well. And it looks like NaVi, it might be something completely different here for the side, for VTune to pick up. And meanwhile, Team Spirit, they are looking potentially for their carry as
10
well.
seconds to go.
The Terrorblade is still there. Pegasus has been taken out, Naga's been taken out, Morphlin Slark is gone as well, the Bloodseeker, Lifestealer have gone. I'm just trying to think of what else was popular. The again, the Nature's Prophet is still there if they want some push potential to come out on the position 1. But it's going to be the Ursa for NaVi. So how are Team Spirit going to answer back to this? What is the answer to the Ursa? Drow is still there?
You really want to go for a drow, something that goes well with an IO later
10
on.
seconds to go.
That's what you would want.
True. Chaos Knight, maybe?
5 seconds.
I was thinking maybe something like a Razor comes as a pretty solid one. You would do well against the Visage in lane, take away his damage, just farm. I was thinking Bristleback at some point, but then you see the Ursa and you'd rather not.
Yeah.
I mean, there are options. I wouldn't hate any of it. I wouldn't hate the Drow. I wouldn't hate the Terrorblade.
Position 1, a Huskar with the dive and the disarm. IO to follow up, maybe?
Ooh. And you make a mistake and they take away your Roach with the Ursa in a second, and suddenly you can't do much.
Yeah, but I mean, NaVi, they're going to have an... If they take any fight, you know, they're going to be into that Roche pit and taking Roche anyway.
Yeah, but Huskar is a hero that really benefits from the Roche and needs it. That's why you usually don't take those Roche taking heroes against the Ursa, because you're probably going to be losing it. And they go for the CK, okay.
Okay, well,
Good
I mean...
call.
Yeah, I did say. I was just listing off carry heroes that, you know, top of my head. But Yataro, they are going to be going for that Chaos Knight, and some good, like say the IO combining with the Chaos Knight, there's some good relocate potential into a straight up gank and then right back to farming out. Chaos Knight exerts a lot of pressure as well, not afraid to use the phantasms as well, Yataro, to put pressure on the lane, even outside of the fights, just using them to farm up to early on in the game, looking to put pressure onto the tier 1 towers to try and force a rotation from NaVi. So Chaos Knight is going to be able to, I think if they have a good start here, Team Spirit, Chaos Knight's comes online, doesn't need too many items to start to get involved in these fights as well. Obviously does like the items, but with the rest of his team, might be able to take a good couple of early fights here on the side of Spirit.
For sure. And the aggressive potential of the Crystal Maiden and the CK is unrivaled, right? I just don't want to see Miposhka like in game number 1 against Lays that he's dying level 1, right? Just be a little bit more conservative with the Crystal Maiden. CK has some lifesteal, he has a ton of HP, he's not gonna die to these two. Stay behind him, harass as much as you can, find an opening, go forward. That's how I want this lane to be played for Team Spirit. If they do it, if they do well in that lane, they have so much kill potential later on. With the rotations of Laurel, they should have this one in the bag. I'm looking at NaVi, and I'm kind of afraid that they're gonna be lacking in terms of potentials to make plays. So if this Visage is slowed down, and I think that's going to be the main one that Laurel is going to be gunning for, they are going to be in so much trouble creating space for the Ursa.
Yeah, and we'll see, I mean, how they want to play around it, because it's just... Like, the Ursa from the last game had a really good start, you know, it wasn't really overly contested. The game itself was, a slower game. There was a little bit less aggression, but here I think both sides have the potential to put the pressure on, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Team Spirit answer back into this Ursa, because NaVi in that last game just had no answers whatsoever. And
you answer him by crushing his teammates. There's not going to be enough initiation and ability to see what's happening on the map from the side of NaVi as much as Spirit had in the previous game. In the previous game, you have a Clockwork, you have multiple Force Staffs, you have a Crystal Maiden, you have a Snapfire. All of those helps you. What does help you here? A Treant? Not really. Tiny until he gets a Blink. Again, not really. And a Batrider, he needs the Boots of Travels and stuff like that. So you need a strong Visage that can stand his ground. And NaVi are again gonna be looking to slow down the game. And again, I said it even in game number 1 that they won. Against a team like Spirit, they are gonna recognize it. They might not have done it in game number 1, but now they'll recognize it and they'll they'll run over you.
Yeah, Mira has to be careful. I mean, he does have that Crystal Maiden, but he's trying to get himself in. He does actually get the rune and get himself out with the tether as well. That was cheeky from Mira, but it pays off.
Yep, beautiful. He gets fed a tango, has the headdress. He'll be more than happy to return to the lane where they've already taken down the trees with the trample. So Team Spirit are gonna be quite fine on the top lane. I'm hoping Collapse is bringing up tangos. Yeah, he is, because playing the lane without the tangos, even having the wisp, wouldn't be the smartest of ideas.
No, but yeah, he was ready to go all in before the runes did drop here with the 3 branches with that extra move speed coming through. So the Windlace, offering a little bit more utility here with that trample, a little bit bonus damage, because obviously it scales off how fast you do move, the damage that you put out with this trample. And you can see that Malady's trying to he's got a really nice ward down. He got that down before, again, the very beginning of the game, before the runes dropped. He did get this ward down here. So Malady should be able to see any pulls that do come through, any couriers that are moving up as well, if he wants to potentially look for a courier snipe, which I think that's what he was going for there before Mira shut him down.
He was trying to bully Mira. He can't really do much to Collapse. He's gonna get trampled. And, if Mira is connected to Collapse, you're not really doing any damage to him, especially with the high armor.
Yep.
But you are trying to push the Wisp back so that the Ursa can farm. The thing is, this lane only gets harder for NaVi. The only thing you can really do in it is kind of secure the farm for the Ursa.
Yeah, and looking at the mid lane, so we're going to see Lal coming up against Nicky Cool on his Batrider once again here, Nicky Cool. This time Lal on the Pangolier. He's going to be going for the... would you go for more Swashbuckle against the Batrider, just to offer, the escape, or do you want that shield crash?
No, the slow on the bat is more valuable than getting away from it, because you get away from it with the Swashbuckle, he turns you back with the flame break, right?
Yeah.
But if you're slowing down with the shield crash and he can't get on top of you, that's the way that you approach it. That's the way that you like it. That's why even in Ursa in the mid lane used to be good against the Batrider and stuff like that, because you have that potential to slow him over and over again. Let's say with the Earth Shock, and Pango does the same thing with the shield crash, and given he is a better mid laner than the Ursa, but is the same principle.
Yeah, and it looks like as well that Pangolier, he picks up the boots before he goes for the bottle, so he wants that extra movement speed. He wants that extra mobility coming out on the Pangolier. And Nicky Cool, how is he looking? It actually looks like he's got that bottle first item, so he's going to be a little bit behind on the movement. In fact, with the Sticky Napalm, the Sticky Napalm stack up, Pangolier, he's going to be down to 289 with 4 stacks, but 345 with those boots. Nicky Cool, he's got them coming out on the next item, but it is just going to be a little bit of extra mobility here for the Pangolier in this early part of the lane.
But look at the top lane. Collapse is already diving. We talked about the Primal Beast and the IO diving. I wasn't really thinking about minute 3, but yeah, that's that's what's happening. That's what's happening. And also, look at the bottom lane. This time around, Miposhka is not taking any damage. This is just gonna allow Yotaro to get everything he wants. NaVi are getting decimated in lanes. It's 0-0 in kills, but in terms of CS, they are not playing the game.
Yeah, you can see that all 3 cores on the side of NaVi, they've got those last hits. They're stacking them, all 3 cores on the side of Spirit, are stacking the last hits over NaVi. And Miposhka, like you say, he's got a lot of regen coming into this lane. 6 tangos to start off with a salve as well as a stick. So he is going to have that survivability to be offered in this lane. And then, like I said, this time, Lays, they don't have the burst damage coming through enough to be able to get the kill onto Miposhka. Miposhka's just playing back safe, it looks like there as well. Sweden Strong not going to be able to close the gap as well onto the Crystal Maiden. So this lane going to be a little bit different from that first game, like you were talking about. Collapse on the top lane as well. He's not scared of coming back behind that tier 1 tower, getting onto the creep wave. And Malady, he's got the Leech Seed, so he's going to offer some sustain to himself, but he doesn't really have the harass damage to come out against Collapse.
Yeah, if you look at Team Spirit, they're not really killable in their side lanes. The supports are, but they're smart enough to keep their distance. Maybe now with Sweden Strong getting level 3, if he gets a toss as well, they might be able to kill the Crystal Maiden, but that doesn't change things too much. And Larl is approaching that level 6. I'm expecting so many rotations to come out from him, because it's not like the Batrider is going to pressure your tower.
No, not a big building taker. Yeah, do you think Nicky Cool is just going to mirror any movements that Lal makes then once he hits that level 6 himself to try and counter gank any lanes that Pangolier wants to apply pressure on?
I think you mirror it, but literally not going to the lane where the Pango is, but the opposite one.
Right.
That's how I think that you want to do it, because where the Pango is with the Rolling Thunder, unless he's already invested and made a big blunder going way too deep, then okay, you can punish him. But even then, it's not certain that the Bat will get on top of the Pango.
Yeah, and Lyle now, he's not too far, what, a creep or two away from that level 6, so he is going to have the mana as well if he wants to TP to a lane, maybe apply that pressure. How's Bat looking in terms of the levels as well? Nicky Cool, yeah, so this creep wave, both heroes should be getting that level 6. Top lane, Collapse, again, this isn't even his tower, and he's just so comfortable with Mira backing him up, just playing underneath the tier 1.
What are you talking about? It's not his tower. I mean, what the hell does this look like to you?
Yeah, Collapse. He's going to be taking a lot of damage coming through the Nature's Grasp. There's going to be the Earthshot coming through from VTune as well. He's still going to be able to dive himself away. Level 1 here into the Onslaught, so he is going to have that really wide dive away here from the Primal Beast to get himself out of danger. If he needs that ripcord, needs that eject button, he can press it and just immediately get out of danger. Because until level 6 onto the Treant, there's no real lockdown on this lane here for the side of NaVi.
Robbie and me used to cast the Division 2 in the Eastern European DPC, and Tour 1 and Tour 2 in the previous year. Man, they were like this every game. Until 7 minutes, nothing is happening. And I was always like, okay, at least Division 1 didn't adopt it, but after a year, Division 1 understands this is the way to play Dota. And we now see it in Spirit and NaVi. They just don't want to touch each other.
Oh, love this. The mid lane, it looks like Lyle. Is he going to go down here? Nicky Cool does pick up the first blood. I love that he waited. He got himself on top with the Firefly as Collapse does get the kill onto VTune in the top lane. And is there going to be aggression on the bottom lane? Frostbite comes out now, but there's going to be the toss back. So CK, he didn't actually use the Chaos Bolt to get the stun onto Laze and the toss away. But yeah, mid lane, we saw Nicky Cool. He waited for the Rolling Thunder animation to come out, and then he dropped the lasso. Didn't drop it straight away because you were already on top of the Pangolier, and he got enough damage to get the kill off with that Firefly still ticking.
I like it. That's actually a nice, good way to make sure that Laurel isn't ganking the side lanes. And he's TPing to the top lane, whereas the Ursa TP'd into the mid lane to refill the bottle. That's interesting. Okay, that means that they want the tower. Without the siege creep, with these 3 heroes, you're not getting the tower, really.
Nope. Mallory, though, he's in the trees. Does Collapse want to dive into it? He does have that Onslaught if he wants to use it, but there's still going to be... I mean, the Living Armor comes out, this creep wave, and you can see the Pangolier already moving himself back into the mid lane here, lol. And how much damage did he get? Didn't get anything onto that mid tier 1 tower. Nicky Cool.
If I'm NaVi, I'm happy, man. The lane started off pretty badly for them. Now, when we see the Bat, he's way ahead of the Pango. And Laze, he didn't have a great lane, but he's not being bullied by the Pango as I thought he would be. So he's at least going to be able to get some nice levels here. He still hasn't died a single time. So if I'm NaVi, I'm super happy. I thought with the start of the lanes, this is going to be way too dangerous for them.
Yeah, Sweden Strong actually picks up the Invis rune here now as well, just to make sure Lyle can't bottle it off. Maposhka came in with the Frostbite onto the Batrider, but the Rolling Thunder's going to come down, and now the Earthshock, he has to swashbuckle himself away from that. There isn't a lasso for the next 10 seconds, so they couldn't take advantage of the Rolling Thunder wearing off, but it's just enough to keep the Batrider alive, and that's the most important part of that fight breaking out. Good rotation coming in from the Tiny to make sure that he offered some protection against the after the Frostbite came out from Maposhka, and the Batrider just pulls a stage left and gets himself out of danger.
This is okay for NaVi. Their towers aren't dropping. We'll see now if Collapse will be able to take the top tower. This would be big if he can, and it seems like no one is rotating, so it will be going down. So despite NaVi, getting some gold on their Bat and not really bleeding too many kills, they're still gonna let go of this tower, and that is not ideal for them. Ursa just isn't having that great of a game, and getting a Battle Fury and the power treads, he has a long way until he gets there.
Yeah, but it looks like he is being given the mid lane here to help find that farm, find the solo experience, and it's... I mean, the Batrider's in the jungle, so the Batrider's going to be looking for the stacks. They give the solo mid lane over to the Ursa, which means, if there's anything that kicks off the Ursa, he's just going to be able to hang on this side of the river as well. The TPs that come in will offer some protection, so... He's level 6 as well, so he's got the Enrage, so he's got that extra protection himself. So I think at the minute, as long as VTune doesn't cross the river, there's a low threshold of kill potential here that comes out against the Ursa. So he is going to be given that time just to find the farm that he needs. In fact, Nicky Cool might just back away and give this farm over to VTune here as well, so he can get closer to those power treads, closer to the Battle Fury.
It's all about Team Spirit right now. Navi, we already talked about it. Their heroes aren't really capable of making plays.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a Tiny, who without the Blink Dagger, not that powerful. Treant, not going to be doing anything other than pushing out the top lane. Even the Visage, he needs to stand in a lane. So Spirit know this, and Spirit are calculating right now what they need to do. I still think Laurel could have gotten a few kills on the map, getting a bit more of a lead for his team, but for now they seem comfortable not doing anything. So I'm kind of thinking Team Spirit, they kind of want to force out the same scenario as they did in the previous game. Poke, poke, poke on the top lane in the enemy jungle, force Navi to overextend, crush them, and from that take over the game. That's the idea. That's something I would be gunning for if I was in their spot. But Navi are actually allowing the mid lane tower to take some unnecessary damage. This should be prevented for sure, especially because you have a Treant.
Yeah, the Living Armor is coming out on this mid lane tower, but the Catapult is going to be there as well, so they are going to be able to stack some damage up. In fact, Laurel's going to be taking the tower shots as well, just to make sure this creep wave gets here before the tower targets onto that Catapult creep. And this tier 1 tower, 300 health left. This might actually go down here with the help of the Catapult. Living Armor comes out again with Poshka, just going to be on the front lines. Crystal Nova does get dropped onto V-Tune. Haste here for the Pangolier. Laurel, does he want to try and make something happen? The Frostbite as well onto the Tiny, but it looks like Laurel, he doesn't want to overcommit, and it's going to be the deny onto the tier 1 tower, but it does still go down, which creates the space, creates the access to both the triangle and the dire jungle here from the side of Team Spirit. And in fact, Collapse is saying, I didn't need access to be granted to me. This is my jungle anyway, and I'm going to be taking all the farm I want from this.
And finally, there's the Team Spirit rotation towards the bottom lane. Lace, he seems like he's not aware, but this time around, he has a mech, so he's not really that easy of a target for sure.
Yeah, this time he is going to be going towards the Guardian's Greaves. Yutaro is going to be coming through. How does he want to go in with a Rolling Thunder? It looks like he wants to be building towards the Diffusal Blade here now as well, but Laze, he's just hanging himself back behind these trees. He doesn't want to give himself away. Like you say, they're not sure where everyone is on the map, so the Spidey sense here for the Visage just tingling, and he doesn't come too far forwards, just underneath the tier 1, just in case anything kicks off, so those TPs can come in to protect him.
Being strong in the mid lane, he's playing with fire, really.
Yeah, he only has the backup of Malady here. Malady level 7, so he does have the overgrowth, and it's creating space for V-Tune. At least V-Tune is finding the farm. He's going to be able to get himself towards that Battle Fury. He does pick that up now, so that's going to accelerate his farm out. But who is this really benefiting in here? 12 minutes in, 1-to-1 in terms of kills. Both teams getting the space for the carries that they need. Is this more, does Yutaro prefer this, or does Team Spirit need to get aggressive and look to put the pressure onto the Ursa sometime soon?
Doesn't have to be the Ursa. Team Spirit wants kills. Their lineup is very good at getting kills, though. Considering that they're taking down towers and not getting kills, that's fine with them as well, because you're losing the map as Navi, and you're going for a Battle Fury on your hero. So having a low amount of map is going to be a problem. Yeah. That is why Team Spirit are okay by not getting kills.
Well, they're going to try and make a dive in onto the Visage as well. The Swashbuckle comes out, but there is going to be the stun. Freezing Field's going to be there, and they get the kill onto Laze Mira. All 5 heroes from the side of Spirit are down here. Swedenstrong has to run himself away. They have the root onto Malady as well. Malady's going to be taken down, and they get the kill onto Swedenstrong. Can they go even further onto this Nikki Cool? Relocate, but it only drags back onto the IO. Nikki Cool, he's not going to use that lasso. Collapse, big tanky boy, looking towards finishing off that BKB there as well. So a good rotation, and Spirit, they get 3 kills out of that. Don't lose anyone.
Mira's and Collapse's positioning has kind of been the main thing of this game. Not a lot of things are happening, but what is happening is that they're poking on the top lane constantly, giving info to their team, and constantly pulling some heroes towards themselves. And that is creating so much potential for Team Spirit to play Dota.
Look at this. Collapse, he wants to get in. He's got the BKB this time as well. He's going to use that Tumblr's Toy and the Trample. Now, this is going to be the last show, though, coming out onto the Primal Beast. Do they have enough lockdown to kill off Collapse? Collapse. That BKB will be worn off sometime soon, and they do get the kill Laze. He's going to be able to get some revenge, gets himself a double kill here on Maposhka and Collapse. And it looks like Navi, do they want to chase even further? There's no overgrowth, but it looks like Yutaro and Mira are going to be backing themselves away. And lol, he was already out there as well.
Team Spirit want to fight this. They're staying in the area, showing that they want to fight this once their heroes are up. This is kind of dangerous for Navi, especially if Team Spirit start bringing... Okay, Laurel doesn't have a TP. This should be a tower. This really should be a tower. Laurel went to the mid lane and doesn't have a TP, and Navi knows.
Yeah, and they do take this tier 1 tower, like you say, so V-Tune's going to be able to pick that one up, get him out. He's got about... what's that? Just over 1,000 gold to catch up with the Chaos Knight, and Yutaro, he's you know, Yutaro is looking really good. He's using the Phantasms to farm. He's looking for the extra speed, but the relocate's going to be coming in. In fact, they might actually find out Nicky Cool. There's going to be the relocate onto the Batrider with a Pulverize now as well. They get the Frostbite. They get the Lockdown. They're going to get the Bat.
That's just not great. And every time I see the Pulverize, I want to see the interactions with some spells, and the Reality Rift just pulls you out of it. So I just have a friend who spammed Primal Beast quite a lot, and he always gets annoyed. Like, this spell, it doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work. Like, every single thing cancels it, or sometimes when you expect something to cancel it, it just doesn't. Yeah, but it's weird. People are still getting used to it, but obviously if you pull a hero out of his arms, he's not going to be able to smash it into the ground any longer. Spirit are just allowed to do whatever they want on the map, because NaVi have no play potential until Sweden Strong gets the blink. And I don't know, at that point, there's kind of going to be cores too tanky to kill, and the only one that you're going to be able to bring down is the Crystal Maiden, putting yourself in a vulnerable position in the process. So I wouldn't want to be NaVi now.
Look at this wraparound. Yeah, Lay's going to be chased down. Reality Rift to drag back. The Familiars are going to be there. Can they carry on chasing? He's going to try and use the mechanism to keep himself alive, going towards those Guardians. In fact, he's changed his mind to the pipe. But yeah, he's still going to be dead. One more rifle come through from the Chaos Knight. They do get the kill, and now they might even be able to go for more, but there's going to be the toss back onto Mali. So Mira, he's trying to get himself away from this one. Whereas that tether, does he have it up? He's going to be able to get himself right back onto Yutaro. And the way they started that fight, they went round the backside of the creeps into the trees, knowing that if they walk through the vision, that Lays could just go for the TP away. Really nice positioning coming through from the Chaos Knight and the IO to move out of vision of the dire creeps and find the kill onto the Visage.
And while all of this is happening, VTune is barely surviving. It's not like he's hitting creeps all of this time. He's just going for a BKB to try to make that one fight happen like in the previous game. But where do you actually attack creeps? Look at the vision of Team Spirit. Top lane, warded. Bottom lane, they're controlling it with their heroes. It's just impossible for NaVi to play Dota.
Yeah, and bottom lane, they might even be able to take down Sweden Strong. As the Reality Rift comes in, Yutaro picks up the kill here, and Mira just grouping up with the Chaos Knight. Chaos Knight is online. VTune going to be able to get the kill into Maposhka. Do they want to go even further, though? The relocate's going to be coming in. This is going to be the Reality Rift. He take down VTune. He's just straight up dead. He'd already used the Enrage. It was down for another 10 seconds. And they're going to be able to open up the map once again here on the side of Spirit. Nicky Cool, he's used that lasso. So there's nothing else that they can do here. They can't even try and posture up to take down Mira as he relocates back in, because Yutaro, he's still got the Phantasm. He's still got the kill potential, and they might even go for more here. Nicky Cool going to be slowed down, but the Nature's Grass does come out onto the lane, and Yutaro doesn't have a Blink Dagger just yet.
Now, we get you here, Rob. It's fine that you can't pronounce Sweden Strong's name, because it's very tough to call someone strong when you're seeing them just being crushed on your screen over and over again. Like, literally, he can't find impact in his game. And speaking of finding, you know, Lays has been found once again and brought down once again.
Yeah, I like the fact that he must have been micro in the Familiars there, because he doesn't even react when Yutaro comes up and just boops him in the nose.
He gives up. He gives up, man. It's not that he didn't react. Like, what was he supposed to do? Like, the only thing he can do is panic. But the the manly stoic thing would be, yeah, I'm dead, so what? Yeah, so what? You smashed my face in, so what? You'll live to fight another day. At least you don't trample over your honor.
Yeah, okay. If that's the narrative we'll go with, then yeah, he was just like, he was being honorable. He was saying that, you found me, and I deserve this death, I guess. He wasn't even going to put up the pretense of trying to run away. VTune, though, it looks like he might be able to turn. No, the Avalanche comes through, the Rolling Thunder, and the relocate once again. VTune, the toss away, trying to keep his Ursa alive. He's still going to go down, and now Sweden Strong, he's going to be the next victim. 4 heroes grouping up here with the Frostbite, the drag back with the Reality Rift. He get the kill, and even Collapse getting in on that at the very end.
Oh, NaVi, they all want to die. They all want to die.
They're coming in. They want to try and get something from this, so they might be able to get the kill onto Maposhka. Collapse needs to remove himself away from this. The lasso's going to be there, but Primal Beast, he's holding on to that BKB, and now with the Familiars being dropping, but Collapse, does he want to go in? He's still got the BKB, but the Overgrowth comes out. It stops him mid-charge. Nicky Cool, though, still going to go down. Bit more trample damage, and Lyle secures the kill with a swashbuckle. Now Lays in the trees. Anything to stop this out. This time, they can't close the gap.
He knows when he can survive. That's when he runs away and he just DPs away. Nothing about the microing familiars. He was microing familiars at that point as well. That's okay for NaVi. Actually, I thought when he popped that BKB and went for the CM that they aren't going to be getting anything other than the CM, but they get the BKB of the Primal Beast, so that's quite nice. And in the end, they only lose the Pathrider. Not ideal, you know, but in the current scenario, at least you're showing teeth to your opponent.
Oh, he has to use the Enrage. Ursa, he turned himself back to get the Ring of Aquila, and Yatoro, he just took advantage of this, and now the dive's going to come through, but like you say, the BKB down for the Primal Beast. 40 seconds before that's back up. V-Tune, he's going to go taking down again. Yatoro's just running wild over these heroes. The drag back into the Frostbite. The control, the Dream Protector is going to be next. And this is just an absolute run over here from the side of Team Spirit. Yatoro, he's in the base. The tier 2 towers stand, but he wants to go behind the tier 3s. They make a move onto... they're going to be able to keep him alive here. It looks like Mira's going to be able to sustain him through this as well. Freezing Field being dropped by Miposhka. 3 heroes dead on the side of NaVi. And now Spirit can back up if they want to go towards... Well, they can't go towards the tier 2 tower because the creep wave is still pushed up, but still diving tier 3s close to tier 4s when the tier 2 tower still stands. That shows you how confident Team Spirit are in this third and final game.
One of stop their already dead moments. Okay, collapse. He traps himself in the trees easily, gets himself out, but this game is just impossible. NaVi, they don't have a way to make a play. They're just gonna wait for the Ursa BKB, and once they lose the fight with that one, because it's tough to see them winning it, they're probably gonna GG out. But you always go for that one big item timing that you've been waiting for a long time before you GG out, because it still kind of changes the current flow of the game. Obviously, here the gold lead is way too big for Team Spirit, but you're hoping BKB plus a potential overdive, you can come back into the game. Other than that, this is, you know, some people, naysayers would say this is over.
Is that me? Am I the naysayer? Am I supposed to say it's over?
Is it? Do you think it's over?
I mean, you look at Yatoro, he's in a very comfortable position over the Ursa. 9-0-4 to the 1-4 of V-Tune here. The smoke's going to come out, though. They might be able to get the lockdown. Can he take down the Crystal Maiden? The Force Staff comes out and Collapse wants to go in. Pops out BKB. The Pulverize comes out. They're going to be able to take down Malady as well. Nicky Cool. Can he get himself away from this? He's popped his own BKB. Going to be able to get the last of the lockdown coming out onto the Chaos Knight, but he's going to be able to pop the Manta Style. And Yatoro, can he get himself away? No. Lays does get the kill. And Yatoro is going to go down here. They are starting to clean it up. Miposhka, though, he tries to come in with a Freezing Field. Collapse is going to be back in. Can he take down? He's going to be able to get the trample off. Takes down the Ursa. Now Collapse. Mira, does he have that relocate out? He's already used it to get in. So Mira, is he going to be going down next? Do they get a full 5-man wipe out of this? Mira just trying to buy time, but there's going to be the blink and the avalanche to toss back. And now Collapse. He might be collapsing with the damage coming out from the side of NaVi. And NaVi, there's going to be a really nice jump through here, but the onslaught, it's not going to be enough. Is it? Is this going to be enough to keep him alive? He takes down Nicky Cool. Collapse. He's running. He's still going to be taken down, and Lays will get the kill.
See there, Lays keeps his honor. Collapse, runs like a coward, and dies. And just kidding. Of course, he turned around that fight, and actually the only reason why this fight is somewhat acceptable for Team Spirit, there it is, BKB on the Ursa, and they win a fight. They won that fight. Team Spirit overdived into a BKB of the Ursa. The Ursa stood his ground against the CK and won. And after the CK is dead, the overwhelming damage just isn't there. And the Ursa can clean up, obviously. In the end, it just came down to all of the heroes who were left alive don't really have that much burst damage. So it took a long time for the fight to end. But there it is, you know, Ursa dealing 6.3k damage in the fight, and the CK only 2k. It's something that Team Spirit weren't expecting. Just perfect positioning for NaVi and the perfect timing for NaVi. Is it going to be enough to win? Probably not, but it is a good start. Second, this is going to be the first Roche, so it's not that big of a deal. Ursa wants to get the second Roche. The first one, even if he loses it, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, and we can see here Yatoro, he's going to be able to get that Aegis. Now he wants to go towards that heart. He wants to be surviving through these fights a little bit longer. You saw after he got the toss, it's onto a creep. That could have been the instant bye-bye there for the Aegis. I mean, Mira was there to back him up, has that relocate if he needs it, but Yatoro, just by the randomness of the draw, wasn't pulled back there, and it was the creep that got tossed back instead.
No randomness any longer. It's the closest target, so Sweden Strong made a mistake with the blink. That's just it.
I was trying to be nice to Sweden Strong, you know. We don't want to accuse the players of outright mistakes. That's just rude.
You couldn't pronounce his name, like, because you felt he was weak, and you're talking about that. Anyways, though, it's still Team Spirit. even if the CK gets tossed there, I don't know if it's the ideal scenario. You do have 2 heroes to pull people back, but having the Wisp and the Aegis, that would have been a problem. But NaVi, they understand they have to fight right now. You're not getting back into this game by just allowing the enemy to take down all of the tier 2s. You have to battle.
Well, we'll see what... I mean, Collapse behind the tier 2. Gonna try and dive himself in to find out. Sweden Strong, though, in the trees away from that. And the tier 2... Spirit is stacking up, they're putting the pressure on it, and it's not even with 11 armor, not going to live through here. You can see that Malady's trying to do his best to cut this creep wave, you know, keep the pressure off this tier 2, but it will eventually go down.
It's, NaVi are trying to force out as much as they can from Team Spirit. Is it the positioning so that their Ursa knows that he's safe? Is it the BKBs? Anything just to slow things down or at least give themselves somewhat of an edge. It's that kind of a scenario that you're in. Ursa picks up a basher other than the blink. Okay, I can get behind that. Toss back, lasso, and you want to burst someone down. So they are going for a win. This time around, I like Vichune's Island. It's the last game on a troll, I wasn't a fan. But this kind of a build actually does allow him to come back. If you get a blink, you jump in, they kite you around, and it's over. You're dead after it. This way, you're just hoping that your teammates, which might not happen, but it can happen, bring you the prey and you rip them apart. So let's see if NaVi actually can execute up to that level so that they get some kills.
Yeah, Yataro, he's... I mean, he's got that Aegis for another 2.5 minutes, so this does keep the... I was going to say the advantage in the side of Team Spirit, but it looks like NaVi, they want to smoke out and maybe look to get a pick off here as Yataro, he's just pushing onto this tier 2 tower now as well. Malady's going to be coming close. Does he want to go for the overgrowth? Because he's still got the tether from Mira. So Mira, if there really is danger, Mira can pull him out with the relocate.
Team Spirit are very careful about how they approach this. They were diving before the Ursa got the BKB. Now they're respecting it. Even with the Aegis, they are trying to use the other part of their lineup, and that is the ability to come in with all of their heroes without much committal because they have a relocate available. So they're pushing in all the lanes, and they are the ones now forcing NaVi into a mistake because they know that if they just run in, there is a chance to lose a fight, and another lost fight means that the game might not be even, but NaVi are in a position where they can dictate something rather than just wait for Team Spirit to do something and be ready with a response.
Yeah, Vichune, like you say, he went for that basher after the BKB, so he's more bothered about being able to finish the fights than engaging on them. And I mean, you look at Vichune in terms of net worth behind, he's still about 5k behind Yataro. How does he, is he really bothered about catching up? Because, or is it just down to the rest of his team to enable him in these fights? Because he did take a really good one when, you know, Spirit were split up a little bit.
It's better to be rich than to be poor. That's what I'm gonna say here. So he would like to catch up, but it's not impossible for him to play the game even as it is. So it's hard.
Yeah.
He puts a lot of it on his team's shoulders. But of course, if he could, he would want to have more farm. Problem is their map is so small. They're not controlling a single area of the map. They're just running where they think their enemies are not.
Yeah.
At.
Okay, and the smoke comes out from Spirit now as well, so we might see 30 seconds left on the Aegis. Yataro might want to try and make something happen with this Malady. He's going to be the furthest one forward, so the smoke is going to break. Collapse, though. He's going to get the drag back. The lasso comes out. The right clicks, but there's going to be the reality coming through, and now the Phantasm. They might be able to take down Vichune, but Vichune's got the enrage. He's got that BKB, trying to chase down his Collapse. Collapse is getting really down low. The Rolling Thunder just come through, and Yataro, he takes down Malady. They might even be able to take down Sweden Strong as well. They both do have buybacks out of this. They forced out a Phantasm, but again, the Aegis is going to be reclaimed, and Yataro, he's still going to be really happy with this. Everybody on the side of Team Spirit are still up, and they should be able to take down this tier 2 tower in the mid lane.
No hesitation from NaVi, but just not enough damage.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it. Like, I liked what they did. I liked how they itemized to deal with the current situation, but it was just shown there and then that Collapse doesn't even get the Lotus Orb off, and you still can't bring him down, and that is a big problem. Still, you know, it is what it is. Oh,
look at this, the dive in as well. They're going to be able to take down Vichune. Vichune, he has no buyback. He's going to be dead for the next 50 seconds. Yeah, 200 gold away. So, you know, a couple of bounty runes would be able to get him back in this game, but NaVi just can't get themselves out of the base. And Spirit, they're going to claim at least a tier 3 tower, maybe even a lane of racks off this.
They're not the fastest of pushers and they'll lose the Phantasm, but they'll have one fairly soon. The thing about that last fight is they caught Collapse, but Vichun didn't pop the BKB immediately. I think he didn't respect the potential of Yatoro jumping in. After that stun connected, it was, I think, certain that Collapse was going to survive and the fight was going to go badly for you.
Yeah, and now, lol. I mean, he's going to be TPing himself away to push out the spot. I was just watching the celebration there coming out from Collapse as well, so because he does have the Aghanim Scepter up as well, so the Uproar will be putting out the projectiles, you know, the waves that do split up, and he just, you know, he gets himself out. He's going to continue to push as well, going on to this top lane now as well to apply the pressure, and you can see that Yatoro, he's just going to continue. He's actually going to be going for the Mage Slayer into the Bloodthorn as well, it looks like, as well, here on the Chaos Knight. Before he goes back for anything like a BKB or something like that, he's so confident in the rest of the team to be able to keep himself alive with the Phantasm there, with the AC, the Manta style as well, that he's not too bothered about the potential stun lock coming out for Navi.
If you jump someone and that hero dies, the fight is over.
Yeah.
The thing is that Navi don't have the gold necessary to have the defensive items to help their teammates. The only one that has a way to remove it is the Visage, but if he's stunned, he's not going to be able to use the Guardian Greaves and he still dies. So I'm liking the item. You know, that is the thing. Team Spirit want to jump in, burst someone down. That's what their lineup is. I don't think it's built to do, but at this point in the game, this is how you break the formation of the enemies and win the fight completely. You destroy them completely and utterly. Let's say you get the silence from Tavitian and the stun, he's just going to die without using his BKB, and that's going to be an issue.
We'll see how they're going to make this happen here. Nicky Cool, he's got himself the Blink Dagger, he's got himself the BKB, so he's got a good option to get in. But like you say, the last time they got onto Collapse with 3k health and 28 armor. He is a big, scurry beast, and it's so hard to take him down that he's definitely not the target that you want to jump. But even if he gets involved in this fight, you know, the disruption that the Primal Beast offers as well, Navi just can't deal with it at the minute.
He has 28 armor, but he also has the Uproar, so that's 20 more armor additionally. 58 okay, so that's 53, sorry, if he has the CK close to him. So that's just a big problem. 48, sorry, without the CK close to him and the AC. So Collapse does not die. That is kind of the conclusion that we're gonna make. So Navi needs to find another target. So ideally it's the Pango. He has the Aeon Disc, doesn't die. CK. Okay, CK is your target, but he's probably gonna be staying behind. So this is very tough for Navi. It's not like they have vision heroes or something. So it's I wouldn't want to be in their skin, because Spirit itemized so they don't get bursted down. They don't get bursted down, they win the fight.
Yeah. And, well, they might try and make a jump happen here. There's going to be the toss back as well, but like you say, Lyle, he's going to be able to survive the Lotus Orb. Even comes out afterwards. He's going to be able to pop the double damage rune here now as well. Get himself on top of the Tiny. Tiny's caught in the staircase. He's just going to be rolled down, and they get the kill, and the lasso does come through, but again, the Primal Beast, do they have the damage this time? He pops that BKB. They're not going to be able to take him down, and they're even going to be able to get themselves on top of Laze, and Laze not going to be able to get himself away from this one. Yatoro gets the kill. They're going to go even further. The buybacks come through from the two heroes on the side of Navi. Can they get themselves into this fight before it goes overboard, and they take down Vichun? Vichun's dead. The freezing field, the celebrations comes out. They're going to be able to find the Tiny again. The stun lock coming through, and they get the kill onto Sweden Strong. Laze, he needs to get himself back in the base, but the Reality Rift comes out. He's going to be silenced. Collapse gets himself on top. The Pulverize is going to be there now as well. They're just absolutely cleaning up.
GG's called. That was the you know, you could say best that Navi can hope for in terms of how the fight is gonna go. How things are gonna develop inside of it. You initiate, you pop the Aeon Disc, you force out the Rolling Thunder, your support dies, you buy it back. So it's 5 versus 5 still, and you're in an okay position. You haven't used your big spells, you forced out the big spell and some big items from the opponents, and you still have absolutely no chance. Goes to show that the lead was too big, something that, I mean, we already know, but you're always hoping that Navi will be able to at least have one more fight. I have to say, I'm kind of disappointed with how Navi are playing. Their whole style of Dota is way too passive. For my taste, Team Spirit, they read it, but they are playing passively. They're not getting kills, but they're getting objectives. And objective over objective, they're getting more and more gold. And at some point, they get to a point where it's very hard very, very hard for them to lose the fight. And the only times they did so in this and in the previous game, they get slightly surprised. You know, in this one, it was the Ursa BKB pretty much being delivered to him the second the Team Spirit are starting the fight. That's the only engagement, literally only engagement that Navi did well in. Everything else was just a complete disaster.
Yeah, and I suppose if it was best of ones, you know, Navi, they'd be absolutely loving this. But for the second series in a row, they take game number 1 and just can't keep up the momentum to take game number 2 or 3. And Team Spirit, it puts them on the first win of the season. Navi, unfortunately, it's their second loss so far. And again, every win counts, because that could be the difference there between staying up and surviving in mid-table or being knocked down to Division 2. So Navi needs to get themselves back to the drawing boards, needs to get themselves, you know, back into those scrims, get themselves practicing in a full 3-game series, it looks like. But for now, guys, we are going to be taking a quick break. We're going to be back with the second series after this. It's going to be DarkSide versus Nemiga. So we'll see if DarkSide, if they can get their second win on the board on Nemiga, are they going to be able to take it against DarkSide? We'll find out after the break.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back in, everybody. We're going to get ourselves into the second series of the day. Hurry, it's going to be DarkSide versus Nemiga. Now, we've not seen a lot of DarkSide, only the one series that they played against NaVi a couple of days ago. But what are your expectations for these teams? Because, I mean, DarkSide is made up of some players that you would expect to be near the very top of the board. In fact, Ramses is usually touted as one of the top carries in the side of the Eastern European region.
Ramses was looked at as the best carry in the world for some time, or at least top 2, top 3. The thing is, all of these players, other than I would say Sonation, looking the greatest recently. Rabel was good on Hellraisers. I mean, Hellraisers was good. I don't know if I can say, okay, Rabel was the reason why they were good, but they were solid there. But this DarkSide lineup, I would say that they have potential. The problem I see here immediately when I look at the lineup is I see two big egos, right? Everyone is gonna tell you, Ramses, huge ego.
10
He
seconds to go.
he has a lot of knowledge in Dota. In Virtus Pro, even when Solo was
5
there,
seconds.
Ramses took over the captain at some point. But Saneko can be very, very, hard on his teammates as well. So I don't know if I was creating a team, if I would personally put the two of them together. Just because I think there would be a lot of clashing of ideas. And from what people have told me, I haven't met Saneko or Ramses, neither played with them in a
10
team
seconds to
or
go.
listened how they communicate, but I have talked to people who have. And
5
they say that, especially for Saneko, you need to get used to him. I don't want to say flaming you, but kind of being a bit harsh.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if he can exercise that towards Ramses, who is a bigger star than him, like how that would work, or if he does, how Ramses would react. So I think there might be some problems there, but I'm hoping there won't. Like, on paper, this is a lineup with a lot of potential, that has leadership, that has Dota knowledge, that has skill behind them, and I'm just hoping that they do well. Lesh and the Crystal Maiden have been the heroes that they love, so I'm kind of liking that they went for Crystal Maiden as the most picked hero for now of our of the EU DPC. Batrider there with her as well. The problem is Batrider doesn't have that good of a win rate, whereas the Crystal Maiden I think only lost one game.
Yeah, and Batrider, Nicky Cool had some good jumps in that last series on the Batrider, but like you say, he wasn't successful in either game. The Ricky, though, was incredibly successful. The Shrek being picked up, we all know how strong that hero is, and yeah, like you say, the Crystal Maiden coming out looked incredibly... I mean, the space that was created for the Crystal Maiden, or the space that the Crystal Maiden created, you know, being able to get in, rotate with the fights, forcing Sweden Strong in that third game to react into a mid lane gank. The mid-team fights when you put in your freezing field down, you've got your frostbite for the control. Even the damage in the lane that the Crystal Nova offers if the heroes are grouping up. This hero at the minute, Crystal Maiden, is just one of the strongest supports, and there was a reason that we were seeing the Crystal Maiden being banned out when teams were first starting to play around the Xmas show, the Christmas show, that the hero must have been doing so well in scrims that teams were just like, we don't want to see it. But looking through, I'm surprised that the Lina gets all the way through the first phase into the second phase of bans.
Yep, completely ignored. I kind of expected Nemiga and DarkSide's draft to be different, because against Nemiga, you have to go for different bans. You know what comes to mind: the Pangos, the Timbers that got banned out, and of course the
5
Tusk.
seconds.
Tusk and the Pango didn't get banned out, and Nemiga didn't pick it up, which means that Nemiga are switching things up. They cannot allow Melreen to be a one-trick pony any longer. He is quite a talented player, and I think he can play other heroes as well. So Batrider comes out right now, and I think both Vazia and Melreen can utilize this hero. So I like it that they're switching things up. I think this is very, very important. Plus, it's a solid hero against the Lesh. Nemiga should have a lot of experience against the Lesh in particular, because they played against it so many times with the Tusk, sometimes effectively, but when they played against Quinn, they got destroyed by it. So I'm kind of glad that they're respecting that the hero can be strong, even though it's not the same guy playing it. So I'm kind of happy that these guys are switching it up, and you can see that there's just not so much emphasis on Lina, though. There is a Lesh, and I think that it is a worthy ban now from the side of DarkSide, especially because there's a Riki on the other side, a great one to set up for a stun later on.
Yeah, and again, in the game number 1, we all saw how powerful that Ricky was, so Nemiga trying to harness that in their favor in this second series. The life steals we got, the Naga Siren gets spun out here as well. Again, the Naga Siren, to varying degrees of success, is being played at the minute, but it is up there in the current meta lineup of carry heroes. So Nemiga just saying that we don't want to take the risk against playing against it. You know, we'll let Ramses get something else, but for now, the Naga Siren, the Slark, they can both sit on the fishy little bench somewhere in a pond or a sea somewhere, and we might see those later on into the DPC. But for now, team's just happy to ban them straight out and not play against them. DarkSide, like I say, the Leshrac comes out, the Crystal Maiden's going to be the really good position 5 Leshrac. Yeah, great hero, really strong in the meta at the minute. Are you expecting, because of the way that the Leshrac tries to sustain with the Bloodstone, you know, are you expecting like a Drow or a Skadi builder to come out as a carry hit for Nemiga?
Could be a Drow. Kiritich is a solid route, but DarkSide, they pick up a Spirit Breaker. This means that they're going for a Darkseer. I think if you're Nemiga right now, you're putting it in your head, can we pick up a Darkseer ourselves? And the answer is no. So prepare for it. Man, this would be a really solid Oracle game for Nemiga. You counter the Lesh, you counter the CM, you are pretty good against the Spirit Breaker because you can purge off his Bulldoze, you are very good with the Batrider because you keep him safe, man, and you will kind of push your opponents away from the idea of picking up a Darkseer.
Yeah, and other regions, okay, watching China play the past couple of days, they've been picking up the Phoenix. You know, up against heroes like the Lesh that's going to rely on the health regen. Why aren't we seeing the Phoenix in Eastern Europe, you know, going for that Spirit Vessel, picking up, you know, throwing down the Sunrays in these fights? Why is that hero so popular in China while it doesn't seem to be touched in Eastern Europe?
I haven't analyzed all of the China drafts. I've seen it myself. The thing is, Phoenix is good against most of the heroes that are being played right now, but he's not especially good with the heroes that are being played. Now it's, you know, with the DKs and stuff like that coming in, maybe the hero will get picked up more, because you really don't want to be focusing only on the egg part of it, but also for the Sunray on healing your teammates. So as we see more of these tower pushers, DKs, maybe Death Prophets, you know, stuff like that, then the Phoenix will make more sense. The Eastern European players can play it, and there's the Lina coming out right now. I think this is solid enough against the potential Darkseer, but it will come out anyways. DarkSide played this in exact combo of heroes, Lesh, Crystal Maiden, Darkseer. I don't think they played the Spirit Breaker in particular. No, they played the Tiny twice, but Spirit Breaker makes a lot of sense, especially when the Tiny's banned out. And Spirit Breaker is a great hero against both the Bat and the Lina. Not good against the two supports, but very good against the Lina and the Bat. And I'm really curious to see if this is going to be something that is going to be a problem for the Lina, because these heroes that like to stand their ground and just attack hate playing against the Spirit Breaker. He charges in on you, he bashes you once, he uses the ulti, your BKB is gone. So I'm kind of hoping that this is gonna be a hero that helps against the Lina. Might be.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, because I'm looking at the Clockwork being picked up. I talked about how good it is against the Crystal Maiden in the last game, you know, but obviously you don't pocket pick a hero just to counter a position 5. But coming up against the Spirit Breaker, if you do see that charge coming in, the Spirit Breaker and the Darkseer on the lane is a good, you know, being able to drop the Iron Shell on the Spirit Breaker, let the Spirit Breaker charge in and get some harass off. But I'm looking at this coming into the later part of the game, I'm thinking, as soon as you see that Spirit Breaker in the fights, the Clockwork, that's the automatically, you know, it should be heat-seeking on that hook just to try and hit onto the Spirit Breaker, stop him from being able to close the gap, like you say, onto the Batrider, onto the Lina. I do think Nemiga need another kind of front line, you know, the Centaur, something like that can sit from the off lane, you know, is going to be able to engage. But I'm just wondering as well, with the Riki being picked up, who it is actually going to be here for Nemiga in this off lane.
It could still be an offlane Batrider. It is not out of the question. They banned out the Doom. I like that. That's a Darkseer counter.
10 seconds to go.
Right now, Nemiga have better vision. So good initiation for Nemiga is something that I would like to see, be it from mid or the offlane. So something with a blink or something that has a jump. If it's mid heroes, I'd like to see Spirits. If it's offlane, a blink stun. Just anything that has a blink stun. With the Riki, with the Clockwork, if you have better vision, if you're the first one initiating, it's going to be amazing. And that's what you want to do if you're Nemiga.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't actually mind an offlane Tusk here with the Clockwork, or like an excuse me, never mind. Okay, so they're going to shift it. Yeah, it's the Batrider into the offlane. It looks like Lina in the mid and Bloodseeker in the safe. But yeah, I wouldn't mind a Clockwork position 3 with it, with a position 4 Tusk in this lineup for Nemiga either. But not to be. The Bloodseeker does come out here for Nemiga, which good against both, in my eyes at least, in my 2K eyes, you know, good against the Spirit Breaker and the Darkseer, who want to be, I mean, the Darkseer wants to be in and around the fights, you know, dropping the wall, but being able to drop the Surge, get himself in and around to extra targets. If you've dropped the Rupture, if you got that Blood Right going, the Rupture going onto the Spirit Breaker, you know, the Blood Right where the Darkseer wants to be, you can negate a lot of what these two heroes put out in this side for DarkSide.
They go for the Morphling. It's the exact same lineup that they played yesterday, 2 days before, sorry. But it is a Spirit Breaker instead of a Tiny that was banned out. I really like what DarkSide have. I really like it. Like the problem for DarkSide is that they might not do well in lanes. Right? That is an issue. But I'm looking at Nemiga and I'm looking at every single timing they have. And if DarkSide just run at them, which they should, they're going to be quite fine. A lot of it, of course, here relies on DarkSide's Darkseer lane. And considering the DK Focus, this is his best hero. Anyone who has played high-level pubs in Europe knows it. He likes this hero. He knows how to play it. Roger, he has played with Darkseers in the past as well. So if they do well in the lane, Bloodseeker is good against you. But if they do well in the lane and you get that first item on the Darkseer and DarkSide start running towards Nemiga, they're gonna destroy them, like completely destroy them. So Nemiga, to win this game, I think they need a good laning stage. They really need to not allow themselves to be behind, because in the early mid game, before that 15-minute mark comes, you are in so much trouble.
Yeah, I think we've got to give some respect to or at least for me, give some respect to Nemiga as well. We saw them again just before New Year's that they looked like they could take it to any team that they were playing. They got some good. I mean, eventually they did get knocked out, but they look strong coming into this roster. Kiritich and Malrine, I've been impressed with them since last season, Division 2, all the way from the start of the year. They look like a good, strong combination whenever I saw Nemiga play. And I think they're going to carry it on here. Malrine on the Lina as well. Again, Lina just seems to be that auto-win hero, so it is going to be up to DarkSide to shut this down, and whether they have the tools in the basket here to do it here on the side of DarkSide. But at the minute, I am leaning towards Nemiga having a better game, because I think they can hit those timings. I think they've got it under the belt where they know where they're strong. They know where they need to maybe pull back a little bit. And I'm expecting Nemiga to have a really good game here. And I think they're going to take this first game.
Oh, we'll see. I mean, overall, I like the drafts of the teams. The reason I like them, not like, oh, it's the best draft in the world or something along those lines, one out drafted the other, is because there's so much potential for this game to be interesting, right?
Yeah.
One or the other team can stomp each other, but when there's potential for that, it can also be a very interesting game. Because on one side, you have Nemiga who want to slow things down, but when they hit their timing, bam, 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 we have the vision, we overwhelm you. DarkSide, they consistently want to fight. Like, run at them, run at them, run at them. And ideal for me in this game, which is a possibility, is that DarkSide takes it over, and they start running over Nemiga, then the 15-minute mark comes, Ricky gets the shard, and then things equalize. And that would be the best possible way for us and our viewing experience for the game to go. But these kind of games are very hard to predict. I just like what DarkSide have, and I think these are kind of the heroes that they're very confident on. So I'm having faith that they can do it. Whereas when you look at Nemiga's lineup, it is not a classic Nemiga lineup. That is the thing. So I'm kind of scared to see how Malrine will perform on the Lina.
Well, we'll keep an eye on him, see how he does play on this. Like you say, he's more preferred towards like the Tusksmids, Timbersaws, Sand Kings, those kind of heroes. But I mean, anybody can play the Lina. If I can play the Lina, anybody can play the Lina. I'm pretty sure. As DK Focus going to be forced away, but meanwhile on this bottom rune, it looks like Vizi might actually go down. The damage, it's going to be enough on DarkSide. They pick up the first blood.
Not good for Nemiga. Good for Nemiga, though, is that So Bad is getting DK Focus low. And when you look at DK Focus, he doesn't have anything in terms of regen other than Mango's giving him some HP regen. And he can't even get close to the wave to use the Iron Shell. So he is in trouble. And this is a lane important to DarkSide. So DK Focus, a big mistake there, dying while his teammates were making things happen on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Focus, he looks like he is going to be able to get close to the creep wave eventually, but, the denies start to come out. The bash shields again, Focus. Even the blood rate going to be coming out here, and Focus is going to be controlled, silenced up, and taking so much damage coming out from Sobad, and Sobad's chasing him right the way back towards his tier 1. The bash shield is it going to last long enough? It's not, but one more right click, Sobad. Is he fast enough? He's going to be diving. No, he's not going to be diving the tower for it. He's 15 move speed faster than, but underneath the tier 1 tower here, not even hitting the first minute of the game, Sobad doesn't want to overcommit, doesn't want to dive, doesn't want to give any advantage over to DK Focus.
Oh man, DK Focus messed up so much, taking that much damage from So Bad. It's just not good. We talked about it, how important Darkseer is every single Darkseer lineup kind of revolves around him buffing his teammates, running in, being tanky, getting that first item, beat the mech, beat a, now you're not gonna go for the Agonist, but it used to be the Agonist when it gave the extra HP, you know, something along those lines. Now it's already apparent that DK Focus is gonna be struggling.
Yeah, and we can see that Kiritich, even, you know, going for that level 1 Blood Right to come out against Fogus, it looks like the Iron Shells are going to be dropped, but the harass coming out from Kiritich, and Kiritich is going to be able to sustain in this lane as well. You know, the Iron Shell, it's going to be, it's an annoying itch that he has to scratch, but he will be able to scratch it with the creeps as he gets these last hits out on Fogus. Oh, actually, Sobat, the Roger gets the pull through, but Sobat is going to try and contest this around the neutrals. And you can see that, again, Focus is going to be completely out of mana here. He's got himself the 4 mangoes, but it looks like Sobat, he just wants to carry on getting on top of this Darkseer and forcing him all the way back.
Sad situations have gotten there on top of DarkSide, so that's quite unfortunate. Meanwhile, mid lane, you know, some shenanigans happening here between Malrine and Rabel. Rabel is pulling the creep wave here. Would be nice for him if he could wait for the bounty rune, but I don't think he can. He needs to come back into the mid lane here. So I guess that's nice for the Lesh to be somewhat equal with the Lina.
Yeah, the Lina, though, this lane up against the Leshrac, because we've talked about how much of a lane dominated Leshrac is, but the Lina having that... Oh, are we going to see another... No, Roger is just being forced away. But yeah, the Lina having that extra long engagement reach with the Dragon Slave, you know, with the right clicks being so... you're having a really high attack range anyway. How much does that hurt the Leshrac that he's not just going to be able to get the lightning off into that split earth and deny the range creeps for Malrine?
As long as you're not getting crushed as a Lesh versus the Lina, you're fine. Right, it's not the matchup that you're happy to play against. Ideally, you would want to say somewhat okay there against her, so that with the rotation of Roger, you might be able to get the kill. That's it.
Yeah. Okay, and bottom lane, let's take a look how we're looking here. As Hellscream, he's going to be using his salve. Seneko is going to be low on mana, level 2, so he doesn't have the aura just yet as well. But Hellscream wants to come out, getting some harass onto Seneko. Seneko here, with the stick charges, might be able to get a Frostbite or a Crystal Nova off if he needs to. But you can see that Hellscream, I think he's more trying to play around stopping this pull coming out from Seneko. Even the Frostbite, Hellscream, going to be taking a lot of damage, but he will disrupt. Does he disrupt it in time, though? Or is the creep wave still going to latch on? It doesn't look like it. And the stack isn't going to be there, as top lane, Kiritich will get the kill onto Roger.
It's top lane is looking disastrous, like completely disastrous. The other lanes are doing okay for DarkSide, but everything kind of relies on that Darkseer. And of course Lina, as you get more levels, you start to pressure the Lesh more.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker though. As I say,
he is there.
He TP's in. I think he'll be able to go. The lightning's going to slow down. There's going to be the chase from Roger as well. Rain Split Earth does come through. So he might be able to get this kill onto Malrine. Malrine's going to be able to throw out the LSA. He's got the Furry Fire as well. Is he going to be able to keep himself alive through this? Roger underneath the tower. He's not going to be able to get one of those bashes off. And now Malrine, he's going to break ankles through the trees. He gets himself away. And they're going to be trying to dive. The ward goes down. Sobat gets killed into DK Focus. The charge out underneath the tier 2 tower. The tier 2 tower doesn't have enough damage. With the right click, they're going to be able to get the kill. And Malrine, he turns it around. The Furry Fire keeps him alive.
Remember, maybe this is the plan for DarkSide. We talked about Ramses and Seneko might clash, you know, in terms of I want to be the alpha, right? But maybe here they're gonna be making themselves being friends. Like, what the hell are our guys doing on the other lanes? Like, why are you feeding? Why are you dying? The thing is, if DK Focus had a good lane, these rotations from the Spirit Breaker would be okay, because he would be on the top lane and still getting some farm. But because didn't, he just dies while that dive is happening, and Roger just gives a freebie to Malrine.
Yeah, and you can see here that Rabel, in terms of net worth, 5.5 minutes in, you know, he's only about 400 gold behind the Lina, but the Lina, he's going to go straight for the Boots of Travel. Once she gets those out, if she's getting a better timing, there's going to be... Oh, Hellscream followed. They're going to know the Crystal Maiden's here now as well, so the charge coming through, and Malrine just backs himself all the way back. Yeah, even the ward's going to spot this out as well, so Roger, he just moved himself into a position where he tried to get the charge, but the ward spots it out. Focus, the vacuum back out of the cogs. Batcher's still going. The Blood Right's going to be there now as well. Can they do the damage over to the Darkseer? Darkseer, and Kiritich does get the kill.
Man, look at his net worth. Don't look at his net worth. Let's just stay with DS until the until the end of the game. Oh man, that's just so sad. The Nemiga are gonna be super happy with this one. Yes, the Morphling is getting a ton, but Morphling at some point, this hero needs to farm. He cannot fight, and it's gonna be so hard. Then you just focus on the Lesh, for whom you already have heroes to deal with. Lina in particular, Laguna Blade is like the worst enemy of the Lesh. So this is right now for DarkSide very, very tough.
Roger following that charge nearly, I mean, halfway towards the fountain here now as well, and you can see that, is this what it does actually spot out Malrine? Do they want to try and make a move because of the Lesh? Now the Lesh isn't going to be coming out of the river. He needs that farm. He needs to be able to find, he's equalized up now, up against the Lina, and so bad. Well, Fogus, he's just moving himself into jungle, trying to use the Iron Shell to farm this out, but it looks like so bad just wants to scout out against the Darkseer now. Hellscream, he's got a ward down as well. He's going to see Rabel. Are they going to try and make a dive the courier? He's not going to try and go for that.
He needs to hide so as he does not reveal the ward. That's what Hellscream needs to do here. It's all about, yeah, let's leech some experience, and that's it. That's the only thing that I'm trying to do here. Because the game is going well for us. With this, we're gonna be able to delay until that minute 15. I get the shard. Suddenly, the game turns on its head. We're gonna have a BKB. We're gonna have a drums on the Batrider most likely, and we are gonna be able to deal with the enemy. So it's on to DarkSide right now to get the levels on their supports, to get some levels on the Darkseer so that they can utilize the power of the CM and the Spirit Breaker early on.
Yeah, and Kiritich, how's he looking? He's actually just going to be able to go straight into the Maelstrom, though. Oh, they got the lockdown again onto Roger. Roger, he's not going to be able to get himself out. The Blood Right, the sound's coming out now as well, and Kiritich is level 6, so he has that Rupture. Might not even need to use it. He's got the chase down. The move speed, no, the Iron Shell, the Rupture is going to come through. And Kiritich does secure the kill. Iron Shell nearly coming in clutch there. Malrine, though, he's got an Invis Rune. LSA is going to connect. The Darkseid Laguna Blade comes out, and Fogus goes back in the bag.
And this is the thing, Ramses, he crushed his lane, he got the first blood, but Morphling is not a type of hero that is just gonna come over there towards the triangle and defend it. He just can't do it. It's way too risky for him, and even if he does, the best scenario is he pushes the enemies away from that. It's not like he does anything much. So, you crushed Vazia in the lane. At least now they're gonna try to fight on the bottom lane and force people there. I think this is the best play they can make.
Yeah, they're gonna try and go onto the Batrider. Batrider at level 5, so he doesn't have that lasso. He's got the Firefly already going here, though, and Hellscream immediately as Roger comes in. He just drops the smoke screen, and now the Flame Break back as well. Roger could be in trouble. The Frostbite is going to be there, but so bad. Rotates in to get the kill onto Hellscream, but it looks like Roger might still go down. Vazia, if he can get in range, one more right click, he is going to be able to get the kill onto Roger. And now it looks like Seneko is going to be in trouble as well. So bad, though, he can't claim that kill, can't secure it just yet. Waveform comes forward, and so bad, he just he needs to get himself away, but he will still go down. And Ramses gets himself a courier there as well as the double kill. So a decent amount of gold going the way of the Morphlin, and maybe starting to equalize a little bit in this game.
Very smart from DarkSide, forcing Nemiga into a mistake. We can't bring the Morphling to us to help us, but we can bring the fight to the Morphling, and Nemiga, they take the bait. They take the bait because they dodged the initial jump easily, and now Vazia, he's in a ton of trouble. If he gets connected with the charge, he'll die, especially if the Morphling is close. Okay, not under the tower. He understands that the Flame Break can stop the charge anytime.
Yeah, and the lasso was available as well, so he could have potentially got a drag back. Hellscream, how is he looking? Just trying to do some dewarding, looks like, in the triangle, but there isn't actually any wards there from the side of DarkSide. So coming across the charge out immediately onto Clockwork, but there were 3 heroes here. Nemiga, they are going to be the ones to secure this rune here for their mid laner, and Lena picks himself up an arcane rune.
DarkSide are finding ways to play the game. They took the bottom tower. Ramses is crushing it, how strong he is. And if you remember old Virtus Pro TI6 days, some 2016, 2017, Ramses would play very aggressively in his lane, and he would invade the enemy triangle just crushing people. And this is the kind of game that he loves. So despite the Darkseer having such a bad time, maybe Ramses on the bottom lane, with the help of his teammates, can run over the enemies, or at least create enough pressure that his teammates can come back into it. So I like what DarkSide did there with a couple of moves towards the bottom, and they actually get to a 1k gold lead.
Yeah, they are starting to, like I say, take a little bit of an advantage here in this game. We can see that the Morphlin is top of the net worth. Kiritich as well. he's keeping up. You know, he's not too far behind, and with this creep wave, he should be able to get himself there. The Maelstrom's going to help with that as well, as he just looks to accelerate that farm, going towards the BKB next. But there's going to be the rotation coming up. Rabel as well as Roger. Roger on the charge. Who's going to be charging towards? It's going to be Kiritich. Kiritich, can he do anything about this now as well? As Rabel's going to be able to come in with the split earth. The split earth, no. But the hookshot, it comes in from deep. The rupture's going to be there now as well. Kiritich is going to try and turn this one around. Hellscream gets himself in. Even Marin's going to rotate in, but Sobak goes down. Can they go for anything more? The wall's going to be dropped. So Nico might be able to get the kill onto Hellscream. Hellscream might be able to dodge this one off with the damage. Kiritich at least gets that TP away. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Ramses, does he want to try and get aggressive against the bat? Vazia just dropping those sticky napalms. 4 points into the sticky napalm as well. So Ramses doesn't want to overcommit there in that mid lane.
A big difference in Nemiga when they're playing the heroes that they know how to play, and when they're playing the kind of a standard lineup, right? So we are seeing that they're not really reading the strength of their enemies that well, because they are used to them being the ones dictating the tempo.
Yeah, Morphlin, he's going to be able to get the strength morph off there as well. So the LS8 does connect. Wasn't enough follow-up to take Ramses down. And Ramses just going to be able to, again, strength morph himself up, get himself out of danger, even try and farm up a couple of cogs there, it looks like. As so bad, he does have the hook shot available. How's the vision going to look here? Do they want to try and go? He's going to see, I mean, the Crystal Maiden Courier coming in to give the vision, looking for the D-ward, as Crystal Maiden doesn't have a rocket flare of her own. Which, I'd like to see how a Crystal Maiden would set that one up, actually. Hookshot, it misses! Oh, Roger, with the swift move to the right, just moves away from the hookshot, and there's not going to be any follow-up from that.
Too short and so bad. He didn't even miss. He was just short a couple of inches there. But yeah, so Roger will be fine. The DarkSide should be very happy with how things are going. Their moves have been quite crisp. You know, those were the only moves that they could make, but they made them fast. And even though Nemiga at some points might have read them, they just weren't fast enough to respond. The thing is, it's only a 1k goal lead. 15-minute mark is coming. The Riki, though, is very poor. That is a problem, because even on 15 minutes, he's not going to be having the shard. Usually when we see Riki's rushing it, they do have it. Oh, Lina wants to burst down Ramses. He knows.
Yeah, how's he looking at? He's got himself 1200 health here. Malrine, can he get through this? Looks like Ramses, even with the waveform here, Malrine, this invis rune, he's not going to get anything higher. This it doesn't look like, unless the hookshot. Ramses, though, I mean, the waveform would have been there in 4 seconds anyway. So yeah, Malrine, they're just going to give this one up. They give up the tier 1 tower in the mid lane as well. So at least DarkSide, they're hitting some timings. You know, they're taking these buildings and they're starting to open up the map for themselves.
Nighttime is coming. I'm assuming that Roger is going to get the night vision on level 10. I don't know if he gets level 10, though, during the second nighttime. I guess at some point he does. But the thing is, the map is open, and they're just going to be running in. DarkSide, despite the bad start to the Darkseer lane, they've opened up the map on the back of their Morphlink. Ramses was able to do it. And with that night smoke on the top lane as well. So that has opened up the possibility for them. And now we talked about the strength of the CM and the Spirit Breaker. Level 7 is basically where the CM is the strongest. 4 points in the Frostbite. Everybody just dies.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to make a move onto Kirch as well. The hookshot comes out, but the wall's already down. The freezing field comes through as well. The cogs, but it keeps them trapped inside. They don't want to be there, and it's going to be a double kill for Fogus. And now the lasso onto the Leshrac, but Leshrac, does he want to carry on going with the lightning? Flamebreak comes out, pushing Roger back, and it looks like Vazia, he's going to be caught out and killed off the Frostbite, and that's going to be, again, another great rotation for DarkSide. And there was just nothing. Good hookshot, great hookshot in, but on top of a wall, dropping the cogs as well, you keep yourself trapped in where you don't want to be, and they might even be able to get themselves onto Malrine now as well. Malrine, there's going to be the charge coming through from Roger. Ramsey's chasing as well. The adaptive strike comes out. LSA, so Roger has to disconnect from that charge.
Look at Roger and the items that he wants. He wants the Aghanim Scepter. He understands this game, it's all about running into the opponents. He's gonna have the backing up of his Darkseer, who now has that first item, and you're seeing how DarkSide just want to play. Just run towards the enemies. This is what their lineup does. They should never stop. And with this never stopping, they might not even allow Nemiga to ever play the game.
Yeah, ooh, top lane. Split Earth comes out. They've got the reveal, but Hellscream was already away. So he was able to get himself out of that aggression. Doesn't even get caught in the dust to be revealed. So he can play, he can get some more experience. But they were looking 3 heroes looking to take down this Riki. And with the Lesh being there as well, the Diabolic Edict could have come out. They could have forced out, I mean, there's no even fortification on the side of Nemiga. So they could have tried to force out a tier 2 tower on the top lane at 15 minutes into the game.
Vazia went for the blink. The Riki will have a shard, so they have the items on the side of Nemiga. Now the only question is, have they delayed the potential timings of the enemies enough that they can use these item timings to be ahead. I think the gold lead might not be that big of an issue, but the vision of DarkSide is way too good.
Yeah. And Roger, he actually cancels that charge. You don't want to overcommit near a tier 2. Again, not sure where everybody's, but Nemiga, I mean, Kiritich has been forced into the Radiant Jungle to find his farm. Still wants that BKB, but he's still going to be, about 1,600 gold away from it? If that. Yeah, it's not a great time here for Kiritich on the BKB.
Slowing down the game right now for Nemiga. Don't allow DarkSide to get kill after kill before you get those VKBs. A bit of a greedy build from Malrine. He usually does this with the mid Lina going for the Shadow Blade. And considering he has the Riki, it's just not the easiest to utilize because there's always going to be sentries. That mid lane ward, oh, thank God that So Bad got it down. Because if he hadn't, that would have been a ward that DarkSide uses to crush Nemiga right now. With it going down, it is actually a question if DarkSide would even dare to go for a fight.
Yeah, it looks like they still want to come in on this. They are starting to move in. Lesh being the furthest one forward, so is he going to be fine? I mean, Hellscream sees him. Are they going to be the hookshot onto the Crystal Maiden? Crystal Maiden, Bloodright goes down. Frostbite's going to be used, but Seneko shouldn't be able to survive through this. One more right click from anybody who will go down. Backlines, though. Hellscream, he does still see Leshrac as Ramses just waveforms himself out of the 5-man lineup, 4-man lineup of Nemiga.
Very smart to just initiate. See a hero, kill it. That's how you stop it, because DarkSide, they need all 5 of their heroes to go forward. If they're the ones initiating, if they're the ones getting the first kill, they're chasing you down. But if they're lacking just one hero, it's going to be that much harder for them to go forward. I think, Rob, that we might get that game that we actually don't know who's going to win. That it's going to go all around. Because, you know, at the start, Nemiga, they crushed the Darkseer, but it didn't allow them to overtake the game. Then, DarkSide, they started playing their lineup with all of their heroes and just killing people, but they didn't overwhelm Nemiga for long enough, and Nemiga got their item timings. So I'm thinking that we're going to be seeing a very nice game here between the two teams.
Yeah, and you can see that Fogus is back in it after being shut down in the lane. He's already got himself the Guardian's Greaves. Starting to stack up on that net worth now as well, just behind the Batrider. And Vazia, speaking about the Batrider, Vazia could be in trouble. There's going to be the jump in from the Spirit Breaker, and Spirit Breaker might have broken the Spirit. No, there's going to be a really nice smoke screen. LSA connects. Are they going to be able to take down Morphlin? Morphlin's trying to get himself away from this one as well. Hellscream that chases out, but Ramsey's going to be able to use the Adaptive Strike for the pushback, and the stun onto Lina there as well. So even with the double damage rune, they can't burst through the Morphlin. Sleeping Dart comes out though. Do they have another setup with the LSA? It's not going to be able to get there in time, and Ramses might be able to get himself away from this one, and not going to be able to right-click through this Morphlin here.
Okay, that was either miscommunication for Nemiga or Vazia just dropping the ball, because they had a rocket flare in the Roche pit, and Roger charged through the Roche pit. So Nemiga knew that was coming. So either Vazia was like, no, I don't care, they can't kill me, or he thought that they were going to be reacting to it. That's the two options. Either way, not a great response for Nemiga. One thing, they could have punished this for sure, and in the end they didn't. They even had a DD on Malrine.
I love this from Hellscream. He was waiting for Ramses to morph all the way down to a couple of health points, and then he was going to hit him, you know, get the kill. Oh, the setup, they might be able to take down the Darkseid. LSA is going to be there. The right click's coming through from the Lina now as well. Laguna Blade comes out, and Guardian Greaves not even going to be effective as Vazia gets the kill onto Roger. But yeah, Hellscream, he was stalking the Morphlin. He was waiting for Ramses to drop down to those couple of health points to try and regen up like you usually see a Morphlin do. But Ramses, you know, he was cottoned onto it. He waits for to get himself underneath the tier 1 tower before even attempting to attribute shift and get that regen coming back.
We saw it even in the previous series when Gatoro was playing a Monkey King and being hunted by the Riki. The thing is that Riki is being played a lot currently in pubs, so everyone is kind of used to the Riki players. Are psychos, you know. They're gonna chase you for. I should know. I used to play Bounty Hunter and the Riki quite a lot, and it would be my purpose in life to just make someone miserable. And yeah, so they know exactly what the Rikis are trying to do.
I mean, you play Dota, so your mission to make people miserable. It doesn't matter what hero you're playing, as long as you're playing Dota, you're succeeding.
It's about making your teammates have a better day. That's the goal of every Dota player.
Hookshot comes in onto Roger the Cogzo. I'm going to trap him inside it. Does he want to try and go for the... No, he's going to be disrupted by the battery still coming through, so bad. He might just have got Kiritich out safe. Yes, they might lose so bad here, but this is going to be a trade worth it. close to getting out with a TP if he can keep Kiritich alive, which he does. So bad, more than happy to give his life for that, especially with a 4-hero rotation.
Yep, the TP of the Morphling is a big thing. The thing is right now though, DarkSide, what they did manage to do is get a kill and push Nemiga out of this area just as the minute mark was coming over. So it's gonna allow Ramses to farm the entire jungle as he's moving back to the triangle. So even though sometimes TPing to the to your safe lane this late in the game might not be beneficial for a carry, in this particular instance it's actually fine.
Bloodseeker, he's got the BKB out, so he wants to go back. The Skadi makes sense. The Skadi makes sense to me, you know, when you're playing into the Morphling. Focus, though, are they going to be able to get no Hellscream? The charge immediately stopped here by Hellscream.
Power nap. That was a power nap, if I ever saw one. So Roger is going to be feeling refreshed right now. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to finish off a charge. Ricky is almost always close or around Alina, because they're the ones that want to be going for kills.
Yeah, and Hellscream, I mean, he's not really got a lot of items, but he is going to be going towards the Yules as his first big item. He even picks that regen to make sure no one on the side of DarkSide can pick it up. Mari's going to be spotted, though. There's going to be Vazia close. They want to try and get the lasso. Wall's going to be dropped. They're going to be able to get themselves on top of the Lina. The Lina hookshot comes in, though. Trying to disrupt this LSA, connects onto Roger. Do they have the damage to take him down? Freezing Field is going to be there, but it's immediately silenced by that smoke screen. And the reveal, Hellscream, was that Rupture backlines. Who's he trying to chase? Ramses is going to be the one that's ruptured. Kiritich tries to get himself away. Rabel gets the kill onto Hellscream, and Sobad goes down as well, but they don't lose any cores on the side of Nemiga, which isn't bad seeing as the amount of engage DarkSide put into trying to win that fight.
I'm actually surprised Kiritich is going for a Skadi. You're playing against the Darkseer, so stats items aren't always the greatest. You're kind of going to give that away for the enemies as well. I think I would have preferred the Basher. A Mjolnir Basher Blink. Just get on top of someone and rip them apart. But okay, we'll see if it works out. I mean, the heal reduction is good for both the Lesh and the Morphling. I just don't know if it's gonna be good enough to get the kill, and it might just bite you back. Given the Darkseer wall shouldn't be that powerful this game, but if you have the Skadi and the Secret, it might just be good enough.
Yeah, and DarkSide now starting to posture around the Roche pit. They're just going to go into it. I mean, the Rocket Flow was already dropped. He had, I think it was Vision on Roger around that. But do Nemiga have the time to contest? It doesn't look like they're even going to try. And oh, the smoke comes out. I mean, Marius might be able to get himself in here with the Shadow Blade as well. But look at how Roche was the hookshot. It is available if you want to try and get into this. A hookshot comes in, but there's going to be the body blocks from the Darkseer just outside of the Roche pit, and Ramses, he's still going to be able to get the edges. Rabel's going to get really low. Right click down here. Rabel gets taken down by Mallory. The chase is on Seneko as well. And with the Maelstrom damage coming through from Kiritich, he's going to be able to stack it up onto Seneko, and Seneko will fall. Kiritich, what else can he get through this? The vacuum comes out. The wall's up as well. They might be able to get the stun onto, but Ramses, he's got that Aegis, so he should be fine. Can't say the same thing about the Darkseer with these 4 staffs, though. Kiritich trying to run himself away. They're going to be able to get the backstab. Yeah, this is going to be Aegis being popped, and they've got 4 heroes stacking around this. Can they carry on going on to this? The LSA, but Ramsey's trying to do his best to get himself away from this, and Hellscream, well, the damage, it's not going to be able to get the kill onto Hellscream just yet. He's got the Sleeping Dart. They've got the lockdown onto the Morphling. Look at how low everybody on the side of Nemiga is, but they want this kill onto the Morphling. The smoke screen comes out. They should be able to lock him down. They should be able to right-click him down. They get a 5-man wipe with an Aegis, and Nemiga, they take down DarkSide.
And they even got the Roche. In the end, Ramsey snatched the Aegis. I'm not sure what it was that got him. Was it the Bloodrite? Was it the Lina Dragonslayer? Wasn't paying attention to that part of the fight. But in the end, they even got the experience and the gold from the Roche. And taking down the Aegis, Nemiga are going to be very, very happy with this. DarkSide, the reason they went for that Roche is because they have the better team fight, right? The enemies, they're relying a lot on vision. But these BKBs... these long second BKBs are what's equalizing things for Nemiga, and you're inside of a pit, you're not in a good position, you're being scouted by the Clockwork, and suddenly you've lost the fight. So DarkSide, they read the situation, I would say wrongly, but just so, right? Because you have better team fight and you want to force a fight, it just wasn't the moment for it.
And now they're going to be able to force another one. Seneko in the Bloodrite, the cogs do come down. Roger's going to try to take the charge, but he's going to be 2-man LSA. They get, no, the Laguna Blade comes out, they're going to be able to take on Roger and Seneko, and now what else can Kiritich get out of this? They see the Crystal Maiden's Courier, But again, they just force something out of nothing. They get a 2-man LSA, connect, and they do the damage across the 2 heroes, knowing who to target. And Nemiga all of a sudden in the driving seat in this game.
DK Focus, he's like, okay, screw this. My Darkseer isn't working out. I'm gonna be a Blink Dagger Vacuum guy. So this is now gonna be something that Nemiga are gonna have to be wary of. There is a charge. Let's say he sees 2-3 heroes because of the vision, and he pulls them in, stun from the Spirit Breaker connects, and there's a follow-up from the Lash. That is something that you have to be careful of, especially because Rabel now has the Blink, and they're gonna try to use this right now.
Yeah, Malrine is going to be shown. There's going to be Seneko, tries to get himself in with the Tumbler's Toy, but he just gets jumped on, and the damage is still going to be, the wall comes out, they take down the Crystal Maiden, and Kiritich now, he's going to get involved, the charge onto Malrine, but Malrine, that BKB is going to be fading off. Do they want to carry on going? Roger's going to be on the charge, going to be doing a little bit of damage, but there's going to be the LSA to connect as the charge connects, and now Roger puts himself in no man's land. Even the Blood Right going to be dropped now as well. Do they have the damage to get the lockdown? Look at the right click coming out onto Leshrac. Leshrac just gets absolutely deleted by Malrine, and well, the chase is on, and Lena trying to break some ankles through the trees. Ramsey's chasing out. He's going to be able to get him with the adaptive strike. So they do blow up onto the Lena, and Ramsey's looking for that runaway. What's Darkseer going to try and do here now? DK Fogus. Just the 2 of them alive. It looks like they're going to give it up after, because Malrine is a pretty big target to take down. So they're going to be happy with that. They don't want to engage any further after that kill.
BKB is getting low on Nemiga. That is scary. DarkSide, they understand that they can still go for these fights. Even with the BKB coming out from the Lena, they still get a kill. They focus him down in the end. The running her down was very, very big. That's it. You know, once your BKB is down, when it's low, the Spirit Breaker charges in, you have to pop the BKB already, because if you're pulled into a vacuum, you're just gonna die. And this puts now Nemiga at an uncomfortable position, especially when they're pushing down towers. They're still very good at catching people, but they got ahead of themselves because they want to fight, and they thought, we can push down a tower. No, you cannot. If DarkSide sees you, they are gonna be doing well in a fight.
Yeah. Oh, we got to pause. Vazia just saying there's a little bit of lag going on here. Morphlin going towards his BKB, so he's going to be, what, about 1,000 gold? Yeah, just under 1,000 gold from completing as well. Ramsey's looking towards more protection in these fights. Roger, how's he looking? He wants that axe. So the Spirit Breaker, it's going to be a long way away, especially if you've seen as Roger is the cannon fodder in these fights, you know, diving himself in and looking to be the one that engages, but he wants that axe eventually.
And he has a shard. So he's like, kill me, don't kill them. You know, yesterday there was in, I think it was Southeast Asia. There was a get down Mr. President moment. Yeah, this planner pocket, it's basically that. So he just wants the spells to go towards him. If he can save his Lesh, let's say from a Laguna, that's gonna be so big. Or it can even redirect the lasso, right?
Just the first targeted spell. Yeah.
Yeah, he can. Imagine that. Imagine you are a Batrider, you jump in, and suddenly you're pulling onto the Bulldoze Spirit Breaker who gets out half a second later, and you're like, I didn't click on him, guys, believe me, but no one is going to believe you because you were just pulling him.
Well, Vazia is going to be dead anyway, so no need to even pretend with that lasso.
That's quite nice. That's quite nice now for DarkSide. They've slowed Nemiga's approach right now. So Nemiga, their BKBs are low, man. It's gonna be tough for them to play. They need to utilize this vision that the Clockwork and the Ricky are bringing to the table.
Yeah, look at this as well. The Shrac's going to be able to scout out. Well, he's not going to be able to see Hellscream, but he's looking with this Invis rune to do a bit of scouting. There's no sentry wards down here around this part of the jungle as well for Nemiga. So Nemiga not going to be able to see the Lesh, and the Lesh, he's just going to be able to go for a quick gallop around the field, you know, get himself around, just stretch his legs, see what's happening. Looking potentially for a target. Clockwork is still close, but nobody else on the side of Nemiga is there. So it looks like Lesh, you know, like once around the paddock and back towards the tier 2.
And I like Ramses' items so much. He buys a full bike, something that we don't see that early on the Morphling, but he's like, okay, my CM is very low on gold. My Spirit Breaker is super greedy. So I'm just gonna buy it myself, you know, because I need that one. Against the Clockwork and against the Ricky, the 4 staffs are gonna be very beneficial. So once Soneko gets one, that's already gonna be 2 and enough for DarkSide to keep themselves safe.
Yeah, and Seneko is not going to be too far away from it either, you know. Needs about 400 gold to come out. Meanwhile, though, it looks like Nemiga, there was a smoke up coming out from the side of DarkSide. Nemiga are going to push and take down this tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. So let's see what DarkSide are trying to get after this. Maybe looking for a stray Bloodseeker or something in the jungle. Even just looking for the farm. Ramses, you know, they know where they're not now on the side of DarkSide, so they can maybe apply some pressure to the tier 2 if they want to of their own.
They can. The thing is, with Nemiga taking down that tier 2 on the bottom lane, they can push in the enemy base, and that is something that DarkSide have to react to. This is a big thing for sure, because Nemiga's pushing power, they're actually quite strong at it. Lina now has the Lincoln Sphere. That's to make sure that the Spirit Breaker isn't charging him in particular, considering that Roger has given up on the Aghanim Scepter right now. He's going for the Shadow Blade.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very, very tough for him to get on top of the Lina, and that's kind of the hero that you want to be on top of with the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, Malrine as well wants to go towards the MKB next. It's going to be a little bit harder to hit her as well. Got that Elven Tunic, so the amount of damage that she's putting out, the attack speed, as well as the evasion, makes her just that much harder to deal with in the fights here. And Lina, the Rocket Flare does come through. Scouts out, I think Ramses moves himself out of range of that. Scan's going to be there though, so yeah, DarkSide know roughly where Nemiga are, where they need to be contesting if they want to try and contest this. But Malrine, he's leading the line, he's looking for something. The Bloodrite comes out, it's just going to be onto the illusions. Even the LSA going to be committed there, but it does clean the illusions up. Lightning. So now Nemiga know. They know DarkSide are up on the high ground. They're doing everything they can to stay away far enough that if DarkSide want to fight, they have to be the ones to engage, and they don't have any information on the heroes.
But they have a DD on the Morphling, and that might give you the confidence needed to go forward.
Yeah, oh, do they want to go here? There is going to be, I mean, Malrine's going to be in front with the Silverite. The lasso, it comes in, it drags back onto the DarkSide. The DarkSide's going to go down, and they've got the Rupture onto Ramses now as well. Ramses, the Eulceptor's going to be there. He has to pop his BKB, but look at the right-click damage coming through here from Kiritich. LSA is going to be onto the Rabel now as well, but he had his own BKB. Ramses, he's surviving through this. The vacuum onto 3 heroes and Rabel. He gets the kill onto Hellscream. Kiritich trying to do what he can to survive. They might even get the Clockwork out of this now as well. It's only going to be Vazia, and Vazia, can he get himself out of this? Trying to swim himself away on his Manta Ray, but the Manta Ray might just be struck and sung here with the Split Earth coming through. They're going to have the damage. They're going to be able to turn it around and get an ultra kill on Rabel.
Oh, they got greedy thinking they can kill Ramses there. They purged off his DD. That was pretty big. That Ricky immediately healed the Morphling when he used the DD, so he didn't have it in a fight. That was big. But then just let him be. Deal with this Lesh because he's murdering you. The Morphling did 2,000 damage. The Lesh did 6k and was completely ignored in that fight. Pretty much the reason why they won it. Of course, buyback from the Darkseer coming in handy. But Nemiga just completely focusing down the target that was impossible for them to kill, actually, at least not in the time frame that they had. And while that is happening, Lesh is running through the fight and everybody is dying. That's what happens when your BKBs are low, and Nemiga, they're getting a taste of it.
Yeah, and Roshi is back up now as well, so with the Bloodseeker being down for the next 11 seconds, there's no lasso for 25, even when the Batrider comes back up. Is this a good time, and do you think DarkSide need to move themselves into the pit and look for the Roshan?
It's not the easiest one for them. They have the outpost taken, but again, the last time they lost the fight, it was because Nemiga had better vision. In Roche, Nemiga are always gonna have better vision because they have a clockwork. So you need to be a bit careful about how you approach it. So I think DarkSide, this time when they approach Roche, they're gonna poke, see if someone is missing, pull out, and then try to pull Nemiga into a position where they can smoke onto them and get kind of an engagement like they did earlier.
Okay, well, the lasso is back up now, and you can see that the Ramses, he's going towards the Daedalus here on the Morphling, so he wants that powerhouse right-click damage stacking up. Coming through, I mean, he's not going to be able to, with the Lincoln Sphere on the Lina, does he just want to go back for the Bloodseeker's form when he hits that morph, or do you think he does wait for the Lincolns to be popped and then morph himself into the Lina?
Bloodseeker form is very good because he has a shard as well. So imagine just how much damage he does.
Yeah.
So he has been turning into the Bloodseeker mostly in these fights. Last fight he really just stood his ground and fought with the BKB, but I think the Bloodseeker is probably a better target.
Okay. Would you like to see then with the Daedalus coming out with the right-click damage that he does? I mean, Hellscream's going to be going into the 8th lens, trying to get that extra range on the sleep. Would you prefer him to, or anybody actually, to look towards something like a Heaven's Harbor? Oh, come back to that as a fight might be breaking out. They're going to be able to get the vacuum back. Hellscream gets caught out in that now as well, but Kiritich has the BKB off, and they're going to be looking. Look at the damage coming out onto Ramses. They need to find the real one now as well. The Force Staff comes through. Ramses, he's got the BKB. The lasso is going to be there. Do they have enough right-click damage to come through from Mallory? Mallory, he's trying to do it with the Split Earth. No, he doesn't have his own BKB, and they're going to be able to clean up once again. DarkSide chasing down. Vazia has to get himself out, and so does Sobad, but the chase comes out. Rabel, they found out the Batrider now as well. Anything to stop this. A Split Earth, the charge they do. They have the kill onto the Batrider.
The thing about Nemiga's lineup, it relies on vision, right? That is the thing that their lineup relies on, and they were trying to fight during daytime. Now the Spirit Breaker finally has the night vision talent, and they're like, okay, we can be on our own vision. No, you cannot. If it's a 5 versus 5, you will lose. This is why the Darkseer, not only because of the timing that the hero hits, but why it was such a good pick, because when the enemies have better vision, when they have good heroes to catch you on the side lanes, what do you want? You want the hero who can safely split push, who can just use the shell, go away, and the lane is dealt with. And that is what's allowing DarkSide to always go for these 5 versus 5 fights. If it's a 5 versus 5, DarkSide will win. They just have better teamfight. If you look at Nemiga, nothing there. They have pick-off, they have catch, they have vision, but teamfight, nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and that's the second time in a row that they've got the Morphin down to about 1/10 of his health and just not able to finish him off. You know, with the regen coming through, with the Guardian's Greaves, you know, being able to attribute shift as well into strength, and he's just out surviving. And by the time that they do get him into kill range, the BKBs for Kiritich and Malrine, they've worn off, and then you just see the Leshrac, you know, you see Rabel move in with the Split Earths, with the damage that he's putting out with the Pulse Nova, the Lightning as well, and they just can't close out the kill onto the Morphling.
That's so sad that twice in a row they just can't kill him. Maybe even thrice. You know, the Morphling just isn't dying, and that's the biggest problem in fights. They're focusing on him with the BKBs, as you mentioned. And remember, on the bottom lane, that's where the last BKB, longer BKB charges were taken away, and that's where Nemiga got in so much trouble. That's why Malrine right now, he's focusing 100% on damage. It's all about bursting this guy down. No more defensive items. Ramses or whoever you start on has to die.
Yeah, and Malrine, he has to pop his BKB there to get him out safe. Make sure there was no Split Earth to interrupt the TP. And that's going to be 90 seconds now. 80 seconds coming out without the BKB. Lena trying to go towards the MKB, the extra damage. But if she gets caught out in the next 75 seconds, it's just it's a straight-up death sentence here for Malrine. And it might open up the high ground here for the side of DarkSide as well.
No, they don't have to hurry right now. As we mentioned, they have better team fight, so late game should be favoring them. Vision is always a problem in the in late game to deal with, but if you take away all of the outer towers, Nemiga, the only thing they can do is smoke out of the base, and then you are kind of always knowing from which angle they're coming from, so they cannot surprise you. So that's why DarkSide are not going to be hurrying at all. They want all of the outer towers gone and then just slowly approach the base. Nemiga, they're gonna get you know, pretty anxious about staying in the base and giving the gold lead to the enemies. You smoke out, you lose the fight, and then you win. So DarkSide, they don't have a reason to hurry with the ending of this game.
Oh, so bad. No, mate, that's not where you want to be. There's even going to be the charge in from Roger to secure this kill. Even with the jetpack, you can't just outrun the Space Cow. And now he's going to TP himself up, trying to defend or just D-push here. But where's the rest of his team? Roger, he's TP'd up to this top lane to defend the tower. So he's going to go for the charge in, just onto the creep wave, trying to clear the creep wave off with the Shadow Blade as well. Get himself out of distance from any retribution that might come through from Nemiga.
Okay, DarkSide is super annoyed with Nemiga being on the top part of the map, and they're like, yeah, we are going for this. You don't want to be in your base, you're not gonna have Araxes. I think Nemiga are actually okay with this. Mid lane, not that big of a deal. It's being pushed in with the shell anyways, so you just let it go, and you live to fight another day, and they're gonna have a DD on the Lina, plus possibly the full MKB. Okay, Nemiga, if there was ever a time to win a fight, it's right now. They should have the damage. This Lina is a glass cannon and should be able to bring down the Morph if they do catch him.
Yeah, and there's going to be the Still Reg now as well. The Lincoln Sphere comes out with the right-click damage. Is it going to be able to take down the Morphin? The Morphin, though, he pops that Manta Style. Just going to be able to walk himself away. Backlines, though, they're going to be able to find out Ricky. Ricky lasso, the drive back onto Seneko. It's only going to be the Crystal Maiden. You'll scepter onto the Ricky. Ricky can get himself out. He can't. Rabel does get the kill. They're going to be able to take down the Crystal Maiden, but they dropped a lasso. They dropped a hook for that, and just to get a kill on the position 5.
Elrine didn't use the DD when he went onto the Morphling. That could have been an Aegis taken down, and at least the push prevented. Now, because of this, Ramses can continue, if not to push, then only to control this area of the map, which is something that Nemiga cannot allow. Okay, now when they see the Lesh, oh, they're hunting him. That's actually a smart move, but look at Rabel. Push out the lane safely, go back to farming. Don't show yourself. Very smart.
Yeah, and well, I mean, Malrine, there's going to be the sentry. He has to go around the long way if he wants to find this, but that DD is going to be wearing off.
There is a gem on Lesh, so you're not going to be surprising this guy. He will see you coming.
Yeah, there is. He's got the blink dagger there as well to get out of dodge if he needs to. Rabel, the TPs, they're going to try and make a dive. And again, the vacuum comes back onto the Batrider. The Batrider just going to be immediately cleaned up there. And now they can go onto another tier 3 tower. Maybe try and get themselves a second set of racks. And it looks like Malrine, he's trying to do his best just to put the pressure onto the top lane. It's just going to be reclaimed, but this is going to be a second set with no contest coming out from the side of Nemiga. DarkSide cleaning this one up.
Yep. They were patient. Nemiga, they put a lot of emphasis into protecting their last outer tower. And DarkSide are like, okay, we're just gonna go high ground and see how you respond. And Nemiga, not once did they respond in full force. Malrine, even when he came there, he didn't pop the DD. I think that was something that if he did it, at least they would be holding the second lane of racks right now.
Yeah, and looking at Morphlin as well, what's this Morphlin got? Because he's sending his courier over to the side. It's going to be the Satanic coming out for Ramsey. So if you thought he was unkillable before, now he's just going to be untouchable.
Yep, waveform with the Satanic used, then he's back up to full, no matter what you do. Bursting him down from 100 to 0, next to impossible. Plus, DarkSide, they have no reason not to wait for Roche. It's actually Nemiga that have to get out of their base, go into enemy vision. So definitely not a great position for them to be in, and nothing has changed. Their BKBs are still low. They are still weaker inside of a team fight. It's just gonna be DarkSide dictating how the fights happen.
God, look at how fast Roger is now as well. He's gonna be dragging Rabel in with him, and it looks at the damage onto Sobad. Sobad, he even drops the gem, and Vazia has to go for the blink to pick that one up, but he has to be careful about not being caught out. And just the amount of engage now coming out from the side of DarkSide, the initial impact from Roger, and just +1, the damage, you know, he looks like he can kill anybody just in that duo.
Yeah, for sure. The damage output is insane. Roger can be anywhere on the map in a second, especially if he gets surged up. We saw that damage coming out from him. For people that might not know, the more movement speed you have, the more damage the greater bash does. So that's basically your charge, your third, your passive, and your ulti, all doing more damage if you have more movement speed. And with the Darkseer surging you up, that's of course going to be the case. So very uncomfortable position for Nemiga. They also lost the last outer tower, and if I'm Nemiga right now, I'm thinking about just going for that last ditch smoke. They have 2 more smokes, so maybe the first one to get some vision out on the map a little bit better, and then the second one to get yourself into a good position.
Yeah, and here it comes. They might be smoking down. I mean, Roshan at least 30 seconds away on the big man. So this might be you think of the DarkSide starting to set up around the pit. That you even see the rocket flare coming out. Timing just a little bit early on it as DarkSide moving towards the bottom part of the map. But Roger, he's got that charge in. There's going to be the boots of travel coming through now as well. The LSA, though, do they have enough damage to take down Roger? Roger with the force staff. The rupture is going to be used as well. But Vazia, he gets killed off, and Ramses, he wants to chase for more, it looks like. It's going to be Hellscream now as Roger comes through onto Malrine. There's going to be the ultimate as well from the Spirit. The damage, look at it. They're just going to be able to clean up Malrine. He has to pop the BKB, but even the right-click damage coming through was enough to force him away. Hellscream going to be dragged back into the vacuum, trying to keep himself alive for a little bit longer, jumping over to Roger, and Hellscream into the trees with his sleep dart, but the Lincoln Sphere gets popped here, and now it's going to be Leshrac. The silence is it going to be off with this smoke screen? Is it to get the kill? No, Hellscream. You're going to be chased down. Rabel uses his mana to get the kill, but Kiritich sounds stunned up. Kiritich going to be killed off.
He kind of killed himself there. If he allowed the Spirit Breaker to live, he would have been able to run out just because of the movement speed. But because he killed him, he loses the movement speed and he just dies.
Yeah, they get the stun. The hookshot comes in onto Ramses. The cogs are going to be there now as well, but Rabel with a load of sub on top of him, he's not got a lot of mana left, so there's going to be the force staff out now as well. And Rabel, he's going to be out of danger. The rest of the team backing up. Buybacks have come through from 2. So if DarkSide can back up, maybe wait for the Spirit Breaker, just go back, regen mana, regen your health, and look for a good timing on that, because Roche still 2 minutes away. With these buybacks being down, this could be the opening here that DarkSide needs to go towards tier 4s, maybe look to potentially end the game.
They're taking their time. They don't want to risk anything here. I already talked about the importance of every single game, and DarkSide, they won the first series against NaVi. Now it's looking like the first game in the second series they're playing in the EU DPC is looking like it's gonna be going their way. The only way they lose this one is if they lose their cool. Really, that's kind of the only thing, that you overdive, and it's not easy to overdive, really, because look at how they're playing and still everything is going well for them. That's just because they're so far ahead and their lineup allows them to go as deep as they want.
Yeah, Lena's had enough. She's just like, give me the gold, I'm getting the rapier. Yeah. It's now or never time for Malrine here. And he wants a right-click damage. He wants to be chunking through. Well, the hookshot, there's going to be the damage on the takedown, so but they're even going to be able to get the kill onto Kiritich. Kiritich's dead. 120 seconds, he's dead. And he's not going to have a buyback. Hellscream could be taken down next now as well, trying to get himself away. But he's going to be chased out. Do they have enough to close that gap? Lesh blinks, but he blinks the wrong way, so at least Hellscream's going to get that TP. But now it's going to be about buying time, and I don't think they have it in them here on the side of Nemiga to buy themselves 100 seconds before Kiritich is back up.
Yeah, but they bought a big sword, and Malrine, he wants Roger. Can he kill him in a second? Nah.
Laguna Blink, no, the Shadow Blink comes out and there's no reveal. Malrine, do they have the lockdown? The ultimate's going to be up in 14 seconds here for the Spirit Breaker. Surge as well from Focus. They tried to go with a reveal, but Malrine, he's already away. He's already pulled that ripcord. He knows that if he gets caught out here, it is going to be curtains for the side of Nemiga, so he doesn't want to lose that rapier.
Get outplayed, noobs. Like, he literally outplayed them there. The Roger, he didn't even notice how much damage he was taking there. He almost went down. Of course, Malrine is not gonna have any spot for a dust or any kind of reveal. But if Roger wasn't paying attention for half a second more, maybe even less than that, he would have gone down, because Malrine's hits, they're just flying through. And look at that. He has, what's that, like 700, 750 damage? Am I count? No, it's 650. Yeah, I need to go back to school.
Maths is hard. Don't worry about it. Maths is hard.
Yeah.
As
Like 17 plus 48, and I'm like, it's not working good. But yeah, at least they've bought time. Still, they're going up against the Aegis, they're going up against the Cheese. It's not an easy scenario for them, but let's see what Malrine can do.
they're going to try and get the drive back onto the Crystal Maiden now as well. The wall does get dropped, and they get the stun with the hookshot onto the Morphlin. But again, the Morphlin with the Satanic, he's got that Aegis. You need to get through him 3 times, maybe potentially 4, before you can wipe him off the board. And Malrine, he's trying to hang back, he's trying to do what he can, but it's just going to be another Rax going down here. They do get the sleep onto the Morphlin, but again, with that Aegis still being up, Ramses, he's feeling invincible. And why the hell not? Because of the damage that he's putting out. Can you really contest onto this? As Rabel, he gets himself a haste rune. He's moving away from the rest of his team. He's picking up runes. He's going back to farm.
Yep. Just punch the ones that cannot punch back. That's the idea. No, I told you, no reason to risk it. If they take it slow, they can't lose this game. That's it.
And Rabel, he's still holding on to the BKB. He's got the Hex now as well. Bloodstone going to be active again in 10 seconds if he needs it. And is this where, I mean, DarkSide, they have such an opening to the base. Do you want them to smoke up and look for maybe to get themselves into either the mid or the bottom lane, look to take a fight in the base? Or are you just happy for them to sit back here and just apply pressure slowly and choke Nemiga out of this game? As there's going to be a charge in, Kiritich has to pop the BKB, the wall's going to be down, the hookshot comes through, but somebody puts himself into so much trouble here with the Hex. LSA going to be onto the illusions, and they're just bouncing Kiritich around like a pinball here in this fight. Kiritich is going to go down. Buyback comes through from the clockwork, but again, Kiritich, no buyback for the next 96 seconds. He is going to be dead, and so bad needs to get himself out, but he's going to be vacuumed back, slowed down by the lightning. They're inside this fight, they're inside the base, and Clockwork's going to be there. 3 heroes on the side of Nemiga have to step it up against 5 on the side of DarkSide. And Ramses, he just wants that last Rax. It looks like they're going to try and go in though. What can they do? Malrine's going to be the drive back onto the Lishrak, but do they have the damage? It looks like they're going to be able to get down at least through the Darkseer, but the damage coming through onto Hellscream. They get the kill. The Rapier, it's on the deck. Who's going to pick it up? It looks like it's just going to be left there. The charge as well from Roger. They're going to be able to get the kill onto Hellscream. Yeah, they connect onto it. They get that kill. Malrine with the Laguna Blade, but the GGs are just going to be called. And is it going to be a full 5-man wipe? It is, before the Ancient pops like a balloon.
I don't know if you have a sibling, but you know, this felt like your sibling, he has grown out of something, and then you inherit that part of it. Because Lena took the Crystal Maiden took the rapier from the Lena, so she inherited it there. They didn't even give it to the Morphling, they just let it go because they knew the game was over. The second that Malrine died, I mean, the second that that fight started the way it did, the game was over. But at least, you know, you didn't want to use the enemy's weapon against them. DarkSide, pretty, I don't want to say a clean game, but a pretty nice game they did give us, because there were some mistakes coming out from their side, but I really liked the way that they took it back, especially playing around Ramses. Very hard to utilize the Morphling in the early game, but they found a way to make it happen. And even though their main kind of space creator in the early mid game was not doing too well with the moves towards the bottom lane, they opened up the map enough for themselves to make use of all of their heroes. So I'm quite happy they did do so. Nemiga, they played off the back of their timings, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and if anyone wanted the answer to the Lena, there it is. Ramses 17-1, Rabel 16-2, and even Focus, like you say, with that bad start in the early laning stage, was still able to drag himself up. If we take a look at the player net worth, you know, getting himself up above the table. Look at, I know the Crystal Maiden had the rapier, so that's inflating the net worth at the end of the game. So if we take a look just a few minutes before, even then though, stepping above, close to the Spirit Breaker. The Spirit Breaker keeping it even with the Bat Rider there in net worth as well. Do you think we see another Bat Rider today? Because that's 3 for 3, I'm pretty sure. The Bat Rider's not being effective in these matches.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the first pick Bat, or the first phase pick Bat. Also, Nemiga, that just doesn't feel like they're kind of a lineup. I understand that you have been figured out. You've played this same type of Dota over and over again, but it's... at least you can find similar heroes to play a similar style, not completely change it. Like Malrine, from this guy who's creating space to this guy who just needs to hit creeps all the time. It's just weird. And, you know, Lena, even though you want to try to find a way to play her in a different way with the Shadow Blade before the BKB, it's not going to change what the hero does. It stands and it rips people apart. It's not your approach. So I'm hoping that Nemiga switch things up from their usual things, you know, mid lane Tusk and mid lane Pango, mid lane Timber, but just something that can also rotate, not something that needs to be rotated too, because you're playing a completely different style of Dota than what you're used to, and we're seeing that they're having problems with it.
Yeah, but again, guys, that is just going to be game number 1. We have at least one more game to come to see if DarkSide, can they take it 2-0, or Nemiga going to pull it back to a full 3-game series. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the second game right after this.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the second game of the second series, DarkSide. Taking that first game, it was a little bit close, though. Nemiga had some really good fights. Found some really nice pickups, especially around the Roach Pit, where, to me at least, I thought he could have taken that game, but in the end, Roger just getting some great charges, some great aggression that set up Ramses, and were able to find some amazing ganks and amazing fights. And Hurry, there were some good points there for Nemiga in that first game, but what could they have done a little bit better to secure the victory, do you think?
Understand the other strengths of the enemy lineup other than Darkseer needs to be played around.
Yeah,
I think that's very important, and respect the potential of them playing around someone else. And Nemiga are gonna go for the exact same lineup yet again, and if this is an offlane bat, this time against the Silencer, it's gonna be even worse, because Bat doesn't deal well against the Silencer, because you can't use your spells during the Arcane Curse, or you can, but it's not that great, and you get last worded, suddenly you again can't use your spells. So I'm kind of surprised that they went for it. This is weird to me coming out from Nemiga. It must be something that they have practiced, but into a Silencer, I wouldn't want to play this.
Yeah, to me, the Bat Rider just isn't working. You know, we've seen it. This is going to be the fourth time, the fourth match, and it just doesn't seem to have the impact that you'd expect. Yeah, it gets itself, it's good earlier on, gets kills with the lasso, but when the Lincoln starts to come out the Lotuses, especially with it being first phase, it means that the other team can draft around it, find some saves, and it's just not really been that impressive to me. DarkSide go back for the Beastmaster there as well, ban out the Enchantress, so they know that they don't want to be put in the position where the Beastmaster will be playing into the in lane, but at the minute, this Beastmaster pick is looking really good for DarkSide. We've not seen one today just yet, but it's become more and more popular. It's getting up there, and the amount of pressure that just on its own the Beastmaster can exert on the map once the Helm of the Overlord's out, it's really going to, try and force and dictate the play of where Nemiga try and go on the map.
Yeah, again, we have this lineup of Nemiga that immediately relies on catch, right? Vision and catch. Beastmaster, like the Darkseer, does have ways of pushing out the waves without much committal, without much danger to his own life. So that immediately is a problem for you. So I'm liking the Beastmaster as well. Of course, the hero can be countered lane-wise later on, stuff like that. But this time around, DarkSide, they're having a different approach. Last time, they went with let's push out the waves and have overwhelming team fight. This time around, let's push out the waves and have vision as well so that we can catch the enemies. I think the Darkseer lineup is probably what they gun for. It's something that they feel most confident with the Darkseer lineups. And when they win with it, then maybe they can try out something else in a competitive environment, because they had everything open to have the exact same opening as in the last game, but they just went completely different heroes.
Yeah, Huskar being removed here as well. Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain's a funny one, because Queen of Pain, I suppose it's all right at trying to deal with the Beastmaster's push with the balls coming through, but not a hero that I expect to see ban out from Nemiga themselves, because we've seen...
It's a bad counter. It's a bad counter. That's all it is, right? Because if it's a lane, Bat versus the Queen, Bat cries.
Yeah.
If later on down the line, Bat hates playing against burst damage when there is a roar, and when there's pure damage, even during your BKB, you can be bursted, so you kind of can't play the game. You become a Blink Lasso guy, and you don't want that. So I'm thinking that's a good one. It's just protecting the Bat Rider currently.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just thinking that it's not a hero that we've seen at all. So yeah, Nemiga, maybe like you say, it is just that ban against the Bat Rider they didn't want to see come out, as the Ember Spirit gets removed here. The Ursa as well. Nemiga go back for the Treant. So again, offers some protection earlier on, but I think at the minute, if there's not a rotation to save the tower that's being Living Armored, I still think the Beastmaster, 13-14 minutes into it, regardless of the Living Armor or not, he's just going to rip through any of the towers if they're not being protected by the team of Nemiga themselves.
That is true. Treant sometimes isn't bad at slowing down the Beastmaster. But again, have the same issue. This is not a Nemiga lineup. these guys are aggressive. They usually are Melrine and Vazia, like diving the enemy jungle while their supports are maybe getting some farm. Then they get a blink on the Tiny or whatever. They join, bam, like they destroy everyone. And they're just going for a completely different approach. Like this isn't even remotely close to what they like to play. There were times when they would go for lineups where they would rely on Kiritich, play like this 4 protect 1, but if this is your 4 protect 1, like the enemies are just gonna run into you. And look at this, DarkSide sees, okay, they have no damage, we're gonna pick a Lesh, what do you do now? And they're forcing Nemiga to go for a Lina in a game where they have nothing to play with her in the mid lane, right? And if it's a safe lane Lina, well, so be it, because then you don't really want to go for that Lincoln Sphere and stuff like that. And then the Spirit Breaker Beastmasters, they're going to be counters for you. They're literally taunting. I mean, come on, pick a Lina so that we show you that this hero can be dealt with.
Yeah, and I would like to see something. I mean, the high damage that comes out, but it's still, to me, too single target focused. You have the Dragon Slave, but if this is going to be the Lina that comes out, you have the Shrek that's going to be running around the fights with the Pulse Nova, you've got the Diabolic Edict that's going to be chunking down heroes, you've got the Beastmaster that's going to be running over heroes with his creep army, you've got the Silencer, you know, the Arcane Curses coming through, the last words that are going to be popped around the fights, and to me, Nemiga, it looks like they're looking for, like, with the Ricky, with the Batrider so far, yes, you have the treatment with the Overgrowth. But Batrider lassos, Ricky can do some backstabs, even with smokescreen or whatever, to try and disrupt the fight. But if it is going to be the Lina, to me that's just too single target focused damage, while DarkSide is spilling the damage all over these team fights.
And they have a control for the Lina. That's the thing. Nemiga I would rather them have some AoE. That's the thing. I think they need AoE. They're gonna go for the Terrorblade. Okay, that's not AoE damage, but at least it's somewhat more survivable. I mean, fine, right? Treant slowing down the push, you're getting the push of your own. You have the illusions to push in the waves. I think that's probably the main reason they picked it. You have the illusions to push in the waves. You don't have to show yourself, so you're not in trouble of getting charged up and taken down. So actually, I like it. I think it does give them some solutions to what DarkSide are trying to do.
Yeah, and what would you like to see them? Because do you think the Shadow Nemiga, do they want to go back on the... Do you think you give the Lina another try? Or do you think it just gets banned out here from DarkSide? Because they've already taken away the Tusk as well.
I'd rather not see it. I'd rather not see a Lina for Nemiga here. Too greedy.
Yeah.
Inability to make plays. Just no. Just no. The Shadow Blade Lina, we've seen it twice for Melrine and hasn't been good. Just scratch it. It's not worth it. Get something else. Even though it's good against the Lesh, it's just not good with the 4 heroes that you have currently.
To be honest, if it doesn't get banned here for... I think because DarkSide have the next pick, DarkSide leave it open and force either Nemiga to ban it out. And if they don't, I wouldn't mind seeing Ramses pick it up, because you have a lot of... Frontline coming out with a Beastmaster and his creeps once he gets the Helm of the Overlord as well, being able to put an Ancient in the mix, Spirit Breaker trying to get in and disrupt the fights. Again, Leshrac being able to move himself around and throw out the damage, but the Lina being able to put single target focused damage off. If Nemiga don't ban it out here, I'd like to see DarkSide pick it up for Ramses.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. Silencer Beastmaster is actually a good lane, especially against the Terrorblade. The overwhelming magical damage is something that you would like to have. Even though Spirit Breaker benefits quite nicely from the Inner Beast, the Silencer does so as well. He likes to get those right clicks in. So yeah, I would be okay with a range hero, but I have to say I'd rather see a Drow.
Yeah,
I think Drow is the best one.
It's gonna be neither.
Yeah, they go with what they're comfortable with. They already played one Naga in the tournament so far. Let me see. Maybe they played it in the first game against Navi as well. No, they played it only in the last one. And they won, obviously. It's a solid hero. You want a Manta hero against the Treant Protector, I guess. So it does make sense. And looking at Nemiga, they don't have anything to deal with it. And also, Ember is banned out. Lesh is on the side of DarkSide. Like, where's the illusion clear?
Razor?
Потрібна моя допомога. Потрібна моя допомога.
That's a good one. That's actually a pretty solid one. Good against the Spirit Breaker, stops the charge. Good against the Naga Siren. Lash likes running in. Not that ideal. You are gonna be giving some more buffs to the Terrorblade. The only problem I have for Nemiga is their inability to move faster around the map. But I guess Underlord can help there as well. I think this is the best it comes to when it comes to last picks. I think though the DarkSide allowed them to go for something like this, going for a Naga Siren. And for me, this equalizes the draft for Nemiga, but still it is not an Nemiga lineup. I cannot love it because it's not like Malrine and Vazia are going to be running around the map murdering people. Maybe they will. Maybe Underlord has a very good time. He gets an ATOS. They're going around the map killing people. But overall, I'm going to have to side with DarkSide because they have the heroes again that they're comfortable with. And Nemiga, at least for the time that I've been watching them, and that has been ever since they entered Division 2, this is not the type of lineups that they have ran successfully.
Yeah, and again, I'm looking at the Batrider being picked up first phase. Spirit Breaker being able to get into the charge. You know, anytime the Batrider tries to get that lasso, the Spirit Breaker can charge, or the Global Sound comes out, or the Naga Siren throws out a song to try and disrupt anything that comes out after the lasso. You've even got the Roar there as well. The push potential for the Beastmaster and the Leshrac. Yeah, okay, you're going to have the Underlord with a Firestorm, but Beastmaster and Lesh, I think they're going to start roaming, taking towers in the first 10-15 minutes as well. Really putting the pressure onto Nemiga, buying space for Ramses, and we saw what Ramses can do with space and time in that last game, and I don't know if Nemiga have the capacity to stop how fast DarkSide might want to play this map in the early phase. I think Nemiga are under a lot of pressure coming into the second game.
I think Vazia is under a lot of pressure here because he's the one that needs to defend towers. He's the one that needs to deal with the Naga Siren. He's the one that needs to protect the Terrorblade. He's the one that needs to use the Fiend's Gate to give some kind of global mobility to his team. So basically, this last pick, Underlord, was perfect, and he can do everything. The thing is, DarkSide have pretty clear objective in this game: kill the Underlord, and the map is open. I think DarkSide, if they want to win before the Riki gets his shard, you try to take the mid lane and the bottom lane tower. You do that, and you're gonna be quite happy. Division is gonna be going your way. On the other side, Nemiga, their way to victory: protect the towers, delay. Riki gets the shard, be annoying, get your Terrorblade to a spot where once he stands his ground with the Underlord behind, you get the victory. So, as I mentioned, I'm gonna be going for DarkSide, but you know, Nemiga do have the tools this time around. At least they're gonna have the Terrorblade illusions to push out the waves and not really put themselves in any harm's way. Yeah,
and we'll see here with the illusions coming up, just trying to scout it out onto the side just to see, because there was a smoke out from the side of Nemiga. They weren't able to, or they didn't want to go for anything. They were just grouping up as 5. It looks like maybe to try and stop some walls coming out from the side of DarkSide here. And you can see that already at the bottom lane. Fogus, he's actually gone for the axes to start off here, the wild axes to come through first. Trying to clear off these trees again up against the Treant Protector. Look at how much he can just clear off with the wild axes coming through. He takes down 2 patches of trees on this left hand side, which makes it even harder for the Sobat to have this mobility, you know, to try and get around and be effective in the lane.
It's also a magical damage against the Terrorblade, so it's gonna be hurting him quite a lot. You have the physical damage for the Treant Protector because you're probably gonna get the Inner Beast on level 2. He comes close, you just start smacking him between the two of you, and you have the magical damage to deal with the Terrorblade. But of course, you are 2 melee heroes against the Treant, so this is probably gonna allow Nemiga to maybe be slightly more aggressive, considering that the Leech Seed is just such a powerful spell currently.
Yeah, and again, the Smith, well, in fact, the bottom lane, Sobat, he's trying to do what he can and focus. Kiritich coming straight through here, so he went for the first point into the reflection. We're not even going to see the Metamorphosis at level 1. Just trying to pop those out and get some harass on you. Sobat getting to the back lines as well, waiting for these trees to regrow as well. But Fogus, he's just playing it safe. He's just playing away. He's looking to pull these creeps through. As you can see, the Spirit Breaker, Roger's already starting this pull through as well, and Fogus, he's taking a lot of damage to Elite Seed as well. But once the the creeps get pulled through, he's going to be right back to where he needs to be. Okay, he needs to be careful using the Fairy Fire, using the tangos, but he's got 4 of them now. And how do you really deal with this Beastmaster in the lane?
I mean, you're doing okay. The Terrorblade is usually okay against him. The only thing that you're kind of scared of is the wild access, so you'll be fine. It's as long as the Terrorblade is farming, you're happy, because once the Helm of Dominator comes out, that's kind of the time for you to bail from the lane.
Yeah, and Sobad, the bashes. Roger, he's hitting those 17% every single time there, and Sobad just needs to move himself away. But yeah, Roger doing what he can to get the harass out onto Sobad. Sobad, he doesn't have the leech seed just yet to throw that out against Roger. And Fogus, again, just coming through. He's got that regen here with the tangos. And it's going, if we take a look at the last hits here, you know, it's not going great for the Beastmaster, but equally, it's not going great for Kiritich either. You know, he's only got himself 5, where if we take a look at the top lane, Naga Siren already seems like she's taken the control, well, not the control, but, you know, she's sitting comfortable in this lane.
But you know, these creeps, they have been following Kiritich, and I would be very surprised if he misses a single one of these creeps that are going his way. Oh, rage creeps! They decide to murder themselves, to kill themselves. Okay, no.
Yeah, he just walked out of aggro range there for a second, but he does get the pullback on them.
Imagine that the creeps just walk into the tower and die, and you lose a couple of CS because that would have been feeling so bad for him. But
range creeps as well.
Yeah, range creeps.
That would have been, yeah, that would have been absolutely gutting.
But he's fine, you know. He's absolutely fine. So he'll be okay. Roger's still not level 2. That's kind of what you are gunning for as the Spirit Breaker, because then you can make some nice plays. And when you're missing off the map, it's always dangerous for the enemy mid laner, especially if you can find an angle, and it's much easier to do so when you're the DarkSide. Get behind the tier 1, just push him back towards the Lash, and there is a good chance that you might even be able to bring down the Batrider.
Yeah, especially here you can see Ravel, he's got 2 points into the lightning, so the extra slow into the split earth, and then a diabolic edict to come out. Yeah, if they can get the setup, and there is a ward in the river towards the bottom part of the map, you're looking at towards the bottom lane, but like you say, if he can find the right angle here, he's going to be seen by the creeps. He's still trying to get the pull through, so he is at the minute just trying to keep hit that level 2, keep the creeps in favor of the Beastmaster here. So at the minute, Batrider can be a little bit more comfortable in the lane. You'll cross the river like this, not have to worry about a gank coming out.
Seems like they don't want to engage. They're like, we're 2 melee heroes against the treant. Abort. You know, just don't do it. It's too scary. And if we get the Beastmaster towards the Helm of the Dominator in a solid timing, we're fine with that.
Yeah, even Marine, he's getting a little bit cheeky here in the mid lane, popping the sticky napalms into the Firefly onto the Lesh. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Roger, he is level 2, so he's got that charge if he needs it, and there's no way to stop this here on the other lane. In fact, is he going to be able to get the courier? No, close, but he's not able to pick it up. The slow coming through from the Nature's Grasp from Sobad, it keeps him from being able to complete the kill onto the courier. And like you say, Sobad, he's just putting the pressure onto Roger. So there is going to be the charge now, and it should be... I don't actually know if he crossed the outpost, and the Batrider might be a little bit too far up. But it looks like the charge is going to be stopped. Yeah, Lesh, Rabel had already turned himself back. He was walking himself away, so the charge doesn't connect here onto the Batrider, and he's going to live to speak about it another day.
The angle just wasn't good enough. If you can get yourself behind the tower...
Oh, now it is, though. Malreen's short memory, maybe. This is good with the TP coming in, but the split earth into the lightning. And Rabel will pick up the first blood. Roger might even be able to get himself away from Sobad here. Again, no way to stop him from just walking himself away from that. And with the rotation in from the Silencer as well. I mean, Silencer, that's his first stolen intelligence as well.
That was weird for Malreen. I was like, okay, he's not charging from an ideal spot, but the reason why he was charging was because he saw that his guy was getting gone on. So Malreen overly aggressive. We are used to Malreen being an aggressive player, but not in a scenario when there's a Spirit Breaker missing and you know that he is pretty much just a couple of units away from you. So a bit of a mistake there. Gives them the first blood, and that's a big thing for the Lesh for sure.
Yeah, and he's even going to get the bottle charges. Roger coming back into the lane, going to be able to give him these bottle charges up. We'll see the train, he's hanging around on the ruins here. They're looking towards this bottom part of the map, and the Ricky as well. But the bash comes out. Hellscream, though, gets himself the regen. Just going to be able to immediately dive away to Malreen. And not overcoming. Soneko was rotating down. just to help out, just in case, you know, Rabel, a fight did break out, but Rabel, he's still going to be able to find the bottle charges with this bounty rune as well. So he's just using as much mana as he can here, just to get the maximum use out of this bottle once he does charge it here with the bounty rune.
Ramses is taunting them so much. Like, I'm gonna be behind your tier 1 and 2, and there's nothing you can do. Your heroes just don't do enough. If you had a position 5 with the stun, you could rotate there with the potential of killing him. But Ricky, Underlord, 0 damage. Treant Protector, 0 damage, 0 lockdown. Like, no one cares. And even if the Batrider comes over, you have the Mirror Image to remove the sticky napalm. So very, very tough to deal with there. So Ramses is gonna be maximizing his farm so much.
Yeah, Naga's Siren level 6. He's got the 1 point into the net now, so they are going to try and keep down Underlord, stop him from being able to get away from this one. Vaz is level 6, but he doesn't have the point into the charge. He's even going to come in from Roger now as well. Yeah, he doesn't have his ultimate. And Ramses, he's going to be able to secure the kill.
One side has a Treant Ricky, the other one has a Spirit Breaker and the Silencer. Guess who's going to be stronger in the first 15-20 minutes of the game? Well, it's not really that hard of a question. So DarkSide, they utilize the strength of their supports and they punish Vazia, and I think that's the important thing. This Underlord dies a couple of times. He's weak. He's not tanky. That's kind of the clear path to victory for DarkSide.
Yeah, and how's Kiritich doing in the lane as well? He's looking net worth wise. He's middle of the pack, but the pack is still really close together at the minute. He's got level 6 coming up after this next creep wave as well. Just playing it careful because there is a ward in the jungle that spots the rotation in from Rabel, but Rabel, it looks like he was just going in. You know, he gets himself one of the stacks in the jungle, cleans that one up, and then he is going to be going back as Roger. Seen by so bad, but Roger a little bit faster, and we know how slow trees actually walk, and not able to catch up to the Raging Bull.
The Lash is going for a Yules. So that's quite nice. He wants to be able to catch people, and it's also a very good defensive item in this game. Bit of Malice, Sticky Napalm, and the Overgrowth. Even the Reflection is something that you might want to have it against. So that's quite nice, actually. I haven't seen it for a long time, but looking at the catch potential of DarkSide, they don't have a lot of it. So this is a really cool approach from Rabel. I haven't seen it for a very long time, considering that the Bloodstone was the build for the time being, and if someone needed to catch, they would usually go for the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, Vaz, yeah, he might be. I mean, Hellscream's backing him up, Seneko, but Nagasiren's in close. Nagasiren as well. Ramses level 8, so he's not put a point into the song just yet. The Pit of Malice goes down, but Seneko going to be able to walk away from the Firestorm. Is he going to be able to walk himself away from Hellscream? Look at this damage coming through. He's trying to block himself around in the trees, but it looks like Vazia, he's just going to be able to cut him off. Takes the shortcut. Maybe. Yeah, there's going to be the charge through. I mean, there's going to be the TP up from the Batrider now as well, who has those boots of travel, but Ramses is going to be close again, level 8, but there's not going to be a point in the Scream, so they might be able to take down Hellscream now as well. At least Malrine gets himself away, and nobody's going to be following them through the gate into the fountain. That would be a no-no, but at least they get the kill onto the Ricky, so they do trade 1 for 1.
Malrine got rooted in the base. Actually, that was so close to him being rooted, and then maybe even brought down. That was just a beautiful smoke screen coming out from the Ricky that allowed them to get out. Everything was done well from both sides. Baiting in from DarkSide, Roger giving vision on Vazia, but Nemiga, they knew what was coming, and they get themselves out with minimal casualties. So very, very nicely done from them. You know, forcing out some TPs and losing the Ricky at this point in the game that deep on the enemy side. He pretty much wants to do that, because with that kind of an approach, you're at least having some impact, which is a problem for Ricky outside of the laning stage.
Yeah, look at the Beastmaster as well. The Beastmaster just taking these stacks, has that Helm of the Dominator, going towards the Helm of the Overlord soon as well, so he's just going to be keeping the Satan now for a little bit. He gets the Unholy Aura, so the health regen. Going to be great, I mean, especially if the Terrorblade wants to stay in this lane. In fact, the Centaur Stomp coming through! They're not going to be trying to get too aggressive. There is going to be the rotation round from the Silencer as well as the Lesh in the smoke, though. So they might try and make something happen onto this tier 1 with this catapult wave as well. Perfect timing to get a pick onto the Terrorblade if they can find him. Oh, Terrorblade. Kiritich just TPs himself away. He knows something's happening now as well. Rabel coming in with a Diabolic Edict. They charge into the trees, but so bad. He is the trees, and he's just going to be getting himself deep enough that they don't want to be going into the trees to try and contest this. Settle in for the tier 1 tower, it looks like, here on the side of DarkSide.
Good move from both teams. Kiritich understanding that this tower is gone, so bad trying to delay it. Actually, might actually lose his life, but not the biggest of deals. Still, the thing is that you saw that your tower on top was falling, so you needed to smoke towards the bottom lane. You need to open up the map. So DarkSide are gonna be happy that they were able to mirror the move of Nemiga.
Speaking of mirroring, Ramsey's dropping these mirror images. They're going to be dealing with the Terrorblade illusions, but it looks like Ramsey's and DarkSide, they're full steam ahead to try and force Terrorblade out of his own jungle here and take map control on this bottom side of the map.
Dire's mid tower won't last.
Would you rather be a Terrorblade or a Naga Sire? You know, seeing yourself in the mirror. A big-ass strong demon or a beautiful lady?
I don't know.
Really? Man, big, strong-ass demon conquering the world? Big pecs, strong arms?
Does he really, though? Have you seen the anime? He's a little bit pathetic.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm now sure you haven't seen it. Anyways, though, DarkSide, they are ahead. And with Beastmaster opening up the map like this, it's gonna allow Roger and Rabel to play around it. So now they have the vision. It's all about having sentries in an area that you want to play in if you're DarkSide. On the other side, Nemiga slowing down still. Next 3 minutes, Ricky gets the shard, and finally you have some impact from your supports.
Yeah, he isn't too far off that. So, bottom lane, they're going to be able to try to take him over to Sobat. Sobat, he was in the middle of throwing the overgrowth. He still gets caught out. The split earth comes through, and Rabel was able to claim the kill with the help of Focus. And it looks like they want to smoke. They want to go for more because this mid lane, they're trying to go onto Sneko, but there's going to be the TPs coming in onto this. And the Disco Pony, he wants to get involved. It is his party. They get the kill onto the Silencer, but Rabel's going to be coming through with the Pulse Nova, with the Diabolic Edict now as well. That Silence is going to be there, but it doesn't really matter because of the lasso. The lockdown, did he have enough to take down it looks like they're going to be able to take down the little track. Kiritich, he wants to go for more. The Metamorphosis is going to be popped, and DK Focus, the axes fly through, but they do still get the kill, and now they might be able to chase down onto Roger as well. The flame break, the damage coming through from the Firefly, they get the kill, and Ramses can't do anything about it, and just the gate comes out, gets them all back to base. They're all going to be able to heal back up, and then immediately get themselves right back into the action underneath this tier 1.
Oh, such a nice move from Nemiga. That was so fast for DarkSide, but the problem is that Soneko died. He had the buyback, but didn't want to use it. I think he bought the Arcane Boots there. If he bought back, used the Global Silence, I think the fight goes differently.
Yeah.
But Soneko just didn't put that much emphasis on himself, and he was the main point of that fight. Because he died at the start of it, Nemiga, with sheer speed and confidence, actually destroyed that move of DarkSide. Soneko, just a slight mistake. Cost him Steam dearly, because that was kind of the move that breaks the game towards one or the other side. And unfortunately for DarkSide, it does go to the side of Omega.
Yeah, but we've seen this before. Now they might be able to get themselves onto Vazia, and again, Vazia, he's going to try and go for the TP. There's a Split Earth. There's a Yule Scepter that stops that TP away. Hellscream, he was trying to back up his teammate for as long as possible, and Vazia wasting time. He's walking through the Pit of Malice, but there is going to be the charge coming through. Drops another pit, but he's not even going to be able to get himself in it. Never mind the enemy team, as they do get the pick now onto the Underlord.
The Manta is done for Ramses, but before he gets the Orchid, he is not really gonna be joining his team too much. That Orchid though, if there's a Manta finished on the TB, it's not gonna be that big of a deal. So that's why DarkSide, they want to continue the aggression right now.
Yeah, and you can see that there is going to be the ultimate coming out from Roger, but is there going to be any follow? Shrag's trying to get there, close this gap, but without the Boots of Travel, it's not going to be super effective, and like you say, you went for that Yules. He's going to go back for the Bloodstone there as well, so Roger, he went a little bit too far, a little bit too quickly, and gets picked off before Rabel can catch up.
I have to praise Kiritich in this game. His movements have been quite good. His usage of the illusions to push out the waves have been really nice, and it is helping his team keep tabs on the Spirit Breaker, something that they didn't have in the previous game. You can see a night and day difference for sure.
Yeah, and we can see now as well that Underlord wants to put pressure onto this tier 1. They want this tier 1 tower, and nothing that DarkSide can do. They don't want to look like... yeah, there's going to be the charge in from Marine onto Marine, but the tower's still going to go down.
Dire's mid tower's nothing now.
Yep.
Do they...
Roger just... yeah, he just gets out. You don't want to engage there. The problem with DarkSide currently is that they're lacking damage.
Yeah.
Slightly, you know? Lesh doesn't have the tankiness necessary to just go in. So you have to be very careful. And if you don't kill the Underlord, it's a problem. So for DarkSide, if it's a full fight, you want the Beastmaster to be somewhere in the vicinity so that you can run down the opponents. And DK Focus, for now, the only thing he's focusing on is applying pressure on the bottom.
And you can see that here, that, like you say, he is applying pressure. He doesn't have the Helm of the Overlord just yet as well. How much gold is he away from that? He's still about 700 gold from being able to complete onto that. It's getting quicker. Obviously, him clearing up creep waves now as well. Oh, he finds Roger again. And Roger, again, just in the wrong place at the wrong time, away from the rest of the team. And the team don't have the time to respond. So that's going to be another free kill onto the Space Cow.
That fight in the mid lane was actually so crucial. It gave time for Nemiga to get towards the shard for the Riki, and now him and the battery are going to be on the hunt. They might not even need to be using the lasso, because people stay in the smoke stream for a very long time, especially because of the flame break.
Yeah.
So very, very nice timing now for Nemiga. The DarkSide, you counter it with a team fight, but you need to get to it, and you can't because the lanes are being pushed in. So Nemiga are kind of dealing with everything currently, and DarkSide are the ones that are going to need to break the status quo.
Yeah, and at least here, we can see that they might be able to get themselves on. Hellscream's going to be close, but the charge comes in onto Malrine. Malrine! No! He gets stopped. The Sleep Dart comes through, and now they have to go onto the Riki. The Roar's going to be there just to get the kill onto the Riki. Top lane. Is there going to be any way for DarkSide? No, they're all on the bottom, so the TPs are going to be coming through. It is going to be the last charge. Could be there now as well. Vazia didn't want to try and go with the Fiend's Grip to get himself out of this. It doesn't look like it as Underlord. He's going to be chunked down slowly but surely. He walks himself away, drops the Rod of Atos as well onto Ramses, but the charge comes through. It does connect, and he should eventually be able to get the kill. But how long did that take? He bought so much time for the rest of his team, just creating space, keeping the pressure off it after that gank, and keeping him DarkSide pinned into their own jungle, so they weren't able to look for another gank themselves.
But still, DarkSide are gonna be okay with it. The thing about their lineup is you want to go for kill after kill. It allows you to push out the lanes and just go for the next one. You're gonna be getting closer and closer to objectives. At some point, you can focus on them. So chaos is what they are what they're gunning for, right? And you know, Vazia is always gonna be a hard kill. That's just what's gonna be the case. Though once this Orchid comes out, Vazia didn't go for Guardian Greaves. This is actually gonna be a problem for him. We're seeing that he's already gunning down the Lotus Orb because he understands the dangers. If there is an Orchid there, no bit of malice, no chance for you to survive longer than just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and Kurtic applying pressure to the top lane as well. We can see that he's not, like you say, the illusions coming through. He's not scared of pushing out, being seen, popping the Manta style, and just letting these illusions apply the pressure to the lane here. Going towards the Skadi as well. But how is Ramses looking? Ramses, he's got himself the Orchid. And is this where... Do you think he wants to get that BKB out and then start to look to get aggressive? Or is it just that the times now, you know, we've got the power spike onto Fogus, we've got Rabel that's got his Bloodstone up, we can push the towers. Do you want to start taking the map control if you're on the side of DarkSide?
It's hard. It's hard to run into Nemiga because Malrine has a BKB.
Oh, look at this. He's going to be using it now as well. The Global Stance does come through. Rabel's trying to do the best he can with the Bloodstone, keeping himself alive. The Yule Scepter comes out as well. Was that set up onto the Terrorblade? The Terrorblade's going to be able to get the Sunder off, but he gets it onto Sobat. Sobat, he throws the Overgrowth out, but there are going to be Manta Styles now. The chasing Roger's going to be able to get the ultimate off onto the Terrorblade. The Terrorblade, he's going to get really down low. One more right click. They do get the kill. And Fogus even getting involved in this with the Roar now. Again, the mirror image comes through. Hellscream, he's going to be netted up. It looks like he's going to be killed off as well. Ramses with the double kill. They can even go even further onto this now as well. Vazia, he's trying to do his best. He pops that Pit of Malice. He's walked himself through it as well, so he can't be charged on by Roger, but it looks like they want to carry on going. Seneko with the curse, with the last word coming through onto, with the net now as well. The silence, it's not going to be able to keep Vazia alive, and Vazia's going to go down.
Orchid destroyed Nemiga in that fight. Literally destroyed them. You see how they're using the BKBs, they're using the Manta Styles to deal with the silencer, but then there's an Orchid. It kills the Terrorblade, and without any committal, Ramses is just staying behind. He Orchids the hero and sends in the illusions. He's not committing. He's not putting himself into any kind of a dangerous position. And once Nemiga lost the Terrorblade, their formation was gone. There is no more reason to fight, and you're just running away. And then it ends up being a disaster. So this is an item that Nemiga are gonna have to find more answers to. Lotus Orbs, Force Staffs, get away from the Naga Siren. This is what happens. Underlord, no No Guardian Greaves, no Lotus Orb. He's going to be finishing off the pipe. So it's this item is actually going to be strong for a very long period of time. And Nemiga, I don't know if they have what it takes to deal with it.
Yeah, and he's like you say, Kiritich, he's got that Skadi queued up. Would you prefer him to go back for a BKB? Is that the item that you think? Because if he goes for a Skadi, yes, he's going to have more stats, a little bit more survivability, but he's still going to be as vulnerable there to the Orchid as he was in that last fight. Would you like him to shift gears here to go towards the BKB?
No, I think it's the right approach in terms of items. I think Nemiga just need to dodge straight up fights again. That's it. Don't get into fights. I know the catch of enemies is super strong, but the stronger your illusions get, the easier it will be for you to control the map without much committal. I know that the enemies also have a lot of it, but when it comes to clearing down illusions, Nemiga can do it a little bit easier without much committal, whereas the Lash needs to show himself. So Lash shows himself clearing the TB illusions, then you can easily show yourself clearing the Naga illusions, and you're always going to be one step ahead. So I think just go full on stats, send the illusions in, make sure the illusions are pushing out the waves, and at some point you're going to get that BKB and be very, very powerful.
Oh, they're going to be able to get a charge into Mallory again. He throws out the Flame Break, but he pops the BKB as well for that gank. It is going to keep him alive, but it might mean that they open up. Oh, top lane. Kiritich is going to be able to get the kill onto the Terrorblade, though. Do they find the right one, or do they even want to carry on going onto this? Because everybody on the side of DarkSide, apart from Rabel, they keep themselves on this bottom part of the map. It looks like they want to apply pressure again to this tier 2 tower. The Beastmaster's down here. Now he has the Helm of the Overlord. He's got the Ancient Black Dragon as well. The charge is going to come through Malrin. He has that Flame Break, but he doesn't have that BKB, so he's going to be really careful about being caught out. And yeah, and you can see the Ancient Black Dragon. They're trying to do what they can to this tier 2, even though the Treant has that living armor. They're trying to trade off tier 2 for tier 2.
So Neeko is sometimes being dead for these key situations on the map. I think that's something that's hurting DarkSide quite a lot, not having the global silence.
Yeah.
They probably would have wanted to fight. As I mentioned, they don't have the BKB on the tail, but he doesn't want to go for it. He wants the stats. That puts him in a vulnerable position when there's so many things to play around. But because the silencer is dead, they can easily go for a tower. It is going to be a trade. So not the worst thing in the world for DarkSide, but Terrorblade is getting fatter and fatter, and these illusions are going to be harder and harder to deal with. Same goes for the Naga, sorry, because the heart is going to be there in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, Naga already got himself the Reaver, so the extra strength boost coming into these fights going to be incredibly useful even before the heart itself comes out. Just at surviving through them, being able to get yourself in and out of the fights there as well. As Vazia trying to deal with these illusions that come through, but the Naga Siren just trying to do it. In fact, he was going after the courier there, but just being able to pop the mirror images, keep the aggression off the lanes, keep that creep pilgrim pushing back towards the enemies. And Seneko, there's going to be the Yule Scepter. They've locked down onto the Treant. The Treant, what can he do? He tried to go for the Overgrowth. He's going to be caught up and killed off, and now they can go even further if they want to, but Hellscream, he's in the trees. Kiritich is already away there as well.
So Seneko is like, my brothers, don't let me die every single time. He's going for a Lotus Orb, though, which is a great item. Don't get me wrong, but I kind of expected the Force Staff here to be something that the Silencer would go for, but I guess Sunder, Lasso, Sleeping Dart, bit of Malice, yes, Overgrowth, just so many things to return to the enemies. Yeah, Lotus is definitely a great item. Once DarkSide get a ton of those, it's gonna be tough for Nemiga.
Yeah, the net comes out onto the Unlord, but no real follow-up from that. You can see Seneko, he's playing it safe. He's playing it so safe. He's on the other part of the map to the side of where DarkSide has wanted to roam there. But he, I guess, waiting for the Beastmaster's army to catch up. And the fight does break out. Global Silence is going to be there this time. And now the charge comes through. They're going to be able to take down the Ricky. Can they take down Vizir as well? Vizir, he's popped that pipe, but he's going to be dragged back into the danger. He's going to be caught out and killed off. And now they can go for even more if they want to. So bad in the trees. They have that reveal. Do they have the net? They have the silence. They're going to try and walk him in, but the song comes out and they're trying to take him down. The song for the Treant, it's going to be well spent, seeing as you've already got 2 kills to set up with the rest of the team around now as well. The charge comes through. They cut down the Treant, and they're going to be able to take this tier 1 tower, maybe even convert it into even more, because the Roshan is up if they want to move themselves into the pit.
That's the difference in fights when your Silencer is alive and when he's dead. Ramses got caught. You could say, okay, we're gonna kill him, but the Global Silence comes out, there's a stun from the Lash, everything is different. Everything is, no spells come out from Nemiga, they lose their 2 heroes, mainly the Underlord, there's no more Pit of Malice, the chase is on. It's lucky for Nemiga that they got that many heroes out. And this is the thing that breaks the game for DarkSide just one time. Soneko is in a good position. That's basically his base. He's ready to spam the R button. R, we want to fight. So it's that easy. Nemiga, though, they're still not out of it. The plan remains the same. The thing is only, can you understand the limits? It's not easy to do. Even like watching from a viewer's perspective, it is not easy to understand where are the limits of Nemiga. You know, how far can they go? How far can they poke? How deep can they go for these pickoffs? It's just not easy to tell. They can do it. Their lineup is capable of doing it, but just one misstep and you easily get ran down.
Yeah, and you can see that Vazi was trying his best there as well to get out, you know, popping the pipe, trying to walk himself away. But the amount of control that DarkSide have, it was just so much that Vazi, he couldn't eat. All he could do was buy time for the rest of his team to get out. And even after that, the Treant wasn't able to get himself out. So we can see that, in fact, Rabel, has he got himself the boots of travel yet? He's going towards him. He's about 550 gold away from picking those up. And we saw in the last game how much, well, it was the boots of travel too. But just being able to follow up, once that Spirit Breaker starts to charge in, you know, you pop the Boots of Travel 2 onto him, you follow up with the TP onto the Spirit Breaker, so you get that as he connects with the charge, and how effective that gank squad was, just coming from a couple of items into the mid to the late game. And I wouldn't be surprised to see it again. You know, Roger, anytime he sees anyone that's alone on the side of Nemiga, you get the instant charge in, you get the follow-up from the Leshrac, and you either force out some BKBs as the hero on Nemiga tries to run themselves away, or you get a kill out of it that opens up objectives on the map. Objectives like the Roche Pit.
I'm really liking what Ramses wants to go for. What he got. He got the shard. The thing about DarkSide's lineup is if they find the right engagement, they will win the fight. And that's why they want to have as many possible ways of resetting the fight. And even if you get low and he pops the Song of the Siren, heals up his teammates, you can set up for such a great fight for yourself. And especially because there's only one BKB on the other side. So that's also something that the only thing that you have to kite. Malrine with the BKB, you kite him out, you pop the song, and then you can turn it around and set it up any way you like. Because what is the deal? Bit of malice. Choke points. What does the song allow you? It allows you to spread and organize yourself before you decide when to engage. Even if the enemies know about it, if you're spread out, they're not gonna have the spells necessary to kill you. Smokescreen, Overgrowth, Bit of Malice, those are the teamfight spells for Nemiga. If they can't combine them properly, they cannot win the fight.
Yeah, and I like that. I mean, Kiritich is trying to use these illusions to scout out when DarkSide go into the Roche Pit, but the Beastmaster, he just has this entire triangle. You know, he's using the Hawks to get the vision around, making sure that they don't have to commit wards to this now as well. So the illusion's coming in. Charge from Roger going towards the Batrider. The Batrider thinks this is free, but there's going to be the TPs in. Look at this. This is a great instant response as Rabel picks up the Aegis. They're going to be able to get themselves on top of Malrine. Malrine has to pop the BKB, but are they going to be able to get the lockdown? Because the TP is going to be there. The damage is still going to be enough to get the kill. And the Raw committed to make sure they take down Malrine. Immediate reaction. They had the timing perfectly on that. As soon as the Roche falls, Nagasiren was already TPing down to the bottom lane, and they find the catch onto the Batrider.
Yeah, they get him down. Also, again, it's going to be the Lesh going for the Boots of Travel too. We are seeing this more and more currently in the meta. The idea is you're going to be able to be wherever the Spirit Breaker is. Roger, he was thinking about the BKB, being aware of how annoying the Pit of Malice is for him, but he's like, no, I am just running around the map here. I do not care.
And they've got the lockdown again onto the Underlord. The Underlord, he's going to be silenced up, he's going to be netted down, and he's going to be killed off.
Silenced up more than once, and this is just one kill after the other. This is the thing, the Nemiga are not respecting the ability of DarkSide to get that bonus kill anywhere on the map. It doesn't matter that all of them TP to the bottom lane, their mobility is just insane. All of their heroes are incredibly fast to move around the map. You need to be wary of that, especially the killers, the Nagasiren, the Spirit Breaker, and the Lesh. Yeah,
and you can see that Rabel, he was absolutely fine. There was three heroes from the side of Nemiga on that top lane, and he just moves himself into it. He says, okay, I'm going to clean them up, and if you want to contest onto this, I have an Aegis, you know, I've got the rest of it. I've got Roger that can get a good charge in, and you have to get through me twice. I've still got the Bloodstone, even got the E-Blade. that's going to be able to deal with the right clicks coming out from the Terrorblade. So he was so confident that he was able to survive. When the rest of the team were in the mid lane, you know, he was just saying, I'm going to push back. I'm going to push this lane back against 3 heroes. And it just forced Nemiga to opt for the TPs away from this lane.
Okay, Kiritich, he needs a BKB now. There's a Bloodthorn. Even if you get the butterfly, you're getting ripped apart. You need the BKB now. Once he sees it, I don't even know if you finish off the butterfly. That's how vulnerable you are. One stun and you're gone.
Ships in the night there. Sobat and Roger close. They were almost touching booping noses, but it looks like Sobat and Roger, yeah, they're not going to be able to find each other. Maybe not. Rabel. The split earth is going to be a little bit too short. There's the charge. The Scepter comes out, though. Yeah, no protection for the Dream Protector. And the Dream Protector is going to be killed off and taken right down. Just showed a little bit too close there to Roger, giving him the information that he was still up on this top part of the map. And Rabel got the vision off, and they got the kill.
He killed his brothers in front of him, then he killed him. That's just the most evil thing I can ever think of.
Sadistic,
again,
pure sadism.
Yeah, and also one hero dead. Again, they're going for it. I like that Nemiga this time around, at least they respect it. We lost the hero. We have to get out on the map. The only things that can show are the Terrorblade illusions.
Yeah, and like I say, he is just using those to push up past the tier 2, you know, even using the Manta style, it looks like, to force something out here. It does mean that if anything breaks out, he's going to be out without that Manta style for 30 seconds, but he's just playing it. Yeah, they're playing high ground, they're playing it safe. Only really Hellscream looking into to try and get maybe a courier or two, scouts out, see where everyone else, but is there a gem on the side of DarkSide? There is, it's on Ramses.
Yeah, he's just going around the map, clearing out the wards. Naga Siren is a very, very fast hero. The movement speed of the hero is insane. So you're moving around the map super fast, and you're just checking every single area that you want to be in. Because an ideal scenario for Naga is you stand at a jungle, and you're just sending illusions everywhere, and you want to be somewhere close to the fight. So we have these two that are super fast. That's the Lesh and the Spirit Breaker. We have the Naga Siren that, if she's in the vicinity, she will come over. And then we have the Beastmaster and the Silencer who want to control the area, be around vision. And Ramses is kind of a hybrid between the two. He's helping his guys kill, and he's controlling the map, right? So that's why the gem is with him, because he's everywhere. Other than, you know, these other guys, they just one of them want to go in and out. The other ones are always going to be around their wards and sentries, so it's not like they need it on them.
Well, Hellscream at least getting something out of this, taking down a courier there, and they have the scan. They know that at least somebody on the side of Nemiga are around this tier 2 tower. I wonder whether, I mean, Roger, Roger's just looking, he's coming back, he's saying, you're not getting my courier. He comes all the way back just to get this ward off, and yeah, scouting out the high ground as well, making sure there's no high cliff ward there coming out. Roger, though, where does he want to go for the charge? And does Rabel has the boots of travel too. He's going to be able to follow up onto this. If they don't get out now, Maureen, the scan, he cancels the charge.
I don't go for it. Right now, it's create space by charging for the last outer tower to fall. With that, the Roche will be yours for the taken, and Nemiga are gonna have to go in blindly to get anything done. The presence of the Spirit Breaker not allowing anyone to push out the bottom lane is enough. That's kind of his job here.
The Radiant got one last.
Yeah, and Ramses will be able to take down the tower. Now the charge does come in. There's going to be the Boots of Travel 2 TP in here from Rabel. Scepter comes out, setting up for that split earth. And again, no protection offered to the Treant Protector. No Lincolns, no BKBs, no Lotuses. And he was just taken down immediately as soon as that Scepter fades off. He gets split earthed out and killed off. No way to survive through it.
If you look at the hawks being used there in the trees, those are the hawks that are kind of showing us the line that Nemiga cannot cross. Not because of the vision of the hawks, but because Roger is not going to be chasing deeper than that. You can push out of your base, but that's it, right? This line is not to be crossed. It is a part of the map that DarkSide controls, and if you poke out your nose, you will die. That's basically it. And maybe even DK Focus is like, yeah, we can follow you up until this line. Just don't go any deeper. And Roger is respecting it. He's not really diving.
Yeah, and it just cracks me up that the Ricky's just behind, where the tier 2s and the tier 3s should be. Just looking for couriers, because that's the amount of impact. How well it looked. So Seneko doesn't have any vision to see Hellscream. No, he does. He's going to go for the dust. Lotus Orb is going to be there now as well, because Ramses was close here with the... he's actually passed the gem off. to the to Rabel, and they're gonna be able to get the lockdown. They get the kill.
He is, you are annoying, my friend, and we will take you down. So, nice one there coming out from how did he know? Like, he didn't use the scan?
I don't know. It's a good question, but I don't... Did he walk too close to the tier? He might have walked too close to the tier 3.
Okay, if he's that crazy, then okay. But yeah, the chat will tell us. That's why we have the chat. They definitely noticed it. And again, one hero dead. Everyone needs to be safe. Kiritich, he doesn't look very safe.
No, he's going to be bounced around again like a pinball. And Rabel finds the kill. And like you said, well, he is going to go back. He finished off the butterfly. But he is going to be going back for that BKB. Still about 1,300 gold from completing. But that 1,300 gold could be another 2 or 3 minutes that's going to open up DarkSide just to get ganks like that off. And he doesn't have the buyback. So he's not even going to be able to come back to defend this base if DarkSide want to try and force something out here. All the illusions, the mirror images coming through from Ramses, but the Pit of Malice, the Firestorm, going to be able to deal with those for a little bit. Now it comes out onto the Underlord. Do they want to try and force something out? Roger. Going to be going for the charge now onto Malrine as well. Yeah, the roar comes out. It's going to be reflected back because of the Lotus Orb, but because of the Split Earth or the Lasso, there's going to be a nice global stance coming through. And Rabel, he doesn't even get dragged back into the fountain. So Rabel, he's going to be able to get himself out of danger. They can commit further if they want to, but it looks like they want to try and put this aggression onto the tier 3 tower. And now, Vazia's going to get low. Do they want to go for even more on this now as well? The Flame Break trying to push them back inside the Pit of Malice as well. Naga Siren, he's just happy to sit here, Ramses, and take that one out as the charge comes through onto the back lines. And Vazia, he's getting low on health. What else can DarkSide do? They're going to be able to get the lightning down as well. Ricky has to dodge this one off. Dive away to his teammate as it looks like. Do they have enough? The song, though. The song comes out, and this might be the ripcord. This might be the disengage button coming out from DarkSide, and there's no follow-up here from the side of Nemiga. They might still have the lockdown onto Lishrak. Oh, the growth is going to be used, but it's going to be a recharge coming through here from the Spirit Breaker. Do they want to go even further? They're going to be able to take down the Lishrak, but can they get anything else out of this? As the Hawk Dive comes through onto Fazia. So Fazia not going to be able to drop the pit on anyone else, and they do lose the Lesh. But they get themselves out here on the side of DarkSide. But really good fight from Nemiga to defend that tier 3. Not only to defend the tier 3, but find a pick off onto the Disco Pony as well.
People are usually going to be like, why are you diving that deep? The thing is, this Thunderlord, this Treant, they're so annoying that you have to do it, right? This is the best bet, especially while the Terrorblade was down, but it didn't respect it. 10 seconds before the Terrorblade comes in, they go in, they get a beautiful stun, and like, we can kill them, and you just get pulled into a situation where you're gonna die. You really need to be looking at that timer of the Terrorblade, because if he buys back and you lose a hero, that's fine. But here it's still a fight that's gonna be benefiting Nemiga. The one big thing that DarkSide did manage to do in that push is that they left that ward in the enemy base, and that could be a big thing. If you see that it's only one hero in the base, you go in with the charge and you kill him, that could be an opening to go for the high ground.
Yeah, and you can see here now as well, Roger, he's going to be going back after the Shadow Blade towards the BKB, so he does want to be able to get into dive to stop being pushed back, to stop being controlled mid-charge, which again could open up more kills. Roche 54 seconds away before the big man's back. Malrine, though, he's going to be spotted. The charges are going to be coming through. Do they want to go for anything more from this? He's going to be in the middle of 2 or 3 heroes. In fact, everybody but the Underlord backing up on Nemiga. As the charge, it just continues. It is going to connect, and now the Boots of Travel come out. They're going to be able to do a lot of damage, but it looks like the Shrek, he cancelled the TB. The Global Stance is going to be there. Batrider with the BKB in the trees, but can they carry on chasing him down? Rabel goes left, Batrider goes right, but he's leaving a Firefly. He's leaving that trail. He's looking for the TPs. Back lines, though, Seneko is going to be able to take down so bad. They even lock down Vazia, and there's going to be... Do they go through? They don't go through. The Beastmaster, he was teasing, looking to go through that Fiend's Gate, but in the end, he changed his mind. He thought better of it.
If they paid attention, they would have seen that it's in the mid lane. They actually could have gone for it and at least taken the tier 3 on the bottom lane. But Roche should be your objective right now, because the way that you come back into this game, these games, is you win a fight and you take the Roche. So if DarkSide get the Roche, it's not only the thing that allows them to poke the high ground more effectively, it's something that that just makes sure that the enemies are not going to be coming back.
Yeah, Ramses, he's a fast boy. He's even got himself the Trickster's Cloak dropping there as well. He sees Malrine with instant blink away. He's got that gem, so he did get the vision onto the Ramses walking in with the Silver Edge. But now, this just means that the Batrider TPs himself back to base. Look at how quickly this Roche is going to fall.
So that's a shard for the Lesh as well. That's going to help you a little bit in the push, because you put down a couple of Split Earths, and it's gonna be tougher for Nemiga to actually engage. So even if you're caught inside of the Pit of Malice, it is gonna be a tough situation for Nemiga to just commit in just because of that. So that's actually quite nice.
Yeah, Marine, he's going deep. He's getting that TP out, just trying to, again, it looks like keep the pressure off this bottom lane here. He even got himself a refresher orb. So he wants that double lockdown in these fights. You know, the double BKBs as well when the global silence comes out. If he has to be the one initiating, jump in, BKB, lasso, wait for the global silence, refresh your BKB, get yourself out of danger, and then you still have a lasso left over if the fight goes long.
He's dealing with 2 Lotus Orbs and a Planner Pocket. So those could be issues, right? Do they have any force deaths on Nemiga? They have 1 on Treant. Okay, that's nice. So they can force out the Batrider once if he catches someone.
Yeah. Was that the BKB? That's going to be the BKB from Maori. They might have the lockdown onto the Treant, though. They do. Treant tries to force staff himself out, but the chase down, and Rabel always had his number there.
Yeah, when you get charged up by the Spirit Breaker right there on the Hawk, it's just going to be super easy for the Lash to run you down. He sees you clearly. So it's not only about the charge connecting. Roger is usually on the other side of the map. He gives vision to his teammates. So even if there's a Pit of Malice, he's not going to be coming out anytime soon. And he's just giving awesome vision to his teammates. So working out quite well here for them.
Yeah, Kiritich at least is starting to, you know, he's amassing the farm. He's got that BKB. He's not used it just yet as well. Going to be going towards a refresher, so that's going to be nice. Going to be able to get the double BKB off, double metamorphosis in fights. You know, stick around and do a lot of damage. But it's just the rest of Nemiga just seem to be melting a lot quicker than the Terrorblade can use his full range of kit and get the get the use out of it. It's how do Nemiga? We look at Hellscream. They've got the Lotus Sword here. He's doing the same thing. He's hiding behind the tier 2s, between the tier 2s and the tier 3s, looking for couriers, just trying to buy a little bit of space, it looks like. Looking for another 4-staff, so that's going to be quite nice there as well. But it doesn't really offer anything in the fights. Yes, he's got the sleeping dart, so he's going to be able to shut someone down unless it gets purged off. But it's not really having the impact that we saw from the NaVi game, where the Riki was hunting down heroes. You know, he was going 1v1 with anyone he could find. It really is a NaVi that's, a Riki that's not having the impact that we, like say, saw in the first game. What can this Riki do to help out his team, apart from just sitting behind between the towers and looking for couriers?
Okay, I mean, what can this Riki do apart from the only thing he can do? I mean... It's about vision. That's why he has been so useless, is because they're losing the game. If they were winning, they would help them win. He would help them win more. Because they're losing, he is going up a gem. He's going up against multiple sentries, and he cannot play the game. That's just the nature of it currently. So he's trying to find some ways to assist his team, killing the couriers, showing who's on the map, showing who's moving, which items are flying through. Yada yada yada. That's about it. And also one thing that you talked about, the Terrorblade. He's gonna be the frontliner, he's gonna be the damage dealer, he's gonna be everything, but first of all, he's gonna need to live because he's right under enemy vision.
Yeah, he's seen by the Hawk, and the charges are gonna be falling up onto this Roar, and Kiritich, he's dead. 75 seconds does have a buyback, but if they can force this out here, DarkSide are gonna consider that a second win after taking Kiritich down in the first place. And look at this, Rabel, he's just ready. He's got that Aegis for another 2 minutes or so. He's coming up onto the tier 3s. He's dropping that Split Earth, like you say. It's going to create a little bit of space away from this tier 3s that Nemiga might not be able to contest into. The pit gets dropped. Rabel, Rodabatos, it's going to be turned around. He gets another Split Earth off. This is going to be the stun onto Vazia. Vazia, he's still going to be the Hawk. Oh, it bounces back on that Lotus. But Vazia has to be really careful about how far forward he comes. And Rabel's just going to be loving sitting forward now as well. The lasso, the drag back, global silence comes out. What's he going to be able to do? Because that's going to be the buyback here from Kiritich as well. Going to be dragged right back into the fountain. That's the Aegis. Do they have enough to lock him down? Or is he going to be able to get himself away from this one? The Song. This is going to be a great exit plan here for Leshrac, and Lesh should be able to get himself away. Pops the Trickster's Cloak now as well. And now they can turn themselves around. Rabel with the BKB, but it's going to be the BKB from Kiritich. The right click's coming through as well. And Rabel the lockdown with the overgrowth, but it looks like they're going to be losing the lane of Rax here. Even if they take down down this little track once, which they don't. The roar comes out, and it looks like Lesha, they're going to be able to go even further onto this to get a kill onto the Batrider. They might even be able to take down Vazir. Can they do even more from this as well? Kiritich, he's got that Sunder, but they get the kill onto the buybacks have to come through from both Malrine as well as the Underlord, and they might even be able to go into Kiritich again. Kiritich already used that buyback, but the Beastmaster is getting low. Can Vazir finish him off? One more right click, it will be enough, and he gets the kill onto Focus. Ramsey so pops that BKB, the Split Earth. They blow up onto the Batrider. And now it's going to open up the racks. It's going to open up the game as all 5 heroes. DarkSide Sunder comes out, but he's got the heart. He's got the regen. And it looks like Kiritich, he's ready to call the GG. DarkSide, they have the game.
They do. I mean, that's it. If DarkSide reset the game, reset the fight, that has kind of been the MO of the game. They're gonna be winning in the end, and it's very easy to do so when you're this far ahead and have all of the tools that you need. So you know you have the Lotus Orbs, you have the Force Staffs, you have the Shard on the Naga Siren, and you even had the Aegis there. So even with the pullback into the fountain, even with the Malrine's idea on how to potentially approach this one, Nemiga they stood no chance. And DarkSide, see who they focused the most? It was Vazia. That was the main hero, the perfect last pick, and you just focus him down so that he never gets to that point where he's very hard to kill, where he can stand his ground. If it comes to that point, DarkSide will be able to take it. And I really have to praise the positioning of Hawks from DK Focus, because he has found so many pickoffs, and they were the opening. One hero dies, suddenly another one dies, and you know, one by one it came down to 30 kills for DarkSide. Even though we didn't see any big engagements, they accumulated 30 kills, accumulated enough of a gold lead, and got themselves the victory.
Yeah, and that is going to be it for the day, guys. That is going to be DarkSide taking the series 2-0 over Nemiga. Nemiga yet to get going as well in the DPC. But DarkSide, they are going to be taking their second win, which puts them, I'm pretty sure, for now, I mean, the second day of the season, but it puts them at the top of the board for now, so they're going to be really happy with that. Again, thank you for tuning in. Hope you've enjoyed the casts. I've been Robbnroll, joined by Hurry Freak. Hurry Freak, any last words before we end the stream?
I'm liking what I'm seeing from DarkSide, and I'm hoping that these guys can be even better in the future. Can't wait to see them against the big dogs, you know. And Nemiga, a bit word of advice: play what you know. Against better teams, they might know what you're doing, but if you play your game perfectly, you can still win. And that's about it. With that, I can end my wisdom here that I've been spreading towards the teams.
Yeah, and that is going to be it, guys, as we look to end the day. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time we go live. I think it's going to be Gary and Trent that open up the next day, but we are going to be back right after them. So thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.